6:02 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris will join us at the 7 o'clock hour. Get your feet on the floor, jumpstart your day with your boys on this Thursday, my Friday. It's like Ben is part of the show now, man, officially. You know, he started the music.
He's annoyed with you?
Yeah. He started the music at 6:01 and 30 seconds. Did not turn the mic on and just look at Jeremy. He just eyed me with a little half grin on his face, like I know.
He's learning quick.
He's officially on the show now, man. he just did like one of these numbers, Jeremy. Maybe a little half grin.
As soon as you because again, like when you're trying to time up things from the night before, and if anything goes off. Like I've been here, God knows what time I got here. Ben was here before I was, and like listening to it, and you're constantly hearing the commercials come on right in the middle of a segment that they're doing because somewhere, somehow, overnight, something got knocked off by
the overnight show screwed them up. They left. They got off. They normally go at 6:55. He went off at 6:54 today.
Was that what it was? But I thought that but there was another time at like.
I'm talking about today.
I'm saying like at 6:30. They come back from a commercial break and they're already a minute and a half behind. Like the
5:30.
Yeah, 5:30. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, so like they're like
that probably happened too.
I don't doubt it. It happened a bunch of times. I'm just saying. So that means because it's everything is run by the computer overnight.
Automation.
That some commercial didn't fire, some commercial was short. And as it goes on, then all of a sudden that time, you're off that entire time.
But that means it's their fault because the national show, for those you don't know, when you do the national radio, you have hard outs.
Yes, you have to be right on time.
Right. If the because the commercials air when they air, they fire when they fire. So what happens is each market has their own commercial spots. You have the national commercials that are going to run, and then you have these spots. It works the same way in TV. Mm-hmm. You have these spots where you can put local commercials in, these fillers. So if it's off, it's because the show's off.
It's going to throw everything off.
Yeah. You got to get, I remember I used to do the Saturday morning show, me and Vinny, and you had to get out. I had to tell Vinny, sometimes I had to kick his leg. We got to go.
Yeah, that was a funny thing. Like when I was doing nights, it didn't, like, I'm not saying like clock integrity didn't matter, but clock integrity didn't matter. Like if I wanted to go 40 minutes in one segment, it was frowned upon, but I could still do it.
As long as you got the commercials in.
As long as the last segment of the show, I got out at 9:55:40 or 9:40. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Yeah, it's very specific. Now here, local shows like this, clock integrity is important. Sometimes we just stiff arm it a little bit.
Well,
we don't kick it. We just,
If we had a great guest or a really good segment and we wanted to fit some more callers in, sometimes you'll stretch it, but then you're trying to make up for that the rest of the show.
You don't have any, for those of you that are watching, I don't do it on camera, but you have no idea how much I do this.
Yeah, wrap it up.
Wrap it up, B. I'll do it low. Jeremy is wrap it up.
You'll hear he can talk in our ears. I used to talk about one of the producers here when I was doing a show by myself, would talk in my ear like we're on the phone. Like I'm not hosting a show. Like a call, I'd be talking to a caller, and then all of a sudden he'd be telling me what's coming up. Hey, guess what's coming up in the next segment? I'm going to call the guest beforehand. I don't know if we want to finish taking calls and all that. And I'm going, and then all of a sudden he stops talking to me in my headset, and the caller goes, "What do you think, Jeremy?" And I went, "I have no idea what the hell you just said. He's been talking to me the whole time." And I looked at him and said, "What are you doing, man?"
That's like my TV producer at Masson. I'm not going to tell you his name is Brad. But he does the same thing.
I know Brad. Brad's a good dude.
I love Brad. But Brad likes to talk.
Yeah.
He talks to me.
Oh, hold on. There's one thing.
I'm talking, Brad's talking.
There's one thing of talking, and then there's telling someone a story. Do you mind if I read you Goldilocks and the Three Bears while this guy's talking real quick?
So I'm talking. I'm looking at the camera and talking to the people, and Brad talks to me. It is what it is. He's great, though. Like you said, Brad's a great dude. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. What a game last night. What a match last night. England and Argentina. Messi. 2 assists right here. Both assists. Am I right?
Yep. Bang, bang.
That guy's great, man. Oh, he's so good.
I've heard he can play.
He can kick it. Can I kick it?
Yes,
you can.
So, I mean, looking at the final, this is the final I thought we'd get. This is the final I kind of hoped for. And, like Argentina's done this a couple of times now with the late late heroics, and I don't know if you start, like, how do you feel about that? If you came back twice in these big moments, do you think your players start to feel like they can do it any time? Like they start to get that confidence? Because there are other people that will say, you get into those moments, and when you allow that to happen, maybe you become a little bit complacent.
Both things are true.
Okay.
Both things are true.
That's kind of how I feel with it. This is going to be interesting. Again, the storyline, Spain's given up 1 goal the entire World Cup to Belgium. And then now we get in this spot against Argentina with one of the best players to ever do it. This is just kind of what you should ask for in a game like this, right?
Yeah, it is. But going back to what you said, though, when you are a team that can come from behind and you do it regularly, you believe that you can do it. But there are also those moments when you get lazy and you take it for granted and you don't get out to a hot start thinking, we'll be good at the end. So I think both things can be true. I think coming from behind should be something that happens naturally. It shouldn't happen because you feel like you can all the time. We played hard for 3 quarters. Fourth quarter, we're trailing, but we played hard. Okay, we still have something left in the tank. If you just mail it in for 3 quarters and think you're just going to win it at the end, those are the times you get upset.
Well, it's like we talk about teams that feel like they can flip the switch whenever.
Yeah.
Hey, we can come back whenever we want. It's great that you had all these comebacks during the regular season, but at some point, you do this and you're like, oh, damn, we're not coming back.
Somebody's going to pull your chain.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
I mean, I want to get my chain pulled.
I'm sure you do. Bad choice of words.
It's been a while since that chain's
choice of
Actually,
words.
it hadn't been that long.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. I want to tell you who pulled it.
Pulling your own chain doesn't matter.
But I wasn't going to tell him that, but you don't have to bring that up.
I'm sorry. Like the shirt, the bearded shirt.
Oh, yeah. My guy from Birdland Beards. So, you know, like, I love what they're doing. Like, he was telling me he sent a bunch of shirts down to the Orioles, and then he went on their 4-game win streak, and he's like, yeah, I'm feeling good about what they're doing. Sent some more shirts down. Kittredge had one.
What did we wear else? Friday?
Yeah, because it was the day before the hat giveaway for ketchup, mustard, and relish.
So I wish I kept mine on because that's the day I went into the clubhouse and all of them had the shirts on before the game.
That's cool.
And I wish I had mine on. Were you down there Friday, Ben?
Yeah, I was.
They had all the shirts on. They had even extras over there by the pool table.
Oh, he sent another shipment to him.
Yeah.
With some different shirts. And I just like, I got a bunch of friends that do this. My buddy Nick Frampton sells shirts, and what Birdland Beards are doing. I like all the local guys that are trying to make something happen and build something around the team.
Right. Yeah. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. On this Thursday, Argentina with the win. They go to the finals. We'll talk World Cup at 6:45. Kareem says calling Caitlin Clark the face of the WNBA is disrespectful. We'll go over that at 6:30. But on the other side, John Harbaugh said he plans to use Jackson Dart the way he used Lamar Jackson. Is that even possible? Lamar's just in the news, man. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code SNAP5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code SNAP5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code SNAP5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Quiet this morning. Traffic light, moving well, no delays. 95 looking good. Brief delay possible southbound as you head toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel, but no big deal there. No delays at the Harbor Tunnel. Looks good around the Beltway with no problems. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
What a poll.
Oh, yes. So, John Harbaugh, former Baltimore Ravens coach, current New York Giants coach, says that he plans to use Jackson Dart the way that he used Lamar Jackson. And the reason why I brought this up, because someone said to me there's no way he can use him the same way he used Lamar Jackson. Yes, he can. If he's smart, he would use him the same way. Jackson Dart last year completed 64% of his passes, 15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, passer rating of 91.7. He also rushed for 487 yards and 9 touchdowns. He can use Jackson Dart the same way he used Lamar Jackson. What you are arguing are results, not the way he uses them.
Yeah, if you got the Temu version of it.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to get – if I had Jackson Dart, you know how I use him? The way Lamar Jackson is used by the Baltimore Ravens, because he's a similar type of quarterback in terms of his skill set.
You know if you're looking at the teams offensively and how they've been built, they just brought in Isaiah Likely. Mm-hmm. They do have a 2 tight end set where Likely's going to be, the number 1 guy more than likely. So now they, the way it matches up. Then you look at the running back situation. They got a couple of different backs with a big back in Scatabo, that crayon eater. And then you have a number 1 wide receiver like Malik Neighbors, who's a little undersized but really good, very similar to what we have in Zay Flowers. And then you bring in Pat Ricard to kind of revamp the offense the way you have it, and you have a lot of other wide receivers that I think have question marks. Aren't bad. And then a young quarterback that burst onto the scene, looked good, and there were a lot of flashes there.
I like Jackson Dart. I like him.
We'll see if he can do it. I mean, the thing is, they can use him however they want. It's depending on how many design runs you go with and things like that. Because Lamar looked very different, and they used him very different from year 1 to year 2.
Oh, yeah, they did. Because I don't know if they quite knew what they had in year one. I don't know. I mean, Lamar could have come back and they thought, damn.
Well, I don't think they planned on playing him week 8 or 9, whatever it was that he came in.
And then the injury. I think when people hear this, what they're hearing, Jeremy, is John Harbaugh saying, I think Jackson Dart is as good as Lamar Jackson. No, he's not saying that. He's not.
He's just saying he's going to use him.
He's going to use him the same way. I mean, I think that's smart because he has that kind of skill set. He can run. He can pass. He can do both well.
We're going to use Cam Scatterbo the same way we use Derrick Henry. Does that mean Scatterbo is going to look like Derrick Henry? No. But again, it's
usage.
Yes, you can use him however you want. I don't think it works out the way that he thinks. But again, I'm not big on the Giants this year. I'm not big on Harbaugh. Yeah, I mean, look, it's
discussion.
I can't wait to see how it goes.
I can't either. But at the same time, and again, it goes back to this. I often say I would love to who have gone to school with some people when it comes time, especially those reading comprehension classes, because what people hear is not always what someone said. Correct. They hear something. You say something and they hear what they anticipate.
Dude, how many times did we deal with this in radio? Yeah. Where somebody called him and said, you said this, and we're like, that is not even close to what I said. What are you talking about?
John Harbaugh says he plans to use Jackson Dart the way he used Lamar Jackson. And people hear he's not as good as Lamar Jackson. That's not what he said. He didn't say that.
Now, I don't think anybody would argue if John Fox came out and said we're going to use Bo Nix like they use Lamar Jackson, because obviously Bo Nix. John Fox. I do this all the time. God bless it. Sean Payton come out and say we're going to use him the same way, because obviously we just found out that Bo Nix is better than Lamar.
Sean Payton would never say that. Sean Payton would say, why would I use him? He's better.
Who's the person?
He's better than Lamar.
Who's the person on Twitter that wrote, if the Ravens called right now to trade Lamar Jackson to the Broncos, that Sean Payton would euthanize Bo Nix for a coin flip chance to get Lamar. That was a thing of beauty because, you idiots.
Well, Sean Payton would say, I'll just wait till the fourth quarter to put Bo Nix in because, I'll play Lamar for the first 3 quarters and then play Bo in the fourth because Bo's better in the fourth.
You know that great comeback he had when they were down 7-6 and you were going, why didn't you score more points earlier? Why didn't you do that before? Like, you get dinged for everything. Like, he doesn't have comeback victories because he has a lead all the time.
Well, that's what Vinny said yesterday. He said, the 2 years he won MVP, I know he should have been 3, Jeremy. We're just going with the facts.
That's fine.
He was always up.
He won an All-Pro that year. He didn't win the MVP.
His first team All-Pro.
And then a quarterback won MVP. Hold on. He was the best quarterback in the league, but you gave the MVP to another guy. Oh, it's because of value. I think he's more valuable. Tell me how you weight that.
Ben. Hey, Ben.
This is dumb. Ben. You brought this up.
Could you make it stop, please?
You brought this up. This is your fault.
I said the 2 MVP. What?
It's your fault. You brought it up.
That's not my fault.
Yeah, you did.
I just kept it moving.
You didn't have to say 2 MVPs and should have had 3 because everybody knows what the deal is. If you're not a Buffalo fan or not a hater of Lamar Jackson, you can look at those 2 seasons and go, that guy was better.
I forgot to tell you I had an MVP vote. I voted for Josh Allen.
Yeah. Well, they need to check everyone that has MVP votes because apparently Diana Rossini had one too.
Who did she vote for? I won.
Well, she told it. Oh, yeah. But she told everyone who was winning Coach of the Year when it was Vrabel and all the other stuff that went on.
Well, she probably knew it was Vrabel because they gave Vrabel a heads up. And Vrabel hung up the phone and turned over and said, hey, baby, I got him.
Yeah. Hey, girl.
I got Coach of the Year.
Daddy got it. Are you going to tell your wife?
It is boys to men, please don't go away voice. Hey, girl.
Hey, I know you slept with my brother and my father. Baby, I miss you. I don't care. What are you talking about? Trifling ass? Every time I listen to a Boys to Men song, it's like, cut that part out. I don't need his crying ass back there.
Can I tell you something that's probably not very popular? I'm not a huge Boys to Men fan.
I love them.
There's some songs that I like, but I'm not a huge fan. Like, I've never, of all the concerts that I told you I've been to, I've never desired to go to a Boys to Men concert.
Okay.
I saw them perform when they were with New Edition.
Dum 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 dot up?
Yeah. But the reason I saw them perform was because they were with New Edition.
Yeah. I don't know.
That was like I think that was either early this year or late last year. That Jeremy was the first time I ever saw them perform live.
Well, more and more people have started looking into it. Wanya better be happy that all this stuff's kind of coming out after the fact, because apparently he was dating Brandy when she wasn't old enough. You didn't hear these stories? There was a lot of stuff going on there with some shady. It's a whole thing that's happened in this industry with guys dating some of these younger girls that aren't quite of age. The R. Kelly, Aaliyah thing. Yeah, there was some of that. Go ahead and look at it.
I thought they were the same age, Wanya and Brandy. They're not? All right.
I don't think so.
Is that why she was lonely and brokenhearted?
Yeah, he was 22 and she was 16.
Oofa. Larry in East Baltimore. What's up, Larry?
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Are you talking about, what's his name, Dart for the Giants?
Yes.
He's a bum. I watched him. He made an Ole Miss. I give Harbaugh this year, next year, they're going to run him out of New York.
You and I are on the same page.
I think he lost his mind. And then just like with Kareem, I'm going to test him before I go. Kareem is wrong. Caitlin Clark sells tickets. And it's a business. I promote all I can of the NBA. I want money.
I heard you. Hey, that's a good segue.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Larry. It's a good segue. Kareem says Caitlin Clark, calling Caitlin Clark the face of the WNBA is disrespectful. We know Larry disagrees. What about you? 410-583-1057. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
The Red Cross has an urgent need for blood donors. Make an appointment at redcrossblood.org and help save lives. There are 2,520 hours between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Use one of them to donate blood and help save lives. Be a hero to a patient in need. Make an appointment to donate at redcrossblood.org or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. My new go-to spot is Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. It's the summertime cuisine that I'm looking forward to. The burnt ends, street corn, southern deviled eggs. You got to go check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
Grand opening savings continue at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. During our Salute to Savings event, we're bringing unbeatable offers to Bel Air all month long. Save on new Ford F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, Broncos, and more. Or choose from a massive selection of pre-owned vehicles. Plus, get more for your trade with top dollar appraisals, tons of inventory, great value, and the trusted Bob Bell experience you've heard about for years. Don't miss your chance to save. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better
better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Catholic schools embrace students and families from diverse, religious, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Rooted in the belief that we are all children of God, our schools foster an inclusive environment. While our schools offer a comprehensive academic curriculum, we embrace a holistic approach that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Learn more at archbald.org/schools. That's archbald.org/schools.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you want to be the ultimate summer host, you need the right setup from Town Appliance 4th of July shopping event. Upgrade your home with the everyday reliability of Whirlpool, the chef-inspired design of KitchenAid, or the high-end luxury of Jen Air. They also carry outdoor grills, beverage centers, and AC units to beat the heat, all with flexible financing. Mayor and Mayor will take great care of you at their Owings Mill showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Traffic volume remains very light. No accidents anywhere. 95 looking good. Just a brief delay possible southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. No delays still at the Harbor Tunnel. Looks good around the Beltway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the World Cup semifinal on Thursday, Argentina rallied with the late comeback to defeat England 2-1, punching its ticket to the World Cup final for the second straight tournament.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Paul Davies. Lautaro Martinez. Stoppage time. Go ahead goal for Argentina.
That call courtesy of Fox. The dramatic victory sets up a championship showdown with Spain as Argentina looks to capture another World Cup title. The final is set for 5 p.m. Saturday. In Orioles news, the team announced that Keegan Aiken underwent Tommy John surgery, with Dr. Keith Meister giving the Birds another frustrating injury setback. Aiken finishes the season with a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings pitched. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Rob, somebody told me that they went to, when Shabuzi came out with this song, like Shabuzi was a rapper, you know, like did some rapping stuff before he started singing.
Yeah, everybody's a rapper.
Well, he was on like the, what was it, the cartoon Spider-Man soundtrack. But when he came out with this song, he didn't have many songs. So what he played, they said he played this song like 5 times in a row. It was just like nonstop.
What, at a concert?
Yes, because they didn't have a lot of songs at that point. And that audience didn't want to hear a lot of the old rap stuff, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm sure. What is the name of that song? The bar song?
Is it? Yeah, I think that's what it's called, right? What's it?
A bar song.
A bar song.
A bar song.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't tell you I know another Shabuzi song.
He does have another one. It sounds almost just like that one. Is it Good News or something? I think good. Yeah, anyway, I'm not singing today. Again, these acoustics.
Good for him. Good for Shabuzi. The rapper turned, is that country? Is it considered country?
I don't know.
The rapper turned country musician.
There's a lot of hybrid stuff now.
Good for him.
Yeah, I would say pop, hybrid.
Yeah. I think he crosses over some stations.
You know when you go to, do you have Apple Music?
Mm-hmm.
You have Apple Music? Did you ever go to Apple Music and says create a station?
Yeah.
Never in any of my stations has Shabuzi been part of the selection.
You haven't created it right then.
No. No. She proves he's not in any of my stations. So I don't hear him.
You not a fan of that one?
No.
I think it's pretty good. I don't like country at all. Again, it's
no.
I like everything.
No. That's a ripoff of another song.
Which one?
That's everything today.
Yeah. Listen to the words. This is a ripoff of another song. Yeah. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar says Caitlin Clark calling her the face of the WNBA is disrespectful. I think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is disrespecting the face of the WNBA.
What a dumb thing to say.
You don't have to like it. I think Caitlin Clark is a whiny little girl. However, she's the face of the WNBA. She is the best thing that ever happened to the WNBA. She has people talking about her who don't even know about the WNBA. She is the face.
So after she came in the league, they started talking about more expansion.
Yes.
Why is that? Why is that when she came into the league, they moved her games to bigger venues? And here's my issue with it. It's like, when we went to the whole thing, is Shohei Ohtani the face of MLB? And there's a lot of Americans like, he can't be the face of MLB. They tried to force Mike Trout to be that guy, but it just didn't kind of take, right? Like, he was never front and center. People knew he was great, but every time they tried to push him, what did he do? He did like Subway and a couple other advertisements, but he's more of a reserve guy. Did Kareem have a problem that when LeBron came in the league that he was the face of the NBA after a few years? Mm-hmm. Kobe's on his way out. Here comes LeBron. Like, you had a problem with that because he's young? And was that disrespectful to all the older vets that were there playing and vying for championships?
Yeah.
It's you don't necessarily get to decide. You can try to push someone.
Yeah, you don't decide, Jeremy.
Public opinion is going to tell you who the face of your league is.
Yes. Caitlin Clark moves the needle. She moves the needle if you like her. She moves the needle if you don't like her. You can't. For those of you that can't name 5 WNBA players, you know Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
For those of you who have never watched a WNBA game, you know Caitlin Clark.
I like the ones that haven't watched anything and still have an opinion on it. Shut up. Go away.
I mean, I don't understand what Kareem is trying to say here. To call her face of the WNBA because of what people in front of her did. Okay, so Michael Jordan was once the face of the NBA. Is that disrespectful to Kareem? Is that disrespectful to Magic?
No.
Is that disrespectful to Bird?
The torch gets passed.
Yes.
We all know it. I mean, what happens if Wembanyama keeps on this, if he keeps ascending the way he is, he's going
I got news for you and Kareem. Caitlin lit the torch.
Yeah.
Who passed it to her?
That's, what?
She lit the torch.
You had great players before her, and you can even say they're better than her. We wouldn't argue that.
There are people in the league that better than her. That's not the argument. The argument is not who's better. If Kareem is trying to make that argument, that's insane.
You and I are in the same boat. If they said, hey, you can have Paige Beckers or Caitlin, who you taking?
I'm taking Paige.
If I'm an owner and I want
7 days a week.
Yeah, if I'm an owner and I want ass in the seats, I'm probably taking Clark.
I'm taking Caitlin Clark.
But if I'm a GM, I'm taking the better player, which is Paige Beckers. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, in my opinion, I can't wait to see what happens when Juju gets to the next level.
Oh, Lord.
There's a lot of...
You're talking about, hey, listen, let's be honest, all right? Not only can she ball, she is marketable.
Can I tell you why?
She is so marketable, man.
Can I tell you why why Caitlin Clark is the face of the WNBA? Because we're talking about this in a segment right now, and they're talking about it on national radio, and Kareem's talking about her. That's why she's the face of the WNBA.
Daryl in Baltimore. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Man. Doing well. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I think Kareem, if you look at it from two perspectives. Kareem is looking at it from this perspective that he's from the old school. He feels that I think it's disrespectful to the players that are better than her. But I see you guys pointing about as far as marketability and everything like that. People that never watched the WNBA watch it now because of her. In that perspective, she's the face of the league in that perspective. But it come down to playing the better players in the league. She's the top 10 player, but she's not the best.
But you're changing the topic, yeah. Daryl. I mean,
I know,
never. I'm going by Kareem's words. Kareem didn't say best. He said face of. If he said calling her the best player in the WNBA is disrespectful, I would say I agree with him. That's disrespectful.
I'll give you
but he said calling her the face. Let's not change the topic here.
Yeah, he said Caitlin Clark, the face of the WNBA, is an insult to established cross-platform superstars. Praised her talent. He wrote on his Substack that placing any second-year player above league veterans diminishes the on-court dominance of legends like Asia Wilson and Breonna Stewart. I'm glad he threw in the tall white girl from New York that won one, but this isn't that. This is, you don't get to decide who you want to be the face. The fans are the ones that decide this. She moves the needle more than anybody in that league.
Asia was it. I love Asia. You know that.
Yeah, she's the best player in the league.
She was in the league before Caitlin, right?
Yeah.
Did they ever say we need to move Asia Wilson's games to a bigger arena because the arena she's playing in is too small?
That's why this is so stupid to even
They've
talk
never
about.
said
No.
Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Man, I'm glad y'all have me on for a WNBA segment, man.
We've been waiting for you to kind of chime in. That's
Yeah,
what we're
wax
just talking
poetically,
about.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I had to disagree with Kareem, man. You know, you got so many other players that you know that should be the face, like Wilson from Las Vegas. First of all, she's tall and beautiful and everything. No disrespect to Caitlin, but she's not the most attractive in the face, you know.
Yeah, she looks like Billy
also
Kidman.
Paige. Yeah, and Paige Beckers, that's a good one that could be the face.
So Paige is attractive to you, but not Caitlin?
Yeah, most definitely.
Well, you got a better shot with Caitlin than you do with Paige, buddy.
Oh yeah,
Let me ask you a question, Rashawn.
What does that have to do?
Let me ask you a question. Do you have the same scale for the NBA? Should the face of the NBA be the most attractive dude?
Yeah, who's the most attractive guy in the NBA?
See, I don't know. I ain't calm enough like that.
So why is that a factor for the WNBA?
Because guys, you know how we are, man. When we look at
women watch the NBA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So
I
think honestly, all jokes aside, that is disrespectful.
Yes.
When you're going to the face of a women's league should be the most attractive. That come on.
Well, it's not disrespectful if he tells us who the best looking NBA player is.
Yeah. Tell us. Should the face of the NFL be the most attractive man?
That's a good one.
Well, Dennis Rodman never been the face of the NBA, and he,
So Michael Jordan was the most attractive player in the NBA.
I don't know. You got to ask your woman that.
I'm just saying, but that's the same barometer. You gotta go.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how hot's Kobe?
Exactly.
How hot's Magic and Bird in the 80s?
I mean, we can sit and talk about how attractive they are. I'm cool with that. We just mentioned that with Juju. But to say that the face of the women's league has to be...
That's so disrespectful.
It's very disrespectful. We as men, we know Asia Wilson is beautiful. We know that. But that's not the reason she should be the face. Manny in Baltimore. What's up, Manny?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad we got this subject. This is I was trying to call in and talk about it all the time, but I don't want to ruin your segment. Listen. The face of the woman is clear. Clark, he's wrong because I never watched NBA in my life, and a lot of my friends never watched women's NBA. Ever since she's been playing, I've been watching, looking what day she's playing, what time they're playing, because they're exciting. Women's NBA for me is very exciting. I'd rather watch women's NBA right now than watch baseball. Clark, if she moves, like you said, she moves the needle. Every stadium is jam packed, and if the girls, I feel sorry for her because her back hurts all the time. If she was healthy, I would like to see what she can do more if her back wasn't hurting every time.
Who's that? Caitlin Clark?
Yeah, she's amazing.
Manny, if you like Caitlin Clark and their style of play, you should watch other teams too.
Yeah.
Because they're better players, better teams. I get it.
There are a lot of people that throw shade Caitlin Clark's way for various reasons, whatever you want to deem it to be. And a lot of her criticism's unfair. I was telling you, she reminds me, and I'm a Luka fan, she reminds me of Luka. There's a lot of complaining to the referees. You want this, you want that. But they also do have to protect her a little bit more from some of the things that have gone on. And also, you fans that aren't fans, you guys that aren't watching the games need to shut the hell up about what's going on in the games that you don't even see.
Like Manny just said, I watch her. Okay, that's good. I think they're exciting. Dude, if you think that's excitement, their style of play, you need to watch Vegas and some of those other teams. Let's go Trippy in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Not much. What's up with you?
Nah, hey, when I hear Caitlin Clark, right? You know who Caitlin Clark remind me of?
Who's that?
Screech off of Saved by the Bell.
Oh, man.
It's all right.
Don't
see that?
I don't see that. Screech had curly hair.
She don't look like Screech.
No, I think she looks... Go look up Billy Kidman, the wrestler. She looks just like him.
She look like Screech, bro.
No.
But I ain't gonna lie, Caitlin Clark, nice though, man, but she still ass, because why she can't hit 2 threes now? And the other time she was coming in here, they was calling her the baby Steph Curry. Now she out there looking like Rob Long when he played in high school. Hello? It's like, hey, Rob, I'm joking with you. Hey, man, y'all have a nice Friday.
Nobody makes him so mad.
Rocky in Baltimore. What's up, Rocky?
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Doing well. How you doing?
Man, what I want to say was, Trippy messed me up on that. My thing
he ain't lying, though. He ain't lying.
Hey, before you say this, by the way, the reason Caitlin Clark, or Trippy's talking about Caitlin Clark making 2 threes is she's only made 1 in her last 3 games, and I bet he had her over 1.5. That's why he's talking about that.
Right. But my comment is this: is that if she's not the face of the WNBA, why are we making this why are we making a segment on the radio show?
Exactly.
And also,
another thing is Rocky. If not her, then who?
Right. Exactly.
Tell me who.
And then, exactly. And then I listened to the show before you guys, on a national platform. Mm-hmm. They were talking about the same thing. And someone called there and said, I don't even look at sports. But she said that the WNBA, Caitlin Clark, she knows Caitlin Clark. You know, and then if she's not the face of the WNBA, unfortunately, I disagree with what they did. If politicians wrote a letter to the WNBA about her, she moves the needle. So even though she may not be the best player of that sport, she is the face of that sport. You know, we can say that about every sport, and even in the NFL. Lamar Jackson may be the best NFL player in the league, but is he really the face of the NFL? No. So, I mean, that's just...
It's Patrick Mahomes.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, my thing is, it's not about... I think a lot of people look at it saying she's not the best, so she's not the face. No, she is the face because people... She moves the needle. She's polarizing.
Hey, Rocky, we got to run at the end of the segment. Thanks a lot for the call. 410-583-1057. Real good stuff. Adley is being talked about so much, being named in so many trade scenarios.
Is he the face of the org?
Well, there's smoke, there's fire. We'll talk about that at 7:15. But on the other side, we have our World Cup finals. World Cup up next on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Eric DaCosta is going to join us today at 11, and I've got a lot of questions. And I'm going to start with Eric. What is your typical day at training camp? Ryan Ripken will be in with Ripping It with Ryan at noon with he and Cordell.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Argentina did it again. Just when you think they're in danger, they find a way. They beat England 2-1 with both goals coming after the 85th minute. It really is spectacular to see how Argentina is at its best at the end of matches. They advance to play Spain in the World Cup final, looking to defend their title on Denton Day.
The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Traffic is brought to you by Dover Motor Speedway. Go to DoverMotorspeedway.com for tickets.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Your Baltimore area weather today, partly sunny, low 90s. This afternoon, partly sunny, upper 90s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and we're celebrating all month long with our Salute to Savings event. More inventory, more value, and top dollar for your trade. Shop now at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Traffic volume remains light. Beltway both directions at the Curtis Creek Drawbridge. Just getting a report of an accident there. 95 looks good both directions. Brief delay possible southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. No delays at the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized
Baltimore's
what
Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
I don't believe that anybody feels.
Third place game will be Saturday at 5. France and England. They were the losers of the semifinal, and the championship game will be Sunday at 3 o'clock. Spain taking on Argentina. What a good matchup. And I love the picture that we saw on social media with with Messi holding, or not holding, but leaning over, what's the kid's name?
Yamil Yamal?
Yeah, in the bathtub 19 years ago.
That's one of the craziest things. Like,
Messi was 20 at the time.
So there was a story about a woman that saved a young boy's life, right? He was choking. She saved his life. And then fast forward like 18 years later, this guy ends up becoming a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
The same woman that saved his life is choking in the same shop he's in. He doesn't even know it's her.
Right.
He saves her life, and then they really, like, you see stuff like that, and you're like, man, what are the odds that could happen? He's literally holding a baby. Who knows if this baby's going to be able to play soccer? And now they're playing for the World Cup final? Yeah. It's insane, man. Yeah. I've got some soccer friends that have been looking at that picture going, God, that's a fat-ass baby. But how the hell did that happen? You know, like they said they're just so overwhelmed looking at the picture going, that's insane that we're at this point now.
Stephanie was a fat baby.
I was a fat baby.
And she's not now. Well, that's a bad comparison.
I was skinny my whole life, man. Skin and bones.
You were. When I met you, you were.
Yeah.
You looked like you needed a sandwich.
No, I ate too many of them.
Yeah, this is going to be great, man. I'm looking forward to this. I don't know how much of it I'm actually going to be able to watch. Yeah.
Oh, you're traveling, right?
Yeah, that's a travel day. We're going to Boston that day.
That sucks, man.
So I'm going to try. Watch as much of it as I can.
I mean, obviously you're pulling for Argentina, right?
It's 3 o'clock the actual game start time. What time the pregame?
I'm looking that up
because Fox is killing us. It starts at 5. Ben is telling us the actual game is at 5. What's good? I'll be able to catch.
So the third place game is at 5 on Saturday. We talked about that. No, the championship is 3 p.m. on Sunday.
That's what it says. Yeah. Ben just said 5.
5 is the third place game. Yeah. So Saturday is at 5. Sunday's at 3.
Joining us right now from Sarasota, Florida, he's Ed Norris. What up, Edward?
Good morning.
Good morning. And then what team did you have? You had Spain, right?
I did. Jeremy had Spain. I had France.
Okay, so it's me and Jeremy in the final.
Hey, you guys suck.
You guys playing for third place.
Yeah.
Ed Norris, is Caitlin Clark the face of the WNBA?
I guess so. I would say so because I'm not a fan. I know all about Caitlin Clark.
I don't think there's a question she is. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar said calling her the face would be disrespectful.
Rob said the best thing when all those girls that you're talking about, if you want to mention Sabrina Ionescu, when everybody was talking about her, Breanna Stewart, Asia Wilson, they were all playing in the league before Caitlin got there, and I didn't see anyone get moved to a big venue so everybody could get in and see her play. So stop the cap.
She is definitely 100% the face of the league. Ed, what day is it?
Friday, babe.
There you go. It's my Friday, though. It's my Friday. Let's go out to the phone lines. Sam in Baltimore wants to weigh in. What's up, Sam?
Mr. Long.
Yes, sir.
Y'all still talking about the WNBA? I was taking out the garbage. I caught the tail end of it.
Yeah, we'll let you talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Let me ask y'all a question.
Uh-huh.
Was it the WNBA before Caitlin Clark came along? And when she retired, will it still be a WNBA, hopefully, right?
So there'll never be a face? Is that what you're getting to?
No, here's the thing I'm getting to. Don't y'all think that lady got enough on her plate without everybody piling up on her plate? Face of the WNBA, Caitlin Clark this, Caitlin Clark that. Just let the woman play basketball. That's all I'm saying.
So who's the face of the NFL?
Oh, you got a lot of faces in the NFL.
It's probably going to be Patrick Mahomes. Who's the face of the NBA?
I don't like Patrick Mahomes.
You don't have to like him. You don't have to. But Sam, that's the most insane thing I've ever heard. Us calling her a face of the league is piling on her. You don't think she embraces and wants to be the face of the league? I think she does.
I've been watching the WNBA since it started.
Me too. We just talked about it. We just talked about it yesterday. I love watching the Houston Comets. I did 4 championships in a row. I watched it more then than I do now.
How many of the ladies got their own studio?
I love the New York Liberty.
But to say it's piling on her, that's nonsense. That comes with the territory.
But Mr. Long, she might not never win an NBA championship.
What does that have to do with being a face? What does that have to?
She might only be the best player that she is right now.
And then right now she's the face. Hey, she has to have home and road games move to bigger venues, Sam. It's the most insane thing I've heard. We're putting too much pressure on her. Why? Because she's a girl? Never has there been too much pressure put on a man who's been the face of the league. But Caitlin Clark has too much pressure. Come on, stop.
I didn't understand. I didn't like him, so that guy can't be the face. No, that's a preference thing. Like, an individual's not going to sit here and tell you who's going to be the person. We can all sit here and guess. When Caitlin Clark was in college women's basketball was bigger than the WNBA. I mean, stop. Just stop.
And listen, I'm not a fan, but I'm not stupid either. It's facts don't get in the way of my fandom. She is the face. More Adley Rushman talk. Is he really on the move by the trade deadline? We'll talk about that at 7:15. But on the other side, Bleacher Report put out a Baltimore Mount Rushmore of sports. Thought it was real interesting. I'll tell you why up next on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Here's Rob Long here with Justin, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. Justin, why did you enter the program?
Yeah, I went to college. Working behind a desk just wasn't for me. So I ended up reaching out to the JATC and never looked back.
What was your major in college?
I ended up going towards biology and chemistry, but I couldn't see myself standing behind beakers all day just mixing chemicals.
Wow. So how are you doing now?
I'm doing great. It's just opened up a lot of doors for me.
Will you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend this to anybody.
To learn more, go to JATC24.org.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you want to be the ultimate summer host, you need the right setup from Town Appliance 4th of July shopping event. Upgrade your home with the everyday reliability of Whirlpool, the chef-inspired design of KitchenAid, or the high-end luxury of Jen Air. They also carry outdoor grills, beverage centers, and AC units to beat the heat, all with flexible financing. Mayor and Mayor will take great care of you at their Owings Mill showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Nope, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Keegan Aiken's season has come to an unfortunate end after undergoing Tommy John surgery with Dr. Keith Meister Wednesday. The southpaw posted a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings this year, but he had started turning things around before the injury, allowing just 3 earned runs across his final 17 1/3 innings pitched. Baltimore has their final off day of the break on Thursday before they head to Houston for a 3-game set with the Astros. Baseball is back tonight as the Phillies and Mets will face off in a standalone matchup. The two NL East rivals will get the spotlight as the league ramps back up after the break. First pitch from Citizens Bank Park is set for 7:10. In other MLB news, the Astros have traded Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon to the Brewers in exchange for Jaden Fielder, the son of 6-time MLB All-Star Prince Fielder. McCullers waived his no-trade clause to make the deal happen, bringing an end to his 12-year run in Houston. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yep.
Hey, Ed.
Yep.
Don't tell my black friends, but this is one of my favorite songs.
It's such a great song, man.
Don't tell them.
Fierce.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. I may roll my windows up and turn this up. I can't roll my windows down and turn it up.
Rob tried to get me to sing yesterday, Ed, but I told him the acoustics aren't right in this room, man.
We're in the studio. Yeah. We're in the studio with bad acoustics. That's just odd. I mean, that's like being in a photo studio with bad lighting.
Yes, it happens. Well, you complain about the lighting all the time.
Oh, yes, it is. I don't like the lighting. You get a little brighter.
That was actually a great music video, if you remember it.
Yeah.
I don't remember the video.
A lot of close-ups of him singing and yelling, right? Like in that video when they're bouncing around.
And then they had like 4 guys in like Wayfarers, the sunglasses, they like dancing in front of gas pumps. It was pretty cool.
The Mount Rushmore by Bleacher Report, every sports city in America, Mount Rushmore's. Baltimore's is Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Lamar Jackson, Terrell Suggs. They have that as the Mount Rushmore of sports. And I find that quite interesting.
No baseball? It's just
none. No, this is hear me out.
Well, this is from 2000 to now.
Oh, okay.
I find it interesting because every city is represented by more than one sport, except Baltimore and Charlotte. Both of those cities are only football.
Well,
so since 2000. There's been no Oriole that has established himself enough to be on their Mount Rushmore according to them. Now, I would argue Adam Jones, but who would I take off for Adam Jones?
The other 4 guys that are listed are all going to be Hall of Famers.
That's why I said I would argue Adam Jones, but again, I asked myself the question, who would I take off for Adam Jones? And I don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, 2 of them may be the greatest to ever play their positions.
Maybe. I would argue they are.
Ed Reed for sure. I think,
I would argue they are.
Too.
Yeah. I would debate you until I couldn't debate you anymore. That both of them are.
I got news for you guys. Tell me the 4 again, because when that career is over with, you could make a case that all 4 of them are the best to play their positions.
Yeah.
J.O., I could make a case.
No, J.O.'s not on here.
Oh, who's that?
Terrell Suggs.
Suggs would be the odd one out. Why is J.O. not on there if Suggs is on there?
I would argue that J.O. Well, J.O. since 2000.
He came in 96, the same. I mean, so like.
I would argue that J.O. deserves to be on there more than Lamar. In terms of Mount Rushmore. Now, if you're going recognizable, then you go Lamar. Because
J.O. should be on there over Suggs.
Over Suggs, okay. Yeah. All right. So you think Lamar, yes, Suggs, no.
I mean, Lamar, if a quarterback ended his career with 2 MVPs and 3 All-Pros, everybody say, oh, he was one of the best players at his position for this period of time.
Yeah.
Like Terrell Suggs, I think, was one of the more all-around pass rushers we have. But when you're looking at it, of importance and all the things that go on with it, Lamar brings so much more to the table. And when all's said and done, I was trying to explain this to somebody yesterday. I'm arguing on Twitter. Like, he already has a bunch of passing records for a guy that can't throw the football. So I'm still trying to figure that part of it out when people make that argument.
Yeah, Terrell Suggs, 7-time Pro Bowler, 1-time All-Pro, Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Defensive Player of the Year.
The other all the four guys that you named, include they're all like Ogden. Those guys, all first time. They're gonna be first ballot Hall of Famers, including Lamar when he comes out. When that's finally all said.
Yeah. Well, all of them are in.
Well, Suggs wasn't first time though.
No. I know. I'm just saying all of them in except for Suggs right now. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Isn't that a sad state of affairs though? That in 25 plus years, you don't have a baseball player that made enough impact.
Well, the Orioles were asked for a good portion.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's sad. Because when I looked at that, Ed, I thought, well, why isn't Adam Jones on this list? And then I said, well, you know what? Who do I take off this Mount Rushmore to put Adam Jones on? Nobody.
Yeah, there's still some dumbasses out there that think, when they're looking at these players, that this guy doesn't belong, that guy doesn't belong, and look at the different names that we have here. With the Orioles, you had 25 years of losing. There's people online that go, man, I miss the Angeloses. For what? What do you miss about them?
That's the ownership that produced no Mount Rushmores
Jesus.
for your city. I'm serious. I think it's sad, man.
Yeah. Well, it's sad, but it's not in a way, because if you just look at the caliber of who the Ravens had, I mean, these guys are some of the greatest players in the history of the league. And Lamar's going to be one when he's, when it's all said and done with him, he's going to be regarded as one of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL.
It is sad to me because out of all the cities, only 2 have one sport representing them.
Yeah, but we only have 2 major teams, though.
But I'm just saying, us and Charlotte, out of all the cities, you got a couple of cities in there that only have 2 teams. But they still have more representation. Anaheim has the Ducks.
Well, that's not even, they're Los Angeles, though.
But they only is Anaheim.
Well, that's fine if they want to do it, but they're Los Angeles.
But even just making them Anaheim, they have more representation in one sport. That's my point.
What's the other one? The Ducks?
The Ducks, yeah. They have they have Ducks on there. They have Angels on there. So in 25 plus years, even the Ducks have players that have been impactful enough to be.
But I don't think any of those. If you take the Angels, you take the Ducks, whatever. I don't think any of them have as many as 4 established guys as the Ravens do. So that's another difficult.
And again,
part of it.
I'm not saying the Ravens don't belong on there, but I'm saying that it's sad that your baseball team in a quarter of a century, you've done nothing. You have not made an impact enough in your sports community to have representation on the Mount Rushmore. That's not an indictment on the Ravens. It's more on the Orioles, in my opinion.
I'm not saying it's an indictment on anybody. I think when I look at the Ravens, it's just those 4 guys are Hall of Famers. I don't know that the other ones are going to have that when you start looking at all their teams. Like when we brought up Charlotte, are all those guys Hall of Famers are listing? What is it, Luke Kuechly?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know what names are on there.
I can look it up.
But again, like
Hall of Famers.
Well, Kuechly's in there. Julius Peppers, Kuechly, Steve Smith Sr., and Cam Newton.
So 2 of those guys are Hall of Famers.
And I think Steve Smith, you could argue he will be eventually. I don't think you can ever argue Cam Newton will be.
Cam's got an MVP.
I don't think he's a Hall of Famer.
I don't either, but I'm just,
I don't see Cam ever going to Canton. No. Outside of the MVP season, he's done what? Nothing. Seriously, he had a great year.
Went to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, his career was a great year, and everything out there has been mediocre or slightly above mediocre. That's it.
Joe Burrow going to be a Hall of Famer?
If he retired now, no. But he has the potential to be a Hall of Famer.
He has all that. This isn't, I don't want people to think I'm knocking Joe Burrow. I'm just throwing a question in there because the accolades, when we look at it, a guy that has accomplishments and a guy that has statistics that he's put up, I think Joe Burrow can be. It's funny how people label him the best quarterback in the league. There are certain guys, if you've been watching this nonsense going around with the talk of quarterbacks of who's better, who's the best in the league, and people going, all things considered, if he stayed healthy, I'd take Joe Burrow. And it's like, yeah, but that's part of the problem is he doesn't. Like, you don't get to say if he stayed healthy. We don't have a perfect environment that he's not going to get hurt.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. World is Stupid with Jeremy Kahn at 7:45. But on the other side, more athlete talk. This time from his all-star manager. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Eric DaCosta is going to join us today at 11, and I've got a lot of questions. And I'm going to start with Eric. What is your typical day at training camp? Ryan Ripken will be in with Ripping It with Ryan at noon with he and Cordell.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Got to head to my place, Elephant in the Room in Millersville, right there on Veterans Highway. I had someone say to me yesterday, Jeremy, you keep talking about the steak and burgers. I don't eat beef. Do they have anything for me? You're not going to believe this. They have turkey burgers. He said, not a lot of places have turkey burgers. I said, they have it. They are Southern cuisine with a Maryland twist. And Southerners eat turkey burgers, too. They also have the bourbon glazed pork chops as well. And the signature elephant stack, the beef short ribs, mac and cheese, collards, and the bourbon glazed over. They even give you some cornbread. And Jeremy asked me yesterday, no, can't have my cornbread. Go to eatdrinkelephant.com, Veterans Highway in Millersville. Jeremy Allen is the owner. When you see him, you'll know who he is. Tell him Rob Long sent you.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code SNAP5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code SNAP5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code SNAP5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Traffic volume remains light around the Baltimore area. 95 looking good. Brief delay possible southbound headed toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound starting to get heavy between Eastern Avenue and O'Donnell Street headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Before we get into the next topic, Ed, just sent this text. I don't know if you saw it, Jeremy. Eli made it to New York's Mount Rushmore, Sports Mount Rushmore. You thought, are you surprised by that, Ed? If not him in the last 25 years, who?
I don't know if I'm surprised just because New York City's got so many teams.
Yeah.
But thinking about it, I mean,
he won 2 Super Bowls.
Right.
Yeah.
2 of the biggest moments in Super Bowl history.
Beat the best quarterback of all time twice.
Yeah. Don't you mess with my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah. And, oh, by the way, Berto, who texted and said, why is Michael Phelps on the Mount Rushmore? I'm going to ask this one more time. When did Michael Phelps perform in Baltimore?
He's from Baltimore.
Yeah, but if that's the case,
team sports.
If that's the case, then the criteria should be you should be on the Mount Rushmore where you're from. These are people who performed in that city. If that's the case, then Lamar Jackson should be on Miami or whatever. You know,
but I think even that's a question that people ask because it's just team sports. But when you bring up Baltimore, that's what people want to throw in.
He's not on the Mount Rushmore of Baltimore. He's on the Mount Rushmore of sports, or maybe he's definitely on the Mount Rushmore of athletes from Baltimore. That's a different topic.
Yeah, I don't see any boxers on here.
Yeah. I mean, because they didn't perform in their city.
Sports. Right. There are a lot of WNBA players, which surprised me.
There are.
A lot.
That might say a lot about those cities, though, and the talent.
Nothing else going on.
Yeah.
More Adley Rutschman talk, and I bring this up because instantly this is what I was asked. I don't know about you guys. John Snyder, who was the manager of the American League All-Star, had said, while mic'd up on Fox broadcast, that the Rays manager, Kevin Cash, reached out to see if he could get the Orioles catcher, Adley Rutschman, to catch Drew Rasmussen that night. Now, many people, and I say many, I'll show you my inbox, thought that was quite peculiar, maybe because Adley's in the midst of trade rumors, and instantly when you hear things like that, you jump to the conclusions that maybe there was some kind of talks between the Orioles and the Rays. I don't think so. I think it's solely, Jeremy, due to the fact that these two were college teammates and good friends, and it's one of those feel-good moments to give the announcers something to talk about.
Yeah, I bet it's something that Rasmussen brought up to Cash and said, hey, I really hope this would happen. And then Cash, knowing Schneider, just reached out and said, hey, probably be a cool moment to have these two teammates pitch to one another. And Adley got to have 2 of those moments, one with Rasmussen, one with Brian Baker, former teammate, to close out the game. So I don't think there's anything... I don't think there's anything to this. I think it's just a manager that reached out on behalf of one of his players. If it didn't happen, I don't think Cash goes, I asked him to do this and he didn't do it. We wanted to trade for him and we want to see what it looks like.
We don't have a Cito Gaston moment here.
No, I just think that's silly.
Your thoughts on that, Ed?
About what? The fact he said it?
Yeah, you think that doesn't lead to maybe there's... I think people are hypersensitive because Adley now is the source or the topic of a lot of this trade discussions. I don't think this has anything to do with that, though.
I don't either. I really don't either. I mean, and honestly, with all the trade talk about Adley, I still don't see it happening. I just don't. I mean, he's too important to the team beyond his what he brings to the field.
Mm-hmm. I agree. One of the coaches described him Sunday as QB1. And I agree with that. But this is my fear, though, Ed. Here's my fear. My paranoia is starting to kick in. Because now I'm wondering if this is a case of where there's smoke, there's fire.
Mm-hmm.
Because so many people are talking about
that.
it. Yeah. And I'm not lying to you, man. I'm starting to get a little paranoid about this thing. Because we're hearing about it so much.
Yeah, I do agree with that because it is. But you know how these things, they grow a life of their own sometimes. You know, somebody starts it and then, especially now, you know, it's kind of a dead week in sports, and Adley is a prominent player. The trade deadline's coming up, and it just so it was brought up. You know, a lot of people view him as a really valuable trade piece because of Basayo now. So I don't know. I still don't see it though. honestly.
Yeah, I mean, a buddy of mine pulled up the stats about how even you have it with Adley and Basayo with their WRC Plus and what's happened the first whatever games. You have such a great opportunity to have two of these catchers at a mint, and they're not making a ton. You've got guys that should be in your lineup every day. I think the extension's coming. It's just a matter of what that costs, and I think that's more likely to happen sooner than the Gunnar extension or anything like that. And I like having them both here. Some people look at it as like, we have a surplus of catchers.
No, you don't.
You do until you don't.
No, you don't. Why is Baltimore fans? Can I ask you a question? Why is it that you always want nice things until you get nice things?
Mm-hmm.
You ask for something and you ask for it and you ask for it, then you get it. We need a franchise quarterback. You got one, and now you don't like him. We need some kind of depth. We need depth. We need good hitters. We need good players. You got two who happen to play the same position, and both of them can play other positions. You know, they can both DH. They can both catch. One of them is learning first base. Why do you insist on getting rid of one of them? We don't sign extensions. They signed Shane Baz to an extension.
And then they hated that, and then Shane Baz, all he's done is come out and put together quality start after quality start after quality start.
We don't spend money. They're spending money, and now you're trying to save their money by assuming that Adley can't be re-signed because they signed Samuel Basayo, Ed, to a very franchise-friendly contract extension. It's a very friendly extension.
Contract.
By the way, if they didn't sign him to that extension, guess who's still here? Sam Basayo going through arbitration years.
Yeah.
Like, just because he signed that doesn't mean, they're going to move on from Adley now.
That was the Orioles saying, guys, listen, if we let this guy go to arbitration, we're probably going to pay about $20 million a year in arbitration with the numbers that we projected to put up. How about just cut the BS, give him some money up front that you know he needs, and sign him to this now? Let's just pay him through his extension years now because we're going to give, $68 million now? Is that what he got, 68, somewhere around there?
Yeah.
This thing could be up to $100 million in arbitration if we mess around because he's that good, Ed. He's that good. It's a bargain.
It's a steal. I mean, we said that at the time. It's great. But I get that there's a lot of, I don't know, smoke, I guess is the only thing we can equate it to. Is just, it's an old term. But, yeah, there is a lot of chatter about this.
And it's scary.
A ton.
I'm getting paranoid. Antonio in Rosedale, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Happy Friday Eve.
Yeah, babe.
Friday, babe.
Yeah, babe. It was good to see you, Jamie.
Yeah, I stopped by, saw Antonio yesterday. Had to pick up some medicine for my dog and went to the pharmacy and ran into Antonio, and the guy's a damn superstar there. Everybody knows him.
The Orioles are only 2 games out of the wild card. Can they turn it around the second half, and you'll have a wonderful weekend, Rob?
You too, man.
I think they can. I mean, clearly you're 2 games out. Red Sox were the hottest team going into the break. They get the Rays to start. You get the Astros. Then you see the Red Sox, and those are 2 teams that are ahead of you. So I think the good news, bad news is you're going to play a lot of teams that are ahead of you in the wild card race. If you play up to snuff, then you have a chance to gain a lot of ground. But you could bury yourself if you come out and play poorly. But with the way the starting pitching's been, it kind of
pretty good. Pretty good, man. I'm telling you, I'm feeling the starting pitcher right now. Word is stupid at 7:45, but on the other side, should the Ravens take a look at former Browns center Ethan Posick? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore their career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
Attention, BetMGM players. Have a friend who wants to join the action? Now both of you can earn a $100 bonus when they sign up through BetMGM's Refer a Friend program. Just sign into your BetMGM account and check out the Refer a Friend program to send your friend a message inviting them to register a new account. Once your friend signs up and makes a deposit, they'll receive a $100 bonus. And once your friend places a bet with their bonus and the bet is settled, you'll receive a $100 bonus as well. Plus, you can refer up to 5 friends a month. Share the excitement and get a $100 bonus every time you refer a friend to BetMGM.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offers. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 30 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 looking good. Brief delay possible southbound headed toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound, that's getting heavy between Eastern Avenue and O'Donnell Street headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the World Cup semifinal on Wednesday, Argentina rallied with the late comeback to defeat England 2-1, punching its ticket to the World Cup final for the second straight tournament.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Post, there it is. Lautaro Martinez. Stoppage time. Go ahead goal for Argentina.
That call courtesy of Fox. The dramatic victory sets up a championship showdown with Spain as Argentina looks to capture another World Cup title. The final is set for 3 p.m. Sunday. In Orioles news, the team announced that Keegan Aiken underwent Tommy John surgery, with Dr. Keith Meister giving the Birds another frustrating injury setback. Aiken finishes the season with a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings pitched. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore Sports Talk Radio. Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. And I'm going to tell you about a story. So you know Antonio works at Wise. So I heard yesterday some fat dude with a beard.
Wasn't me, was it?
Saw this lady in front of him, this old lady was 85 years old. And she told this fat dude with a beard that it was her birthday. And she started talking about how she normally celebrates it with her brother, but he's no longer with her. So she does it in his honor. And this fat bearded dude paid for this lady's prescription. Now, Ben, I need you to come over here and stand in front of me because the dude was Jeremy. He's going to punch me for telling this story on air because he specifically said he didn't want me to tell the story. But Ed, you paid for old lady's prescription who you don't know just because it's her birthday. I think that story is worth telling. So that's an ass whipping I'm going to have to take.
Yeah, well, I told the story. This happened yesterday. I was at the Wise and in the pharmacy. I was waiting for my dog's medicine. I got to go back there today. But when the lady was telling her story, I just stopped up and said, "Hey, I want to pay for your medicine." The lady behind the counter was even happier than the woman I paid for. She thanked me. She's like, "Oh my God, that's such a blessing." And the lady behind the counter is going, "Oh my God, you just made my day." And I'm smiling and I'm going, how much is that medicine? I ran outside and got my Bank of America app, and I'm like, how much did I just pay? I mean, I didn't care. I don't want to say I didn't care either way. I did it because I wanted to.
But you wanted to know at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, how much of a good day did I make for her?
The way that she
was
reacted.
it like $100 of a good day?
I was like, did I just buy all her insulin? What happened? No, but
good story, man.
I love doing
good
stuff
story.
like that.
It was
I
great,
appreciate it,
actually. Yeah. Now, Ethan Posick is available right now for the Baltimore Ravens. That is how you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
So he's there. Ed, you ask every week.
Yes.
And I'm glad you asked, who's our center? This guy's been around since 2017. He's been a center every year except for his first year, 2017 with the Seahawks. He spent, 5 years with the Seahawks, 4 years with the Cleveland Browns. He's 31 years old. He's available. Should the Ravens kick the tires?
I think absolutely. I do. You look at his, he's got a great resume. He's been around a long time. He's got a proven veteran, and you don't have anybody on the team that's a proven veteran center right now. So
he'll be 31 years old in August, which is not exceptionally old for offensive linemen, Jeremy.
Yeah, and so I kind of agree with what Ed's saying. Like, for me, you don't know who your center is. This is like, I went on a radio station the other day and they were asking me, what's the Ravens' biggest weakness? I said, we don't know who's playing center. That's just, to me, that's the biggest weakness. I think they have great things on all the different levels, but who's snapping the football? Maybe they have a couple guys here that they like, but why wouldn't you kick the tires on something that's out there that's played more than a handful of games in the NFL?
He's a tall center, though. He's 6'6", 320. That's tall for a center, but for some reason it's worked because he's been around for a long time. 8 years as a center. His first year he played guard, so he's been a center for 8 years. He posts since 2020. The most games he's missed are 4 this past year. He missed 4. He played 13 games this past year. So, he played 14, 13. That's back when it was a 16-game schedule. 15, 16, and 13. So he's for the most part pretty durable for an offensive lineman.
I think so. I think, look, this is a guy, he's played for the Seahawks. He's played for the Browns. He's been around. He knows what it's like to win with the Seahawks anyway. I just think it's to me, it's like, talk to this guy. Go see what you got here. Because to me, it's a real position of concern. That's why I ask every week. It's become a running joke on the show, but it's a real thing. Because that's a glaring weakness in the team right now.
Offensive line, I'm tired of getting by with the offensive line. I want to have some studs up front to complement the talent in the backfield. And I think if you can do that, Jeremy, this offense will be even more potent.
Yeah, a lot of those are really unsexy drafts, and if you don't hit, it looks, you're like, hey, you passed up on all these great skill position players and this guy and that guy and get torn up for it. But I don't know why it is. I feel like playing center in football, It's like first base in baseball where they're like, yeah, we can just put somebody there. Like, that guy played guard. You want to slide over and snap the ball? There's calls you have to make. You have to be on the same page. Make sure that you're snapping the ball appropriately. How many times have we seen? You remember when was it the holder or the snapper that got hurt for the 49ers and Giants when they played that playoff game? And the dude was vilified because he couldn't snap the damn football, and they lost the game because of it in the postseason.
The only thing I would actually disagree with, I think it's more important. I think it's more like the pitcher and the catcher, the quarterback and the center. Because the center calls the blocking. The quarterback and the center are responsible for reading the defense and calling the signals.
I'm saying how first base is treated. Like when they say just move to first base, anybody can play that.
Yeah. But I think the center is vitally important because just like a catcher runs everything on the field pretty much, the center calls all the offensive blocking.
How many times have you seen that? The Ravens put somebody else at center who wasn't originally a center. They've done that before.
They've a lot recently, yeah.
Well, they did it with a bunch of different guards.
Yeah.
We had, did
McCary played everything, yeah.
But was he a center before they made him a center? And we had other guys here that would slide over and play that position in a pinch as well.
Wasn't John Urschler?
I don't remember if he played center.
He played multiple positions as well.
He's smart.
He's real smart.
Yeah.
He's doing something now in the medical field.
It's all math. He's doing everything math related.
Okay.
He's a math genius.
Was it MIT or something?
He went to Penn State. I don't know where he went after that. It may have been.
I'm going to look now. I think he got a job at
see
MIT.
what you did. God bless it. Now you got this goofball going down a rabbit hole. And
I know.
That was a setup.
We lost Ed. He's learning about Herschel.
Oh, he's teaching at Rensselaer. Okay.
Teaching what?
Rensselaer is it's a science school in New York.
Okay.
So he got his PhD, and now he's a professor at Rensselaer.
That reminded him and Myron Rolle. I was like, what do you mean you're going to be a doctor? You can play football.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Myron Rolle?
Yeah, Myron Rolle.
Florida State, yeah.
So basically, John Urschel said, I was playing in the NFL for a real good football team, and I got bored. So let me go teach.
I got tired of counting linebackers.
Give me an idea. A kid on my high school team, he was a senior at 16. He got a 1600 on the SATs. He had a perfect score. He went to Rensselaer. It's that kind of place. That's where Urschel is.
I got a 1600, but I took it twice, so I added it up. Like it's like my OPS.
My GPS. I told Steph that one year. She had a 4.0. I said, hey, I had a 4.0. She said, you did? I said, yeah, 1.0 first year, 1.0.
If you add up all my quarters.
I had that too. You ain't saying nothing long. I had that too. 410-583-1057 is the number. Program reminder. Chris Davis will join us at 8:30 today. Talk about being inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame later this month. That ought to be good. Davis was one of my favorite players of that era.
I love that guy.
Now, a lot of revisionist history right now, Ed, of people saying, blaming the Orioles for signing him. But I don't recall taking too many calls before he was signed or people saying don't sign him.
The only one I remember that a lot of people were screaming about was Nelson Cruz. They wanted him re-signed. Yeah. But the people, when it came down to it, when it came to Chris Davis, everybody was like, oh, I want him. Yeah, get him to a long. And then all of a sudden the next year when things started to fall off or 2 years later, it's like, why did we do that?
In fact, you bring up Nelson Cruz. I recall people saying, don't make the same mistake with him that you made with Nelson Cruz.
That's what I said. Yes. Because I was mad to let Cruz go, and I was excited when they gave Davis that contract. And, and of course, everyone, when it went south, everybody's like, oh, I don't know why they did that.
We have no way of proving it, Ed, but I believe if the Orioles had re-signed Nelson Cruz and he'd been around still, you probably would have retained Manny Machado.
I thought the reason I really wanted Chris Davis signed, Ed, was because I thought them spending money was showing fans that they're willing to spend money and that they would try to keep Machado, and it was anything but that.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't it. Well, I think Manny's belief was, you can back the Brinks truck up for me, but do you have enough money to put people around me?
Yeah.
I think that was his big thing. 410-583-1057, that's the number. Again, Chris Davis joins us at 8:30, Shovels at 8:15. But on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Oh, buddy, have we got a couple of things for you? I'm going to play you some audio of Chuck Schumer from yesterday. Have you guys heard this?
No.
Oh, I can't wait. Because he appears to do something on the Senate floor. So I don't care what he's talking about. I just need you to listen to the background noise and
Did he fart?
I need you to listen to the background noise and hear if he did anything or if you hear anything.
Oh, that'd be great because I had to deal with him in New York.
We're also going to talk about firefighters that had to rescue a man from a porta potty. That's so gross, man. And lastly, the founder of Hinge has released a new AI dating app that doesn't allow you to swipe. I'll tell you what it does when we come back in The World of Stupid.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Eric DaCosta is going to join us today at 11, and I've got a lot of questions. And I'm going to start with Eric. What is your typical day at training camp? Ryan Ripken will be in with Ripping It with Ryan at noon with he and Cordell.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. Mike Trout got the ovation he deserved in Philadelphia during the All-Star game. Now let's finish the story. The Angels aren't winning again. Trout deserves another October, and Philly is the perfect fit. Bring the hometown kid home and give baseball an actual look at Mike Trout in the playoffs. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
When I scraped my car in that parking garage, I was worried that it could be a long process to take care of it. Like a landscaper's first day trimming a hedge maze.
I have definitely already been here. Now, was it left, right, or right, left? Well, maybe I'll cut a path out and find my way back later.
But it wasn't like that. I filed a claim in under 2 minutes on the Geico app, and they handled it from there. It was taken care of almost as quickly as it happened.
It feels good to get help quick. It feels good to Geico. At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Springtime can bring a new season of change and growth. Getting back into activities can be difficult, though, if you suffer from pain in your feet, knees, hips, or lower back. Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The inner loop of the Beltway at 295 Baltimore-Washington Parkway. Disabled vehicles being cleared out of the way there. 95 northbound after Route 175. There's an accident on the left side. 95 looks good. Just a brief delay possible southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound getting heavy between Eastern Avenue and O'Donnell Street, headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
I didn't do it earlier. That's the first time.
Somebody smelled like ass in here. That
wasn't me. This is my first one this morning.
Stinky ass studio.
It's not my last one, but it is my first one.
I'm eating cabbage. Well, you're not going to be here tomorrow. I was going to go home and just eat cabbage all damn day.
Go ahead.
Yeah, light your ass up. All right, let's get to these stories. Some crazy ones that I think are pretty interesting. How about this? The founder of Hinge released a new AI dating app that doesn't let you swipe or view profiles. You automatically get matched with whatever the AI decides you're compatible with. How you feel about that one, Ed?
I'm not a big Hinge fan.
Yeah.
But you got to admit, maybe the AI knows better than you because your luck ain't been that good.
What the? Here come that bus.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot this thing was on. I'm not a big fan of AI because it makes so many mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does. You know, it just.
How many times you Google AI and you catch them in mistakes?
A lot. A lot.
The problem is when a girl writes she's looking for a good guy that's funny, you get me.
I'm serious. It's like there's so many mistakes it makes that are, I mean, blatantly obvious. Yeah. Like anybody. I can't. I remember one of the recent ones was like, are you kidding me? It was. I have a bunch of someone. Actually, one of our listeners, Beef Stewart, sent me a nice care package of all trading cards of all the 4 major teams in New York, that I follow. And I just want to know, I was looking up values, but as I was going through them, there were hundreds of them. So I said, which Knicks cards are the most, rarest? And it came back with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
See, yeah. Maybe there was an error card made that it said Knicks on his name or something, but no, they mess up all the time.
No, I remember we talking about the Honey Badger. It was your Hall of Famer. And someone, I brought up John Lynch and then you look up on AI, he's not in the Hall of Fame. He damn well is in the Hall of Fame. Like, yes, he is.
It does make a lot of mistakes.
It makes a lot of mistakes. I'm not a big fan of
I
that.
have a question about that, but I'll ask off here.
It's not me, it's AI. I mean, it's not you, it's AI. Getting matched with someone there, I think for certain people it'd be great until you show up. I watched a video of one of those arranged marriages overseas, and I ain't never seen anybody more disappointed than that wife. Like, she's looking at who sold me for this? Oofa. All right, let's play this sound because this is great. Chuck Schumer on the floor. There, he appears to have something happen. Make sure you don't have to listen to his words. Just listen.
Now on Iran and the NDAA.
The American people need to know, of course.
Can I hear that one more again?
Now on Iran and the NDAA.
Yeah, that's definitely.
What you don't hear is after he does that, there's a little it's like, and then he keeps moving. You can't like he smiles, and you're like, man, I wonder why that dude smiled because that felt good.
That definitely was. Listen, I'm an expert. That's what that was.
Come on, Chuck. What are you, a fata? A fata in front of everyone? Man, that's just nasty. How many times have we done this where it's like you
got to do it. You got to do it, Jeremy.
On the Senate floor?
It's human. It's human. It's a very human thing.
It does. Have you never had one sneak out?
That didn't sneak. That was pushed. That was pushed, Ed.
Yeah.
Sneak out is you push that.
Yeah. You could fart, you could shart, or there's a turd option. I mean, like, again, we've had situations like this where there have been people that swore they didn't fart, and we clearly hear a fart. I mean, I don't know who's sitting to the left or right of them is like, damn, Chuck, what'd you eat, man? Where are you going to D.C.? By the way, can I ask you, will farting never not be funny? Like,
if you want to have to smell it from somebody else, it's not funny.
It's still funny. Like, if you run me out of the studio, I'm angry at you. Like, my dad has the biggest double standard because he'd be the one to hit the child locks and hotbox everyone and laugh the entire time. But you fart once and he's ready to fight you. You son of a bitch. Don't you do that around me.
I'm very fortunate because the person that used to sit in your seat was appalled by it. Yeah. Ed never was. Ed would just look at me like, really? I mean, now then you still sit in that seat. Now I'll do it. You two just, when Ed was here, he would just look up like, come on, man. And that was it. All I get is a really.
This doesn't mean I don't think less of you and think you're disgusting.
I don't think you could think less of me. Rock bottom. I don't think you could think less of me.
So, first off, let me show you this picture. Dude got caught in a porta potty, right? So you see the picture I'm showing. Oh, come on. Can you see?
Oh, he's really in. How did he get in the porta potty?
So
I thought you meant like in the shell of the porta potty. He's in the pot.
This happened in Kansas City. Firefighters had to rescue this man from a crappy situation. I'm surprised the New York Post wrote something else there. After he gets trapped in a porta potty, I don't know how he got in, how he fell through. You can hear, if you listen to the audio, I didn't want to play all of it. There's some cursing in it, and some of it's hard to hear.
Right.
But like he's yelling at these firefighters. They're telling him because they don't want to touch him. So they're cutting like the toilet seat and the front of it where you would sit in a porta potty. They're trying to cut that open so he can reach out and pull himself up. Because ain't nobody want to touch this guy covered in feces.
Wait a minute. He fell into the toilet?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What were you doing? What was he doing to put himself in that situation?
Look at this. This is them hitting I don't know if it's going to show the whole thing. He's getting hit with the fire hose. They hit him with a fire hose because they didn't want to touch him. It's like, hey, man. And that's why I ask you guys all the time. You get some dude that's throwing up or has got crap all over himself and you got to arrest him. Like, where are you putting him? There's had to be, like, situations that are so disgusting you don't know what to do.
There are, but you know who really suffers that is the EMT people.
Yeah.
Because I had a guy once, he had to go to the hospital. He had elephantitis of his testicles. They were the size of like grapefruits.
Oh my God.
He was covered in lice. I mean, visibly. I mean, and they had to deal with him.
Lice are attracted to grapefruits.
How do you get elephantitis of the testicles?
I don't know.
I think, I don't know. Like,
it was disgusting.
I don't know how people get that or how that starts or happens, but it is kind of crazy when you see it. When you see like somebody has elephantitis in their leg and they've got one leg that looks like, you know, it's just unreal. But here, let me show you this photo so you guys can fully understand how. So this is how they cut the porta potty. And they wanted the guy to pull himself up, and he kept screaming, I can't, get me out of here. Well, they finally get him out, spray him down with a fire hose. Firefighters successfully saved the victim, ensuring he was safely removed from the crappy situation.
How does he get in the pot?
I think somebody said he may have been high on PCP. But you know,
was he very skinny?
Yes. Yeah, he's a skinny dude. And Rob, I hate to inform you.
I lose points?
You're losing points. What you doing in there, man? Well, hold on. That's not fair. I didn't get to see him after they washed him off. Like the distance. Oh, hold on.
No. You hear this, Ed?
Hold on.
Oh, you hearing this, Ed?
I hope people are watching your face on YouTube.
Oh, you hear this? He's black. Well, wait a minute. Let him wash the crap off him first and see whether he's black or not.
I want to get the answer, right? It's kind of hard to see this guy.
I can't. I wonder what the encore is going to be today.
Oh, shut up, Ed. It's not fair. I can't tell what I think the guy is black. So that's your world of stupid.
Doo-doo brown. That's what you're saying.
Oh my God. I hope people were watching us on YouTube. Rob's face was hilarious.
He went, oh.
Shovels at 8:15, but on the other side, everyone wants to credit LeBron with Lakers championship. That was 7 years ago. Who do you blame for the lack of success after that? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, you got to go to the dentist, correct? Well, I just want you to, if you've been delaying or avoiding it because of fear of the dentist, please don't. And check out Dr. Lairfield at Smile Design Center. Because first of all, he's one of the nicest humans you're going to meet. And he has sedation options that will make you, whatever you're having done, stress-free and comfortable. So I just think you should check them out as far as, taking care of all your needs, from your basic examination, your cleanings, your fillings if you need them. But if you need something more, an implant, a veneer, crown, it's all done in a spa-like atmosphere. And if you have TMJ, they have treatment for that too, because use Botox for that, believe it or not. It can reduce clenching and the grinding and the wrinkles that go along with it because you're clenching and grinding. So I just recommend you check him out. Seriously. Make an appointment, see what I'm talking about. The number's 410-321-1100. Get in there, have a conversation. Consultation's free. And please tell him I sent you.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We
the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card. Earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Time is running out to get your tickets to OAR's 3 Decades Tour with special guest Lisa Loeb, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 24th, a Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Keegan Aiken's season has come to an unfortunate end after undergoing Tommy John surgery with Dr. Keith Meister Wednesday. The Southpaw posted a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings this year, but he had started turning things around before the injury, allowing just 3 earned runs across his final 17 1/3 innings pitched. Baltimore has their final off day of the break on Thursday before they head to Houston for a 3-game set with the Astros. Baseball is back tonight as the Phillies and Mets will face off in a standalone matchup. The 2 NL East rivals will get the spotlight as the league ramps back up after the break. First pitch from Citizens Bank Park is set for 7:10. In other MLB news, the Astros have traded Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon to the Brewers in exchange for Jaden Fielder, the son of 6-time MLB All-Star Prince Fielder. McCullers waived his no-trade clause to make the deal happen, bringing an end to his 12-year run in Houston. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Steel, your home sold guaranteed realty.
.802 in the AM. Chris Davis joins us at 8:30 to talk about his induction into the Hall of Fame. Ed, whenever we hear about LeBron James and the Lakers, we hear we're supposed to bow down because he helped them win a championship 7 years ago. So am I supposed to revere him for that and not have him take blame for nothing after that? They did nothing after that. In fact, 2 years after that, they didn't go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So what are we doing here? The reason why we had a segment last week, I believe, about LA fans saying they don't really feel LeBron. His time there was meh. And the instant pushback to that is he took them to the championship. Well, the reason he's not viewed the same way as the others, Jeremy, is because all the other greats led them to multiple championships. So LeBron's legacy in the NBA means nothing to LA Laker fans. It's LeBron's legacy in LA. And oh, by the way, keep in mind, LA fans, no fault to LeBron's, but it's hard to really embrace that championship because they never went to a game in that. They were playing in the bubble. So that they didn't have a chance to even take part in that.
Yeah, and so my whole thing with this is, like, if you look at LeBron's tenure in LA, whatever you think about the championship, in the 8 years he was there, he put up basically a Hall of Fame basketball career in LA. But the weird thing is it feels like a failure to a lot of people. And you and I were having a conversation in the commercial break. I'm not going to argue with LA fans that expected more because Kobe and Shaq brought more.
So did Magic Johnson,
brought more. Hell, even if you go back to the late 60s and 70s when they were scuffling and losing to the Celtics all the time, they brought more because they were there. And I understand that and look at it that way, how it can be looked a failure. But I think everybody else, the other teams go, you guys got a championship, man. If I got a championship in 8 years, I'd be happy as hell. But there's no guarantees. But the Lakers are one of the best franchises we've ever seen in this league, right? Celtics, Lakers, that's the first two you think of.
Yeah, I think Celtics and Lakers. You argue anybody outside of those two, then you're being
Somebody
silly.
will bring up the Bulls, but that's a tenure with Michael Jordan. Other than that, there's nothing.
Correct. Franchise history. I mean, Kobe won 5 with the Lakers. Jordan won 6 with the Bulls. The problem is there were a lot of championships before Kobe with that organization.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you can't compare organizations. So my question to you is, Ed, if you want me to give him credit for bringing a championship to L.A., then who do I blame for the 6 years after that? With nothing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, because they have done nothing. It's weird because it's like, the Lakers being the way they've been, it's like the Yankees not making the playoffs. You expect every year that certain teams are just going to be, they're going to be good.
Yeah.
Love them or hate them, they're going to be good every single year. And the Lakers are one of those teams. It's as blue blood as you get.
Well, you can actually give it the same comparison. The Yankees can go to the playoffs every year, but the Yankee fans want championships. Aaron Boone is now being viewed because, man, it's been a while.
Been a while.
What, 2019 was it?
Was it 2019?
No, it was before then, wasn't it?
They haven't won in a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
They went and lost, right?
Yeah, they lost to the Dodgers. Yeah. No, it's been a long time. So you if you're a Yankee fan, nobody wants to hear that.
2009.
That's what I meant. I don't know why I said 19. I meant 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2009 says you won a championship, and it's 2026. Yeah, dude. That's not how they do it around here.
Well, 96, 2009, and here we are. Like, it's not like, for as great as they've been and how much money they've spent, and I don't know if you guys saw it, they said, the past 25 years, the two most winningest teams, surprise, are the two teams that have spent the most money, the Dodgers and the Yankees.
But, again, to all of you LeBron lovers, I'm not a LeBron hater, but sometimes you're unrealistic about your defense of him. Yes, he won a championship in the bubble. Jeremy, you seem to think that championship was tougher because it was in the bubble. Okay, regardless of whether it's tough or not, Lakers fans can't identify with that because they literally did not take part in that. They didn't see a game. They didn't attend the game.
I mean, that's fair.
Nothing. It was an isolated championship that had nothing to do with fans.
But my problem is when people just dismiss it because everybody had the same. Everybody dealt with the same thing. Hell, T.J. Warren looked like the greatest player in NBA history for about 3 or 4 games.
Didn't he? He had 40-something points in one game. And
he was smoking everyone's ass.
Yeah, he was. For the Pacers, right?
Yep.
Was Halliburton on that team yet?
I don't think so. Well, hold on. He was drafted by the Kings and then traded. I'd have to go back and look. I honestly don't. I would say yes. He'd have to be because didn't he just get an extension? I'll look up Halliburton, but go ahead.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan on this fantastic Thursday. I combined the two because it's Thursday, but it's my Friday. So it's a fantastic Thursday. Ben, can I get some PYT today since it's my Friday?
No, we'd only do that on Friday.
Okay.
I don't care when he plays. All right, so what is this? Tyrese Halliburton came in the league in 2021. He was on Sacramento, so no. He got traded to the Pacers 21-22. I hate doing it like that, but the season overlaps. And what year do you call it? You always have to do the 2 years, right?
Yeah. Because you start the season in 1 year, you win the championship, or it's ended the next year.
But it's kind of like the Super Bowl thing, too, when you're like, hey, the 2000 Ravens, did they win in 2000 or 2001? It was the season. People get that confused all the time.
It's funny because I was talking to one of my players from Mount Carmel last week, and she said, well, we won a championship in 22. Another player said, no, it was 21. I said, no, it was 22. And I stopped and said it was the 21-22 season. Right. That's the 21-22 season. You're both right.
Yeah, you got it.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ed, you watched a lot of playoff basketball, largely because your Knicks were relevant. It seemed like you were into it. Every day you had something to say on text, commercial breaks, whatever. Does that championship run at least wet your whistle enough to be on board at the beginning of the NBA regular season?
100%. Yeah, for sure. I mean, because, I think it's natural with any sport. If the team you root for, been rooting for your whole life, is kind of irrelevant, it kind of dampens your interest. Now, I mean, I think they're one of the most exciting teams in the league because they truly. I mean, I think Brunson's a star, but they don't have they don't have a Wemby, or LeBron. But they have Jalen now, and I think they're an exciting team. So yeah, I'm definitely interested for this season.
So for you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, the NBA for you is just for entertainment. It's not because you're a diehard fan. If it's entertaining, you're in.
No, I'm a diehard Knicks fan. I follow them, just sadly.
But yeah. You're watching more because they're entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So that was my setup, because that's my criticism for people who criticize Oriole fans who dial out when they're not entertaining. You got too many things in life to do.
Especially with sports like basketball and baseball.
Yes.
Especially baseball, because there's 162 games.
That's why you have to be entertaining to keep people dialed in.
Yeah, because in the NFL, your team can suck. You're still going to watch. There's only 17 games.
Yeah. We're different. I'm different. I'm a diehard baseball fan. Win, lose, doesn't matter. But I understand there's not a lot like me. Not a lot of people like me. It has nothing to do with whether I work for Masson or not. I remember going down the stadium when Kurt Ainsworth was on the team.
I've said this before. Baseball to me, it's like going. If it doesn't end the way you want, it's like watching a bad movie or a movie that had a bad ending.
Right.
Like I can enjoy every single game going down there and watching it or watching it on TV. And I think it's just in my blood, and that's how I grew up. Like I didn't have a football team growing up.
Yeah.
So, but I love the NFL, and I've told you, like, I made business decisions this past year, whether it's Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, and then also like looking at some of the 4:00 games. Last year was the first year in the NFL I looked at it and went, these games suck. I ain't watching at 4:00. And I never have done that. I'd watch all.
It's got to be entertaining. And so when you find people around you to say, man, they're just not entertaining, I'm checking out. Leave them alone. It ain't their fault. Entertain me, and I'll be there. And again, that doesn't go for me. I'm there one way or the other. But I do understand the people who just said what Ed just said. I'm a diehard Knicks fan, but they have my attention more when they're entertaining. When they're 25, 35 wins a year, I'm still a fan. You just lose my attention because it's not fun to look at. More people, the Camden Yards this weekend, 26, 28, 31,000. 3 days, that series. 26, 28, 31,000. They won 2 in a row. Then they won the third one. Then let's pack this place. Let's see if we can win 4 in a row. So I just think, if you want to have those fans constantly there night in and night out, you got to win. You got to be entertaining. Chris Davis joins us at 8:30, but on the other side there, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, I'm going to give mine to the Florida Department of Motor Vehicles because they upset one 77-year-old lady.
If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter, at BBMS 1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Eric DaCosta is going to join us today at 11, and I've got a lot of questions. And I'm going to start with Eric. What is your typical day at training camp? Ryan Ripken will be in with Ripping It with Ryan at noon with he and Cordell.
Next on Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
It's summer and there's no better time to get your health back on track, and LifeMed Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan, not just a quick fix. Their on-site medical providers give you personalized care, so every step forward feels confident and supported. Don't let another season go by feeling like you're on the bench. Get in the game. Don't forget that LifeMed Institute specializes in testosterone replacement therapy, that's TRT, to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. And you can also give the gift of feeling their best. LifeMed Institute gift cards unlock access to testosterone therapy, GainsWave, IV therapy, peptides, and more treatment built for men and women who want to perform at their peak. Give health, give power. Gift cards are available at shoplifemed.com or in any LifeMed clinic. Check out any LifeMed location near you at lifemedinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the
the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When I got a new car, I thought my insurance premium would increase and empty my bank account. Like if a tween won the lottery.
I've invested most of my winnings in chicken tenders because they're bomb. But bro, I bought a house and it's sick, bro. I'm thinking the floor is gonna be all trampoline, bro, with a helipad on the roof. The contractor said it's structurally unsound, but they're just being babies.
But switching to Geico saved me hundreds, so my bank account is safe.
It feels good to save some hard-earned cash. It feels good to Geico.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this summer. Visit lincolntech.edu for info and to schedule a campus tour.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. On July 23rd, it's Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters at the Lincoln Theater. Merriweather Post Pavilion has back-to-back incredible shows, starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, followed by The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. Then head over to the Anthem for Co-Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway at 295 Baltimore-Washington Parkway. It's clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way there. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy from 795 to I-70 and 95 northbound after Route 175. There's an accident that's on the left side. 95 looks good. Brief delay possible southbound headed toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 895 southbound heavy between Eastern Avenue and O'Donnell Street headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
We're giving out shovels. If you have a shovel, give us a call. Give us a text, 410-583-1057. Ed Norris, who gets your shovel this morning?
Florida Department of Motor Vehicles. I don't know if people saw this. Jeremy laughed. I guess you saw it already.
Yeah, nice license plate.
Yeah, and, you get your new tags. Lady gets her tags mailed. 77-year-old lady lives in a retirement community. She opens up the envelope. And a tag, it's a regular Florida tag with the oranges on it, the Sunshine State. But it's SQZ-A55. The problem is, when you look at it, it looks like SQZ-ASS.
Squeeze ass.
Squeeze ass. So she was really not happy about that tag. And she made a big stink about it. Went on television saying this is not something a 77-year-old lady is going to be riding around a retirement community with. And I'll tell you, I get it completely. And I always wonder if these things are done intentionally or if they're just, random mistakes. Because it happened to me in a different way, like a long time ago. I bought a, you remember the old Pontiac Fieros?
Yeah.
Two-door sports car. I love that car. I get my new tags. And I never had vanity plates, so I just got what they gave me. Mine came out FUN 617. Fun 617. So people at work, I was a young police officer, I was like 25 years old, and the older guys were torturing me. Oh, is that the fun car? Is it fun to drive your new car? And I was like, it sucked. But that was just the letters they used for certain run of license tags. So I get this lady's pain, but
you should have got Ass Man.
I was just thinking, everything goes back to Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Everything goes back to Seinfeld.
Jeremy Kahn, who gets your shovel?
It's interesting that Ed brought up an older lady in Florida because I'm going to bring up an HOA in Florida and what they're trying to do. So this woman, her father died, or her parents died, and she inherited their home that's in a 55-plus living area, right? Like, again, in an older community there, whatever. She moved in because the dad left the house to her. Why not? You got a house. You don't have to pay rent anymore. And now they're trying to force her out because they don't want a young person in there. She's 28 years old. Her father's 55 and over. Community after inheriting the home following his death. Bethany Michael said that 155 geriatric aged residents are being asked to put the legal bills from the HOA dead set on removing her from the Arbor Mill retirement community. 55 plus communities eager to get rid of her that they've all started pitching in and adding like $1,000 to try to pay for these legal fees to get her removed. I don't know, like I understand like wanting to have that community, but does somebody that inherited a house 28, is this ageism or anything? Is this like, is there anything to this, or do you think it's okay?
Man, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, depends on what they signed up for.
Yeah, see, I don't know.
Before.
So I inherited a house, and then you're going to tell me I have to sell it or what? Rent it out to other people? My house says so in the will.
How old are they?
She's 28. It's a 55-plus community. She's the hottest woman there.
The 55-plus community, though.
It's a free house.
Can't live in a 55-plus community if you're not 55.
Who says? Who made that rule? Is it a law?
I think it is, actually.
Is it? I mean, I don't know.
I think that, it's 55 plus. You have to prove you're 55 or older.
Yeah, to even move in.
But she inherited a house that her dad had who was 55 plus.
Right.
Again, it's like I was thinking
Yeah,
about,
that's true.
I was thinking about
I think about it because I think only one person has to be of that age. Because if you're 60 and your wife is 51 or something, she can live with you.
Ed, how close are you to, what part of Florida is this? Arbor Mill retirement. I don't know where that's at. It doesn't say. I was going to say, man, maybe you can get a free place. Just move over. This is my young girlfriend. I'm living here now.
My shovel goes to people who judge you by the way you speak.
Yes.
It could be accent. It could be the way you pronounce words. It could be all of those things.
Thank you.
Lamar Jackson's dumb because he talks with a deep Southern accent. One of the more, I guess, mocked accents of the past 50 years, would you agree with Sylvester Stallone there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Sylvester Stallone is perceived to be not a very smart man, am I right?
What?
He's perceived, he's not.
Because of the way he sounds.
Because of the way he sounds.
And when people looked at Rocky wasn't a smart
Exactly.
character.
Sylvester Stallone wrote Rocky.
Yeah, right.
He wrote Rocky.
Yeah.
The man's not stupid. And often, like I know a lot of my family's from the South, and if they came up here, you would think they were a bunch of country bumpkins. Master's degrees, in politics, doctors, lawyers. But when they speak, they sound like country bumpkins. That doesn't represent intelligence. Just because you sound smart, you can be one of the biggest idiots around. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of people on TV, man, they've mastered the King's English. They've mastered it. But when you listen to what they're saying,
Tom Coward,
they're the most idiotic people around.
Tom Coward.
But we judge people by how they sound, their presentation, and not the content of what they're saying.
Yeah, plus when Rocky said, if I can change,
and you can change, everybody can change.
He stopped the Cold War.
Exactly.
I saw it.
By himself. Buffalo Zoe was joining us from Cockeysville. What's up, Buffalo Zoe?
What's going on, gentlemen? Good morning.
Morning.
Hey,
we only judge you because you're a Buffalo Bills fan. That's why we don't think you're very smart.
Oh man, you know what, Rob?
No.
Don't get the shovel.
I don't want the shovel.
My shovel go to Congress, man. So that I don't know if y'all heard about this new Sunshine Act bill they just passed. Like, what are we doing? Like, you could put that on, and we can make a bill about more stricter gun laws. Like, what is going on? I don't know what's going on with the world, but that's all I wanted to say, man.
Yeah, I mean, all kinds of craziness going on. We've got people farting on the Senate floor. It's a tough week, man. He did. He giggled after it, too, which was hilarious.
Fart in the studio.
Man. What do you guys think of the Sunshine Act?
I'm not familiar with it. Give it to me again.
Oh, it's a proposed federal law, make daylight saving times permanent.
Oh, okay, that's what that's called. I heard about that. I didn't know what it was called.
Oh, I saw Zinno go off on this. This is stupid. How can you do this? You know, we don't want daylight to start at 9 a.m. Who cares? I don't care either way.
Does it mean that it gets darker later?
Yes.
Well, is that what that means?
But you would be up and it would be dark.
I don't care. It's the end of the day affects me. Getting up in this dark is fine. I don't want to.
Been doing it for 20 years.
Yes, I don't worry about that. It's right. I don't like it getting dark at 5 o'clock. You're correct. I feel like it makes. Listen, some of you gonna laugh, and I don't give a freak. It makes my heart race with anxiety in that time of the year at 5 o'clock because my mind is saying wind down, but my activity says I can't.
Is your mind telling you no, but your
my body's telling me yes?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you though. And first of all, I've witnessed you during that time of year. You're a different human.
Yeah, he sucks.
He is. You're different. He needs one of those, those lights in the winter.
I have one.
Yeah, I thought you did.
Yeah, I have one at home.
And I'm kind of with you because I just find it really ominous. Like when it's dark at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. And it's even weird if you travel like to certain places. Like I'm assuming Iceland's like that. I went to Ireland. It was dark like 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, they just couldn't do that. No.
It was nuts.
No.
World Cup talk at 8:45. But on the other side, Chris Davis joins us up next on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home for the most money this summer is a big deal. Why risk working with just any agent when you can work with the best? Take it from me. Call my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele. Hey, it's Rob Long. I only recommend the best, and that's why you always hear me talk about my friend, Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Before you sell, get to know Vinny like I have. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. Vinny's upfront written guarantee is simple and powerful. He'll sell your home at 100% of your price, or he'll pay the difference. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801, 410-793-1801, or visit VinnySteele.com, VinnySteo.com.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through July 31st. See store for details.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Celebrate with us during our Salute to Savings event happening all month long. Shop a huge selection of new Fords and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy from 795 to Liberty Road. I-70 eastbound is heavy approaching the Beltway in Woodlawn, where it narrows down to one lane headed toward the inner loop. 95 looks good. Still a brief delay possible southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 895 southbound getting heavy between Eastern Avenue and O'Donnell Street headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the World Cup semifinal on Wednesday, Argentina rallied with the late comeback to defeat England 2-1, punching its ticket to the World Cup final for the second straight tournament.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Oh, there it is! Lautaro Martinez! Stoppage time! Go-ahead goal for Argentina!
That goal courtesy of Fox. The dramatic victory sets up a championship showdown with Spain as Argentina looks to capture another World Cup title. The final is set for 3 p.m. Sunday. In Orioles news, the team announced that Keegan Aiken underwent Tommy John surgery, with Dr. Keith Meister giving the Birds another frustrating injury setback. Aiken finishes the season with a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings pitched. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. And joining us right now is a man later on this month going to get inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame. His career here in Baltimore spanned 10 years and a ton of home runs with the Baltimore Orioles, 253 to be exact, with a 777 OPS. Chris Davis. What's going on, Chris?
How you guys doing this morning?
Doing well, man. Thank you for your time this morning. 10 years in Baltimore didn't seem that long, to be honest with you. If somebody would have asked me right off the cuff how long did Chris Davis stay here, I would have said like 7. The 10 years, yeah. I never saw that. Can you describe your time here with the Orioles in Baltimore?
Yeah, it was an interesting ride. I never really knew I was going to be traded to Baltimore until like the last second, and so when I heard that I was going to be an Oriole, I was super excited to come to such a storied franchise and to be a part of a team that has so much rich history in baseball, and to really get an opportunity to play every day. And enjoyed a lot of success early on with a good group of guys, and then obviously kind of had to ride it out the last few years during the rebuild. But you know, I have so many good memories of the guys I played with, of Camden Yards, the fans, hitting home runs, hitting walk-offs, and just really just enjoyed my time. And like you said, man, a decade went by in the blink of an eye, and man, it was just it was a fun ride.
It was a fun ride for all of us, actually. It was great time. I gotta say, I just want to say something to people listening. One of my best friends, I was a superintendent of Maryland State Police, and he was my number 2 in the organization. He moved to Texas and he used to work out in the same gym as you and had nothing but incredibly nice things to say about you as a human being. So, I just wanted to say that he really did. He said he got to talk to you in the gym and just said you were just a genuine person. And that said, now, what do you do now? Like, what do you do post-baseball? One thing about athletics is, it's a great ride, and then it ends, and then you're a very young man. Like, what are you into now?
Yeah, so me and a buddy started a college baseball fellowship, which is a ministry for college baseball players. That we go and talk to schools, mainly colleges in this area. I'll give my testimony and just kind of talk to them about what it's like to go through the journey of baseball, the challenges that you face. Having a faith foundation obviously helps you with that, but just try to reach out to guys and give them someone that they can lean on, someone that they can talk to about. And then I also help coach at our local high school baseball team. Me and another guy who actually played in the big leagues, Brad Hopp, help out run the offense. I work with the infielders, and I really enjoy it, man. I've got some high school kids. I've got some college kids that come back and hit with me during the summer, and it gives me a way to kind of scratch that baseball itch, and also gives me opportunity to pour into guys and kind of encourage them. So I really enjoy that.
I think Ed kind of beat us all to it. I mean, you do a ton of charity work, and I think there's something to be said about that and all the things you're doing there. And when people come up to you, for a guy that hits so many home runs, is the first thing they bring up is your pitching performance? Because that's all we ever hear, man.
No, man, it's crazy how many people actually don't even know about that. And, that was something for me that I really had a good time with that. And people ask me, the people that do know, to ask me, man, were you nervous? What? And I was like, heck no, I wasn't nervous, man. I was pissed off. I was 0 for 8 with 5 punch outs as a DH, man. And when you're DHing, you don't have the opportunity to go out there on defense and, kind of pull your weight out there if you're not swinging the bat. So I knew, I got to play for Buck Showalter for a long time, man. And he's one of those guys that just knows everything about everybody. And so when he asked me to pitch, I knew that he knew that I pitched in college. So, it had been 6 years since I'd thrown off the mound, and I didn't face big leaguers in college. So it was fun, man. It was a cool opportunity. And you guys know, man, the Baltimore fan base, they rally around stuff like that. The designated pitcher T-shirts, the stuff, the love, the outpouring, man, was so cool, man. And that was definitely a highlight of my career for sure.
Yeah, you lifting up Nate McLouth and throwing him over your shoulder and all the things. There were so many moments, but we would hear about these epic things in the clubhouse over the table tennis, ping pong tables. Heard rumors of somebody playing with a drumstick once. Was JJ the best in there? And where did you kind of line up with those guys?
Oh, I can't even hold their paddles, man. JJ was by far the best. Steve Pierce was pretty good, but man, you guys know this. We had such a good group of guys for 5 or 6 years there, where we were kind of all cast-offs, either traded from other organizations or released and signed, and or Rule 5 guys, and we kind of rallied around that fact. I mean, we really embraced the fact that Baltimore's a blue-collar city, and we were blue-collar guys. So I think that's probably one of the things that I enjoy the most hearing from fans is just those teams were so easy to root for because they felt like we were a brotherhood, and we really were, man. We loved each other, that's for sure.
Chris Davis joins us. He's going to the Orioles Hall of Fame July 31st. Is the luncheon. Chris, you talked about your faith a little bit ago with what you're doing with the young men, and you've been open about that. We've had conversations about that. Towards the end of your career in Baltimore, struggled offensively, and you could see sometimes the frustration from a guy who led the league in home runs twice and led the league in RBI. How much did your faith carry you through that and just keeping your sanity?
Oh man, it was huge. My faith and my family were the two things that really just helped me keep my head above water. I mean, you guys know how hard the game of baseball is, and you, as a baseball player, you know that you're going to face challenges, you know that you're going to face trials, but a lot of times I tell guys it's not really the outcome. It's just really how you handle it and how you are able to deal with the stress day in and day out. And for a while, it was eating me up, man. I don't think I handled it too well, but thankfully, God put a ton of good men in my life that would speak encouragement to me, speak truth to me, and I think that really helped me. I think that's one of the reasons why I started College Baseball Fellowship, was to let these guys know, that at the end of the day, you do give a lot of time and effort to the game of baseball, but at the end of the day, you're so much more than just a baseball player.
Yeah, it's odd, Chris. It's like, and we know about how important your faith is to you. It ever kind of rub you the wrong way? The way sometimes people who are deeply religious. And I'll put you out of the conversation. I'll put in like Tim Tebow. He gets so much criticism because of he was so devout in his faith. And to me, it just seems grossly unfair, because if it was any other faith, people would just say, they have every right to protect it and worship who they want. Does it ever bother you that sometimes it comes with that if you're a Christian?
No, I think that's part of the journey. And to be honest with you, you're going to get criticized, and if you're a professional athlete, no matter what you do, whether you're spiritual or not. But I just think that's part of the journey, and that's part of standing up for what you believe in and being vocal about it. I mean, if you don't want criticism, then don't say anything, don't do anything. You go hide in a room somewhere. But I just think that's part of it. I mean, people are going to criticize you, whether you're good or bad. I mean, look at Tom Brady, one of the most successful athletes of our time, and people still criticize him about things. And it's like, I think for me and for young guys in the game of baseball, you got to tune it out. You have so much more to focus on and so much more to be proud of that you can't let one or two haters just bring you down.
Chris, did you hate the deputy nickname? Because I was the one that started that.
The deputy, I thought the deputy was
no, that's
the sheriff.
Reynolds was the sheriff. Yeah,
you were the deputy.
Deputy Davis. Yeah.
No, I didn't hate it, man. I love all that stuff, man. Crush, the deputy. I mean, that's stuff that the guys can rally around, the fans can rally around. I love that stuff. We have other nicknames for each other in the clubhouse, but some of those I can't say.
Yeah.
That's great, man.
We got a dump button, but we don't want to use it. Hey, Chris, you got a special fan, George in Severna Park, who wants to congratulate you. Go ahead, George.
Hey, Chris, congratulations on your induction into the Hall of Fame. 2013 was a memorable year for me as well. I turned 60 years old that year, and I see you had 53 bombs and 138 RBIs. And a friend of mine actually got me a Chris Davis T-shirt for my birthday. So once again, congratulations, well deserved, and continue on with your adventures there, or your things that you're doing. And hey, Jeremy.
Hey, what's up, George?
Thanks
he
a lot,
said he was
George.
going to call in. He's on my trivia
That's all
team,
right, man. That's all right.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, George. 2013 was an unbelievable year. Gave me the opportunity to do a lot of things that I dreamed of as a child, being an all-star, playing the home run, or hitting the home run derby. I didn't expect to lead the league in home runs with 53 home runs that year, but I did feel good coming out of spring training. So, man, I appreciate it. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Hey, Chris, thanks for your time, my friend. I will be there on the 31st. Thanks for everything you've done for our community.
Thanks,
with
man.
the children, cancer, and everything, man. Continued success to you.
I appreciate it, guys. Look forward to seeing you.
Oh, definitely.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Listen, if you're looking for tickets can still be purchased for the luncheon. 443-286-3735.
That's my cell. What are you doing? No,
it's Friday, the 31st at noon at the warehouse at Oriole Park at Camden Yard. So, you got some good guys going into it. Chris Davis, and I'm glad they have that fan call in. That's why I wanted them on.
Well, that guy's on my trivia team. He said, I'm going to call in tomorrow and I'm like, okay, sure. You're gonna call. And he did.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I didn't know it until I heard his voice.
And I loved your question, Ed. You know what I mean? Because you're right. I mean, sometimes, guys like Tim Tebow get criticized because they're so outward about their faith, but you can be outward about so many other things.
Yeah.
And you get your hand raised for that.
Yeah, and Chris was the same way. Is the same way. He's done so much for other people, and just a devout Christian. It really just pisses me off. It's like we protect everybody else's rights and go out of our way. From people who want to change their actual gender, and that we protect everybody. But if you're overtly Christian, man, do you get beat on. I mean, I thought Tebow got just treated so poorly for that. And just, and Chris is the same way.
410-583-1057 is the number. What are your second half expectations for the Orioles? We'll talk about that at 9:15. But on the other side, the World Cup Finals is, we know who's going in. It was a great semifinals, but I think the finals might be even better. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Eric DaCosta is going to join us today at 11, and I've got a lot of questions. And I'm going to start with Eric. What is your typical day at training camp? Ryan Ripken will be in with Ripping It with Ryan at noon with he and Cordell.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
LeBron James has plenty of options. We've heard Golden State, we've heard Miami, we've heard Philadelphia and others, but only one ending makes sense. Cleveland. Go back to where it all started, finish where you delivered a championship, let the final chapter be about legacy, not another super team. Sometimes the best ending is the one that brings you home. I'm John Lund.
.105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 still looks good. Brief delay possible southbound headed toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 695 outer loop of the Beltway is heavy from 795 to Liberty Road. 70 eastbound heavy approaching the Beltway where it narrows down to 1 lane headed toward the inner loop of the Beltway. 895 southbound, that's getting heavy between Eastern Avenue and O'Donnell Street headed toward the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Where did you come from, baby? And ooh, won't you take me there right away? Won't you, baby? Tender roadie, you got to be. Spot my need.
If you're just tuning in, no, it's not Friday for you. It's Friday for me.
Thank God it's all about Rob.
So Ben, let me celebrate the Friday by giving me a little PYT.
Beautiful, man.
Thank you very much.
You
By the way,
this every damn day.
we did not ask on air, and I texted him, Ed, after his interview, great interview by Chris Davis, though. Guess who is inducting Chris Davis?
This is so cool.
Tommy Hunter.
Oh, you're kidding?
Yes.
The guy that came over in the trade with him.
Yes. Tommy Hunter. I think that's cool.
It is.
Ed, are you pleased with the finals for the World Cup?
Very, very pleased. I mean, you got two, blue blood teams. It's just, I mean, you look at the history of the World Cup. You talk about Spain's only won 1, I believe, but Argentina's won 3,
including the last one,
and the reigning champs. The only people who've won more are Italy, Germany, and Brazil. So I mean, they're in some heady company.
It's funny. Italy has won so many, but what is the last time they qualified?
Yeah. They've missed the last 3. It's unbelievable. And that's causing tremendous problems in that country. Because think about, that's like the U.S. not making the Olympics in basketball every Olympics. It's like, how does that happen?
Yeah.
Italy is just, like I said, they won 4 World Cups. But anyway, and back to this World Cup, I think it's great because you've got the greatest soccer player on the planet playing for Argentina. It's just, it's a really, I don't think you could ask for a much better final. Seriously. It's going to be great. And I mean, and Messi, basically grew up in Spain.
Yeah. That's why there's a picture of him.
Right. That's true. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, he played in Spain for a long time. He grew up there. And actually people don't know he's mostly Italian by heritage. His father's half Italian, his mother's mostly Italian.
Well, that's why Italy can't make it to the World Cup. They don't have Messi.
It's funny because every time I hear someone say Lamine Yamal, I think we're getting ready to start what is it? What was the Wisconsin TV show with the two girls at the factory? Why can't I think of the name of it?
Laverne and Shirley.
Laverne and Shirley, yeah. Emil, Jamal, Hassan Pepper whatever the hell they said. Every time I hear it,
Incorporated.
that's what I think when people say his name. This is going to be fun, though. It's almost like we were kind of talking about passing of the torch. Yeah. You know, like, and when that happens, the quarterbacks in the league, and now we have all these great quarterbacks after Breeze, Brady, and Manning, and then you see it in the NBA, and it's kind of cool now. Like Messi, this is more than likely his last World Cup. I mean, maybe stranger things happen, and then you've got this young star.
He just turned 39.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could play in another one, but he'll have to figure that out for himself and what he wants to do.
Yeah. No doubt. So it should be exciting. It's Sunday at 3 o'clock on Fox.
They have a 4-hour pregame.
And Fox 1, huh?
The pregame is 4 hours.
It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You've been here 4 hours.
It's the Super Bowl.
You know, watch pregame.
Ed, tell us all about the 8 o'clock sponsor, my man.
Well, the 8 o'clock sponsor is brought to you by Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance is their motto, and bring a little of that into your life. Ben's done it. He's gone there with Jeremy. They went on a little shopping spree. It's helped them out.
Wait a minute. What you two shopping at Lions Den together for?
Well, I mean, we were looking, to be true, we were looking for dildos, and I told Ben to pick out anything he wanted, so he said, I'll take the red one, and I said, that's a fire extinguisher, buddy.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Ben.
Anyway, everything you need in that store to improve your romantic life, put it that way. And there's locations right around Baltimore, right around the studio. Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. Of course, lionsden.com.
Thank you very much, Ed. I'll see you, man.
You're going on vacation,
week. Yeah, not really vacation. I'll just be off from radio. I'm still working television, so I'll see you at the end of next week.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Your expectations for the Baltimore Orioles in the second half, we'll talk about that at 9:15. But on the other side, Odyssey Insider, Saga Insider, Jamie Watson joins us up next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you ready for summer? Baseball is in full swing. Matter of fact, we're past the halfway point, and life is picking back up. And if you're still carrying around last year's extra weight, it can feel like you're stuck in the dugout watching everyone else play. At Life Med Institute, their medically supervised weight loss GLP-1 programs are built around you, your body, your goals, your timeline. They also offer hormone optimization, IV infusion, medical grade supplements, and genetic testing to tackle the real issues, the real reasons stubborn weight hangs on. With on-site medical providers guiding you every step of the way, the real results aren't just possible, they're the whole point. This season, make the call that changes everything. Schedule your free consultation at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Tell them Rob Long sent you.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. Brad Evans here to help they beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Expect Amorian Hampton to spread his wings in year 2. The Chargers RB has a premium offensive line, run-minded OC, and the skill set to thrive. Recall, he was top 12 in yak per attempt and missed tackle percentage in 2025. Give me Hampton way over 925.5 rush yards at -115. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, it's Steve Gorman. When you speed while driving, you have less time to react to whatever comes across your path. A sharp turn could take you by surprise. Another car could turn out in front of you. A large truck could brake suddenly. A pedestrian could be walking their dog, and you won't have time to course correct. The speed limit doesn't just protect you, it protects everyone around you. So slow down, obey the law, and keep everyone on the road safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A few tickets remain for 311 and Dirty Heads So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley and Rome. Coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd. A Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Keegan Aiken's season has come to an unfortunate end after undergoing Tommy John surgery with Dr. Keith Meister Wednesday. The Southpaw posted a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings this year, but he had started turning things around before the injury, allowing just 3 earned runs across his final 17 1/3 innings pitched. Baltimore has their final off day of the break on Thursday before they head to Houston for a 3-game set with the Astros. Baseball is back tonight as the Phillies and Mets will face off in a standalone matchup. The two NL East rivals will get the spotlight as the league ramps back up after the break. First pitch from Citizens Bank Park is set for 7:10. In other MLB news, the Astros have traded Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon to the Brewers in exchange for Jaden Fielder, the son of 6-time MLB All-Star Prince Fielder. McCullers waived his no-trade clause to make the deal happen, bringing an end to his 12-year run in Houston. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Today's Insider Calls presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. Jamie Watson, a 12-year pro soccer player and current broadcaster for TNT, The Zone, Apple TV, also does Sirius XM. He will also be calling the World Cup internationally from Atlanta this summer, and he has done that and he's joining us right now. He is Jamie Watson. Good morning to you, Jamie.
Rob, Jeremy, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for your time this morning, courtesy of Odyssey. Now, this is a tremendous World Cup final, but I want to go back to the semifinal. If you could write up the semifinal you want, other than having your nation represented, this was probably, for you guys, TV gold. Am I right?
That's the most accurate take right there. You get 1 versus 4, and you get 2 versus 3, how you wanted to shape up if you're a soccer purist, and like you said, if you're removing emotions of your country that you're rooting for. This is no hyperbole. This is no recency bias or prisoner of the moment. Guys, this has been the best World Cup of my lifetime, and being able to watch it unfold has been absolutely remarkable, and we are set for what should be an amazing final, 1 versus 2. It's just been simply incredible.
Yeah, England should have realized on our 250th birthday they weren't winning on our soil. That wasn't happening. But before we get to the championship, what do you make of the third place game? Because it always sucks to get that close and fall short.
I said this yesterday, and I was talking to somebody, and sort of same question came up before Thomas Tuchel, the coach of England, who ultimately lost yesterday. He sort of confirmed it. None of these players want to play in this game. And it's no disrespect to the game of finishing 3rd or 4th. It just speaks to the level of disappointment of getting this close to a final and ultimately playing in the biggest soccer game in the world of your lifetime, of your dreams, and you fall short, and then somebody says, hey, by the way, you got to go play one more game. That really, truly doesn't matter. I'd be hard-pressed to name any third-place winner of any tournament, really, just because it doesn't matter in the big scheme of things. So it'll be players going through the paces, basically players that didn't play in some of the other games, getting some minutes and stuff like that. But yeah, this is one of those instances where you're definitely the bridesmaid, not the bride.
I'm so glad you said that. Odyssey Soccer Insider Jamie Watson joins us.
We talked about it the other day.
We talked about this yesterday, and we were torn between. I don't really want to play this, and pride of the game in your country. The two losers of the NFC Championship game and the AFC Championship games don't want to play in third place because the pride is winning it all. Yeah. So you're right; they do take pride, but you don't want to go home third place. You want to go home in the championship.
No, and that's the case for these teams. And look, it was an expanded tournament to 48 teams, and the reality is, much like an NFL season, NBA season, hockey, whatever league of choice you want to talk about, we had 48 teams in this World Cup. 47 of these teams are going to go home incredibly disappointed and sad and wishing they could be the one. There's going to be one winner to this, and the beauty of this is you don't have to be the best team over the course of the previous 4 years leading up to this tournament. You just kind of have to be the best team over the 39 days of this tournament. But what's really cool, we do have number 1 versus number 2 for this final. How we got there was incredible, but all in all, if you're a purist of the game, 1 versus 2 is really how you want this to ultimately shape up. The teams that have deserved to be 1 and 2 over the course of 4 years, getting the chance to take that claim to the title. Guys, it should be an incredible final on Sunday.
Yeah, I love the way that this is shaping up, and the fact that picture made its way around of Messi holding an infant Yamal. Like, you're looking at it going, how the hell?
Incredible, right?
Yeah, how did that happen? I guess looking at those two players specifically, is this the last time we see Messi in a World Cup, in your opinion? And then on top of that, what do you think the future is for a guy like Yamal?
Do you want to be the one to second guess the greatest of all time and what he can or can't do? Not me. I'm not second guessing him. Gretzky, Jordan, Brady, whoever is your GOAT of your sport. That is Lionel Messi. Look, he turned 39 in this tournament. Is it beyond the realm of possibility? No, it's not. Is it likely? Also more likely not to happen for the next World Cup. So my approach to this Sunday's final is I'm going to try to appreciate it for what it is. It might be the last time we get a chance to see Lionel Messi at a World Cup. And, when he lifted the World Cup trophy 4 years ago when Argentina won, I'm sure in that moment as he was lifting it, he probably really doubted if he was going to be back at 39, being in the tournament again, let alone being in a final again. Guys, winning a World Cup is so incredibly difficult. There's only ever been 8 countries that have won a World Cup. Argentina and Spain are 2 of those 8. But to get to play in a final again is probably something that maybe would have been beyond even Messi's wildest dreams. Yet this guy seems to make the impossible possible. And watching him on Sunday versus sort of what feels like the heir apparent, and that context of what you're talking about with Lamine Yamal and Messi, for any of your listeners that don't know it, when Lamine Yamal was like 5 months old, his family won a contest through UNICEF to get to do a photo shoot with Lionel Messi. So you have a 5-month-old Lamine Yamal, and if you don't know that name, you will be hearing it soon enough. He is 18, turned 19 in this tournament, and he is the heir apparent as far as the next great players and the next wave of generations. So it almost maybe feels like there's a passing of the torch, if you will, between Messi and Lamine Yamal, and it's sort of just the irony or fate, if you will. These two were connected almost shortly after Lamine Yamal was even born.
Al, a soccer insider, artist and soccer insider Jamie Watson joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Jamie, I understand the expansion of 48 countries gave us this great story of Cape Verde. However, I'm hearing FIFA is eyeing expanding to 64. No moss. 48's fine.
It's funny because people would have said that about going from 32 to 48. Yeah, this ends up giving us the best World Cup we've had of our lifetime. So I think what we saw in this tournament that maybe gives me more optimism today than what I probably had before the tournament started is that I think the floor is a lot higher than what we maybe have anticipated of other teams and of other countries. And it just needs to provide an opportunity for more teams to be able to showcase that on the world's biggest stage. And look, it all played out the way that you anticipated to. So ultimately, the cream did rise to the top. And you did get the best 4 teams as the final 4 teams. But we got some amazing stories along the way. And small nations like Curacao and getting, being able to play on the biggest stage, Cape Verde, like you talked about, getting to shock the world. Of the teams in the final, Spain and Argentina, Spain, the only team they did not beat in this tournament or score against was Cape Verde. Guys, I struggled to even find where Cape Verde was on a map before the tournament even started. You know what I mean? And it was one of those games I got to call, and I called it in real time and was just enamored with this 40-year-old goalkeeper named Vozinha who had 45,000 Instagram followers when he woke up that morning. And by the end of the night, I think he had like 12 million followers or something like that. And to this day, as I'm looking at his Instagram follower right now, he's up to 29.3 million followers. I mean, it's a story that Hollywood wouldn't even write because it would have been too unbelievable.
What do you think we see happen on Sunday?
Man, what is the romantic side of me want, or what is
I was going to ask you, what do you want and what do you think happens, but I didn't want to put you on the spot with both.
No, it's the right question, right? What I do think is that Spain can replicate that performance where they beat France, who I thought was the team before the tournament and even during the tournament that was ultimately going to win it. Spain put a masterclass on and how you can defend together. You work hard as a group. You let the ball do the work. You make your opponent chase it. You're methodical. You're patient. It was a beautiful performance from Spain. If they can replicate that, then I do think that they can beat Argentina. But you have Argentina, who has the greatest player of all time, potentially maybe playing in his last World Cup game of all time. So what kind of effort and performance do you think we're going to get from Lionel Messi? I truly think this is going to be a player that is going to play with that mindset that this is the last time I'll get a chance to play. And if he does that, I don't think there's any way you can particularly stop him. You just hope that he doesn't hurt you too much. And what makes me think that is when he thought his team was down 2-0 with like 12 minutes left against Egypt and they came back and won in improbable fashion. That led me to believe that Messi thought there was maybe some doubt that his World Cup was going to end right then and there. And that comeback brought him to tears with so much happiness that it wasn't actually over. So my heart wants Messi to lift another trophy and to cement his legacy as the greatest player that's ever stepped foot on this earth. But my head tells me Spain, if they play their best, will be too difficult to beat.
There he is, Odyssey Soccer insider Jamie Watson. Jamie, are you calling the finals for anybody?
No, I wish I was. I'll get a chance to enjoy it with my family and my kids, which is pretty remarkable. So I'll be happy enough to call the 6 games that I did. It's like, guys, you know this. It's peaking in your industry. I just did that So it's all downhill from here after this because that was the most incredible thing to do. But I'll be on the couch with my family enjoying it, and I hope you guys will be enjoying it. So more fun, too, with your friends and family.
Thank you very much, man. Look forward to talking to you again.
Great stuff.
Let's do it again soon.
All right, man. That's Odyssey Soccer Insider Jamie Watson. Find what you need to get projects done from brands you trust at prices you'll love. Lowe's. We help. You save. Daily Line with Jeremy Kahn at 9:30, but on the other side, the Birds are about to start the second half, the unofficial second half of the season tomorrow in Houston. What are your expectations? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Eric DaCosta is going to join us today at 11, and I've got a lot of questions. And I'm going to start with Eric. What is your typical day at training camp? Ryan Ripken will be in with Ripping It with Ryan at noon with he and Cordell.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. A dream final between Argentina and Spain is now set after Argentina came from behind for a 2-1 win over England. Lionel Messi assisted on Lautaro Martinez's game winner in stoppage time, not long after Enzo Fernandez equalized in the 85th minute. I'm Mike Conti.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
We all do it. You have a night for yourself but don't like the sound of the silence, so you turn on the TV just for the ambience. It's a little trick that helps you feel like you've got company and aren't alone. And other insurers, well, they may make you feel alone. But when you switch to Geico, you've got claims reps available around the clock. So whenever you need, you'll have people around to help. And let's turn on the washing machine, just for good measure. Oh, isn't that soothing?
It feels good to have support. It feels good to Geico.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Cord is stuck in my chair, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Carry on while I get this up.
You want me to come pull your cord? I mean, what do you need? By the way, I don't usually get to do what I learned today because I just tell the jokes. I just learned something. That even after, I'm at the age, even after you've shaken it multiple times.
Oh, it still leaks.
Give it a second and shake it a few more times.
Leak,
There's something else in there.
Uh-huh.
The hell's that about?
Because you get older, they start dropping.
I started shaking and shaking. I thought somebody was going to think I was doing something in there.
You probably were.
Well, that's none of their business. It's none of their business. The stalls were taken. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, you didn't sit.
No, not in the urinal.
Hey, what are you doing using the urinal?
Yeah, it was easier. It's quicker.
I've never known you to use the urinal.
Plus, I knocked on the door, and whoever was in there taking a dump wouldn't let me come in and kind of pee between their legs, Sharing's caring.
Yeah.
You had that sign. Did you ever see it on a porta potty where it says "poop alone" or "poop with friends"? That means unlocked or locked.
I've never seen that slide.
No.
Orioles have 65 games left.
You wanted to get it moving.
65. What, in your opinion, and you can't predict what other teams are going to do.
Yeah.
How many of those 65 games do they have to win to get into the postseason? They find themselves right now 5 games under 500.
I mean, I think it's probably 35 to 37. I don't think it's as high as everybody else
I think if they go 35 and 30 for the rest of the way, that gets them to 500, and they get in the postseason.
I'm kind of around that number. Not knowing what these other teams are going to do at the trade deadline, just knowing everybody's kind of bunched together. And if we look at all those teams, they all have warts, as we like to say, or there's issues on every single team. Who can address it, especially in this trade market?
They went 5 games under 500 before the All-Star break. Under 500. If they go 5 games over 500 after the All-Star break, they finish out the season at 81 and 81. And Ben, there will be no worse than the third wild card team at 81 and 81.
I agree.
I think they may be the second wild card team because I think the third wild card team is going to be under 500. How many, Ben? They have 65 games left. They have 5 games under. How many games do they have to win after the All-Star break to get into the postseason?
I think they need to get to 84. So
you think 84?
Yeah, that's what my guess would be.
I mean, I said like 35, 37. You're a little bit, one game higher than that number. But again, if you're thinking safely, I think Ben's kind of correct, and maybe you want to go with a higher number. But ultimately, looking at the league, I think that's the right number. 5 games over. If you get to 500, I think there's a really good chance you're making the playoffs. Maybe some tiebreakers come into play. I don't know.
So Ben is saying 38 and 27, 11 games over 500. If they have to go 38 and 27, they will not get into the postseason.
Which is where I'm at.
So you don't think they get there?
Well, it's actually kind of interesting. I remember it was probably a month ago. Albernaz was speaking post game, and we were talking. A lot of the beat guys were talking, and there's giving predictions. And I said I thought they'd get to 84 at that time, and then at the time I'm like, I think that could get them in. The AL was bad then.
When was this?
This was a month and a half ago.
Okay.
And everybody's like, that's not going to make the playoffs. And now the AL is not getting any better as we go on. Like, nothing's changing. Ben,
I'm telling you now, I think whether it's the Orioles or not, that third wild card is going to be under 500. It's going to be, that's just my opinion, under 500. Right now, the third wild card is Seattle. Seattle's 48 and 49. That's why I said if they get to 500, they might be the second wild card.
Did you see Randy Arozarena the other day?
No.
Oh, there was a ball hit his way. He misplayed it.
And he
started walking towards it.
I did see that. I thought you were telling me something.
That was against the Rays, his former team, and they were like, right there. That's why we don't have him. He's that guy.
What did I tell you about him?
You said he was an ass before anything ever came up. Like just a total jackass.
Yeah. Guys in Tampa were telling me.
Yeah.
Because I said, what do you think about Randy Arozarena? They said, while you asking, what do you think? I said, the jury's still out. He said, I don't know. We got the verdict. A-hole. I said, really? He said, we got your verdict. The jury's not out. We got the verdict. And remember I told you they'll be getting rid of him soon. Yeah. And that next year, trade deadline, my understanding, they tried to trade him the year before, but even though they wanted to get rid of him, they didn't feel like they were getting enough for him.
Yeah.
And that next year, they finally got to the point where, Seattle was desperate. They needed some offense.
And that was there.
And they took it.
Yeah, and then you probably, with needing a player that brings some sort of pizzazz, you needed some pop in the lineup, too, because they could run into some home runs, but they struck out a ton. Randy's still going to do that, but, watching him play and what he did, it gave me so many Hanley Ramirez vibes. When Hanram was out there and misplayed the ball, and he watched it just roll to the wall. Yeah, I'll be back in a second. I'm going to go get my ball. Kind of reminded me of Dwight on The Office when they were playing volleyball, and they took Pam to the doctors to find out if she broke her ankle, and then they find out she's pregnant.
See,
sorry, that happened.
See, to me, Latin Americans, man, they play with zeal. They play with fire. They play like their hair's on fire. This is not a Randy Rosarina. This is not a Cuban thing. This is a Randy Rosarina thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is who he is. I got to know him different. Like I said, that time I was in Tampa talking to all their guys because I remember during the World Series run when he lost to the Dodgers, he kind of he did some things then that set me the wrong way. I'm like, I don't know about this dude.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching Bo Bichette the other day. He hit a Boba Fett. He hit a shot in the hole. Shortstop has to make a great play, and Bo's just kind of jogging up the first baseline, just walking it. Then there was another time he could have ruined a double play where the ball was dropped, and here he is just half-assing up the line. Now, it turned out Bo had a foot injury that we didn't know about. Or maybe some Mets fans did, but I'm watching that going, is he lazy? Sometimes maybe we overvalue the guys running out the first, but as soon as they drop that ball or make a mistake, we're going to scream about them not running out the ball. And Randy doesn't run out anything.
Ben, I told Jeremy a couple of years ago, whenever I hear Bo Bichette, I hear Boba Fett from Star Wars. Every time I hear his name, Bo Bichette, I know it's weird. Ben Hall's Encore at 9:45, but on the other side, it's the Daily Line.
Yeah, we'll get into all the games here. There's not much today. We have
Booby Trap.
We have a couple of WNBA games that I love, a prop play that I love, and today's baseball game. I love it. It's kind of weird. Only 4 plays that I have, but I love all of them. I'll give them out. Tell you what we're looking at.
Boobies are a trap.
They are. It's a booby trap. Anyway, we'll get into that. I'll tell you what I like and give you all the plays there. Only one baseball game, but I think it's a good one. We'll get into it next.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore the career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the World Cup semifinal on Wednesday, Argentina rallied with the late comeback to defeat England 2-1, punching its ticket to the World Cup final for the second straight tournament.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. There it is. Lautaro Martinez. Stoppage time. Go-ahead goal for Argentina.
That call courtesy of Fox. The dramatic victory sets up a championship showdown with Spain as Argentina looks to capture another World Cup title. The final is set for 3 p.m. Sunday. In Orioles news, the team announced that Keegan Aiken underwent Tommy John surgery, with Dr. Keith Meister giving the Birds another frustrating injury setback. Aiken finishes the season with a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings pitched. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line. Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com. On 105.7 The Fan.
All right, kind of been a weird week. Go ahead, you got something you want to go
before
over.
you get going, a program reminder today at 11 o'clock on Vinny and Haynie. Vinny and Cordell Woodland will have Ravens General Manager and Executive Vice President Eric DeCosta on. So, again, that's at 11 o'clock. Good get for them. I'm sure there'll be some good questions by those two.
Appointment setting. You got to listen to that. All right, well, as we were talking about, this week is kind of, it's been, if you're a gambler, it hasn't been as, action-filled as maybe you thought. Maybe you found a couple of things you like to bet on. Maybe you got in the World Cup, WNBA. Talked about it yesterday. We gave out 2 WNBA plays. They both hit yesterday. And I got 2 more for you today, and I think they're really good spots. I also have the baseball game to get into. My thoughts on the World Cup, I'm going to go with Spain still. I'm going to roll with them as I predicted that, we'd get I don't want to say I predicted. I thought we'd get Spain and Argentina in the final, and I think this is just one of the best matchups you can have, especially with, this phenomenal defense moving forward against one of the greatest goal scorers of all time. I don't know that you could write a better script and with all the other stuff going along with it. So that's going to be fun. I just got to figure out where I'm watching the game on Sunday because I think I want to go out for this one.
You do?
Yeah, I want to go out somewhere.
That's odd for you.
Yeah, I like to be in my house.
And your spaceship.
Yeah.
Are you still getting your spaceship?
Does a hobby horse have a wooden? Never mind. You know what? Getting back to
oh no, you probably checked
the plays at hand. Today's one of those interesting days. We have one baseball game. We got the 2 WNBA games. Let me tell you about those first. I like Washington. I like the Mystics a lot today. I think DraftKings had a 5.5. There's some 6s out there and even some 6.5s. I still like it. I think Washington wins here against Portland. And my favorite WNBA play today is New York and Dallas over the 176.5. I think I've said this numerous times where, hey, this game's going to be played fast. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody hit triple digits. And I'm not saying I've been right every time. I've been right a lot, though, with those up-tempo games that we find in the WNBA. This is one that I had circled. I love it. 176.5. Wouldn't be surprised if somebody dropped a triple digit. I think this game is played well into the 90s, It's like a -1.5 for Dallas, which is something you would have never thought that they'd be favored over to Liberty at any point of the season. Liberty's kind of having a down year trying to figure it out and get healthy. Exactly. For Major League Baseball, weather supports an over here. I'm on the over. It's a 9.5 total. I was doing research.
I forgot baseball today.
One game tonight.
One.
Phillies and Mets. And it's funny because I was previewing this game for today. I was doing this yesterday, and it was TBD for the Phillies. So then I went back and started breaking everything down. I'm like, well, Christopher Sanchez pitched Saturday, and he pitched in the All-Star game. Jesus Luzardo pitched in the All-Star game. Zach Wheeler pitched on Sunday, so this isn't really normal rest.
He refused to pitch in the All-Star game.
Yes, but this isn't normal rest. So then you start looking at it going, well, Aaron Nola's got to be the guy that you go with on Thursday, and that's who they went with. I know I've been riding this guy like it's going out of style.
Isolate that, please, Ben.
Thank you.
Please, Ben.
That's going to be a good one for later. Juan Soto over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's -135. I feel like the disrespect is real for this guy when it comes to these over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Even when he's in a great situation, Aaron Nola gets a ton of Ks, but he gives up a lot of hard contact. I think Soto goes Yabo tonight, hits 1 yard, give me over 1.5, and give me the over in the Phillies-Mets game.
You know how genius this is for baseball?
Yeah.
We just played the All-Star game in Philly 2 days ago.
Showcase.
We have one game, and it's going to be right back in Philly on ESPN.
I think they should do this every damn year.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I like the guys getting an opportunity to have a day off or a couple days off, but it's like, get your ass back to work. I want to watch some baseball. But as I said, I love all 4 of these plays. If this were a full slate, all 4 of these would be top plays for me. Juan Soto over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Phillies, Mets over. New York, Dallas over in the WNBA, and the Washington Mystics. There you go. And by the way, it's only one game. My top 3 hitters is not going to surprise anybody. Juan Soto, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper. You don't need an algorithm for that. Drink.
I don't know why I'm saying this is a great idea. 7 o'clock tomorrow is a night game in Houston. I ain't being away watching this game. I'm be in Houston, man.
Yeah.
It'll
be what time are you? 6 o'clock there, right?
Yeah. Be there by there.
What time you get to Houston?
I have to be downtown at noon. So I'm thinking the flight maybe 1:30. Maybe 1:30. So was it a 3-hour flight to Houston?
That sounds about right. Have you been to Houston before?
Oh yeah.
So you have a couple of spots you want to
go to?
That's one thing I said to Rob.
Oh yeah.
If I had an opportunity to travel and whatever it was, working with a team and I'm traveling with them, my whole thing is Brent Rooker did this one year where he, after the season was over, he put all his favorite spots to eat in all the cities he went to.
Right.
That would be me.
I could put that together for you. I have a favorite spot. The only cities that I have not been to, I said through baseball, are Denver and LA. I've been to every other city. So yeah. I got a favorite spot in every city.
I mean, I'm already thinking about favorite spots in cities that I went to. I got one in San Francisco. I got one in Minnesota. I've got, in Philly. I've got spots all over the place where I just think there's some great restaurants.
I told you this before. Now you've been there. You can kind of follow me on this. Low key, my favorite place to go that you would not think. Now, naturally, Chicago, New York. I love Tampa. Mm-hmm. That is my favorite place. But in the category of somewhere that Rob likes to go that you wouldn't think, Minneapolis is my favorite. They do that city right, man.
When you go back, I have a restaurant to give you, and you have to go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think I'm going this year.
It's
going this year?
Top 5 restaurant for me that I've ever been to.
Am I going to Minnesota this year?
It's a French restaurant called Boucheron.
Boucheron.
Everything's made like everybody does the farm to table thing now for some of these restaurants. Everything was so good, and a new menu all the time. I love that.
I am going to Minnesota.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going in next month.
Yeah, you got to go, man. So good. And I think like that's part of when my wife and I go on vacation, like we're going to France in September, and I'm sure I'm going to be in charge of finding the culinary places to go and all the. I told my wife every time we walk by a bakery, I'm going in that bitch, and I'm coming out with something.
Yeah, it's good you said bakery, did you sound like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Let's go to Ed in Towson. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's up, Rob? How y'all feeling this morning?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm going to ask you a question, Rob, and I really don't want this to sound sexist, but it might. You've been on both sides of the track. You've been with men's basketball, and you've been with women's basketball. And I'm relating this to what I deal with, like with my daughter and my wife. When they hot, when they running hot, they can shut me down. I ain't strong enough. When you're in, like, I look at the way the WNBA plays, and I love it. It reminds me like the 80s and the 90s. They are about. I mean, the physicality is crazy. I love it. But when you've been around WNBA, you've been around women, lady coaches. When they argue, when they go at the referees, is it more aggressive? Like, I could not be a referee talking to something like the chick from Duke, the Duke University, used to be Duke University coach. And I've actually met Pat Summitt. I couldn't mess with them ladies. I mean, they are just. Is there a difference, A, in the physicality in the two sports, and B, in the argumentative nature of the WNBA?
Yeah, because men whine like little bitches. It is a physicality, and women play through it. I'm being honest with you. Men whine when you look at them hard on the basketball court. Men basketball players are a bunch of prima donnas, and that's why I can't coach them. When women run through the contact, it's a part of the game. So that's the number one thing. Now, as far as the intensity of going after officials, I don't think there's any difference there. I think because both sides are passionate. Both sides want to win. Both sides don't want to be cheated. So I don't feel any difference there. But the physicality is real. I mean boys whine all the time.
Look here, Rob. I love looking at the WNBA, and I'm gonna tell you what. You set a picket in WNBA in the WNBA. You better be ready to.
It's real. Score. It's real. Yeah.
Them chicks are running through picks. I'm like, oh my! It reminds me of back in the day with the Bruce brothers, and it reminds me of the old style NBA. You better earn it. You gonna earn it because I'm gonna get you. Like it reminds me of street court. Like if you go for a shot, you're gonna be taking it out of bounds. Take it out. Bow. I'm gonna hit you. Take it out. So I mean. I love the physicality of the WNBA. I watch it as much as I can. It don't matter who it is. I could care less about, the chirping and all that. I love watching the NBA, and the physicality is just crazy. Y'all take care, man.
Thanks, you. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. You didn't flinch when I said that about the physicality.
No, I also think, though, like through time and the more and more we see the women play, because this is still relatively new at the professional level. I mean, I know it's been going on for a while.
30 years.
But the growth of it, I mean, the NBA's been going on since, back in the 50s?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there will be some of that. There are some players that do complain about fouls. I mean, Caitlin's one at the forefront quite a bit. I just watched a video of her complaining about getting kneed in the thigh and saying that the ref should have called it. What? But there's a lot of plays where she should have and ones. I agree with you, though, when people like to blame the Europeans when they came over, but a lot of flopping, a lot of the selling fouls and stuff like that happened. And then you get guys that just flat out whine. My favorite player is Luka. He's one of the biggest whiners in the league.
Mm-hmm. Ben has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Eric DaCosta is going to join us today at 11, and I've got a lot of questions. And I'm going to start with Eric. What is your typical day at training camp? Ryan Ripken will be in with Ripping It with Ryan at noon with he and Cordell.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The World Cup final is finally set. Argentina and Messi versus Spain. Couldn't ask for a better matchup. The defending champions against one of the sport's biggest powers, global stars, massive pressure, and a trophy that stops the world. Even casual American fans will be watching this one. I'm John Lund.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Let's go Trippy in Baltimore. What's up, Trippy?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Sally?
Not much. What's up with you?
Nah, hey, when I hear Clayton Clark, right? You know who Clayton Clark remind me of?
Who's that?
Screech off of Saved by the Bell.
Oh, man.
It's all right.
Ooh,
Don't see that?
I don't see that. Screech had curly
She
hair.
don't look like Screech.
No, I think she looks. Go look up Billy Kidman, the wrestler. She looks just like him.
She look like Screech, bro.
No.
But I ain't gonna lie, Clayton Clark, nice though, man. But she still ass, because why she can't hit 2 threes now? And the other time she was coming in here, they was calling her the baby Steph Curry. Now she out there looking like Rob Long when he played in high school. Hello? It's like, hey, Rob, I'm joking with you, Rob. Hey, man, y'all have a nice Friday.
Nobody makes him so mad. That's so good. And by the way, we were talking about that too. We started looking up pictures and comparing them, and
he ain't wrong.
No, well, I don't see the
I'm talking about
thing.
looking like me playing high school basketball.
Oh, well, okay.
He ain't wrong.
Ha ha! Starts laughing.
I was not. I'll put it this way. Thank God I could coach, because wasn't much of the player. Nope. You know how the game was to me? Super hard.
Super hard. It's super hard. Yeah.
Football, baseball, yes. Basketball, yeah. As a basketball player, I'm a pretty good coach. Hey, I don't get out there and demonstrate against those girls anymore.
Man, I miss it. I miss playing so much. When I stopped playing basketball, I had football to hang my hat on and still playing on the weekends, and it gave me something to kind of, look forward to. And then now, if I went back out there, I think my whole body would fall apart. Knees, back, everything.
Bro, 3 years ago, I'm just playing around, getting on the court. Jayla Speller, number 5. So I'm just messing around with her. She's dribbling the ball. Jayla made the simplest of moves. And I stuck with her. And I just kind of laugh, pat her on the shoulder, like, good move, good move. Meanwhile, inside, the pain in my groin last 2 weeks. One move. She made one basic in and out head fake move on me, and I tried to go with it. And I'm like, good move, pat on the shoulder, and walked away like.
Last time I got out there, even though I say I haven't played in 7-8 years, when I was coaching with the kids, every once in a while I'd get in and run with them, especially if we had 9 when I was coaching Perry Hall's JV. Yeah. And there was one time I was running with them at the end of practice because I made 10, and I go in for a layup, and they have if you're in the gym, the seat, all the benches pull out, they're electric, and they push them back in. I went to go make a layup and was running so hard and so fast, at least for me, I crashed into those all the bleachers. Mm-hmm. And you would have thought I fell from the ceiling. It was so loud. The other varsity stopped practicing and looked over what the hell happened over there? I'm laying on the ground. Everybody, did somebody hit him? No. I'm a walking floor burn. I'm going to fall regardless.
That was the day that it dawned on me. It occurred to me. Treadmill, bands, light weights. That's my activity. Do not. 16, 17-year-olds can't guard this kid. What's your 50-something-year-old ass out here? I
gotta catch myself now because I still in my mind think I'm that guy, and I ain't.
No. My mind tells me no. My body tells me no.
Yeah.
Everything's in sync. It lines up to no. Now time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Now, it's going to sound funny to you that I actually like this. In fact, I love this. Today is National Corn Fritters Day.
Okay.
You like corn fritters?
I'm good with them, yeah.
I love corn fritters, man. You got some corn fritters, and if you make a whole big plate, just put it all plate, the corn fritters, and there's 4 of us in the room, I'm going to ask you what you 3 going to eat, because those corn fritters are mine. I love corn fritters, man. Seriously. So birthdays today is Jimmy Johnson's 83rd birthday. Former Cowboys coach, former University of Miami coach, former broadcaster, because he left Fox, right? It's Fox Sports. Is he off the broadcast now? Former kicker Gary Anderson. Remember Gary Anderson?
I love Gary.
Great year, and it ended up.
Made every field goal except in the NFC Championship when it mattered. He pulled the Mike Vanderjack.
He turned 67. Actor Corey Feldman turns 55 today. Jets head coach, former player Aaron Glenn turns 54 today. Zach Randolph, former NBA player, 45. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby Lashley, pro wrestler, turns 50. And we talked about this woman, I think, earlier this week. She was fat shamed. Carly Lloyd turns 44 today. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Pro Football Hall of Famer Barry Sanders, actor Will Ferrell share a birthday today. Ben, who's older?
I'm going to go Barry Sanders.
We'll go Barry Sanders.
I'll go Will Ferrell.
Go Will Ferrell. Well, one of you's right. Unless they're the same age.
Yeah.
Will Ferrell today turns 59. Barry Sanders turns 58.
Oh, wow. Close. Very close.
All right. Barry Sanders was that close to me.
Yeah.
Or Will Ferrell.
Yesterday, I accidentally sent a naked picture of myself to everyone in my address book. Not only was it embarrassing, but it cost a fortune in stamps. I don't know if you get that. Meaning I didn't accidentally do it on my phone.
How do you accidentally mail stuff?
Did you know when you are clinically dead, you continue to be able to see for about 2 minutes? That's because your pupils dilate. What do you call Batman that skips church? That's a Christian Bale. What do you call a male hooker? A prostitute. What's the opposite of an onion? An Ophian. That's so bad. I hate when I can't read my own handwriting. Luckily, that only happens when I write myself instructions on how to turn on the lights. See, that's stupid too. What band got really popular after making music with window cleaning products? That's the Squeegees. What do you call for an injured pig? A ambulance. These are really bad today. I'm not reading that one. That one's racist. I for one, like Roman numerals.
I for one. Yeah.
And lastly, tequila may not fix your life, but it's worth a shot.
There you go. Vinny and Haynie up next. Cordell Woodland sitting in for Bob Haynie. They will have Eric DeCosta, GM for the Baltimore Ravens, on at 11 a.m., but you can listen before and after that. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Thursday.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
No. USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and springtime can bring a new season of change and growth. There are so many things to look forward to, whether it's walking your dog, taking a stroll through the park with a loved one. It can be just energizing to get outside. Getting back into activities such as these can be difficult, though, if you suffer from pain in your feet, knees, hips, or lower back. Our patented 3-step arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
Amazing, the change. No pain left in my foot. My ability to walk is vastly improved. Like on a Saturday afternoon, I will take my dog for a walk, which is, I would watch football, I would watch basketball, I would do anything but probably go out and take a walk. But I do that now because there's no pain. I'm doing things more outside than I would have otherwise before. It's just real. Like it really does work.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come into the Good Feet store for your free fitting and test walk, or visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Our front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Big savings are here during the Salute to Savings event at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great models under $30,000. Available and ready to drive home today. Credit issues? We say yes. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Keegan Aiken's season has come to an unfortunate end after undergoing Tommy John surgery with Dr. Keith Meister Wednesday. The southpaw posted a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings this year, but he had started turning things around before the injury, allowing just 3 earned runs across his final 17 1/3 innings pitched. Baltimore has their final off day of the break on Thursday before they head to Houston for a 3-game set with the Astros. Baseball is back tonight as the Phillies and Mets will face off in a standalone matchup. The two NL East rivals will get the spotlight as the league ramps back up after the break. First pitch from Citizens Bank Park is set for 7:10. In other MLB news, the Astros have traded Lance McCullers Jr. and Colton Gordon to the Brewers in exchange for Jaden Fielder, the son of 6-time MLB All-Star Prince Fielder. McCullers waived his no-trade clause to make the deal happen, bringing an end to his 12-year run in Houston. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Kyle's incredible. The things he's able to do, I think he's very, very unique. I think he's a one-of-one player in this league. Things that he's able to do, the things that he's able to be a lead at. Such a joy to work with. The way he sees the game, he's extremely smart. He's extremely cerebral. He wants to understand why we're doing things. He anticipates plays based on looks and formations and sets. Great to have a guy like that. And again, he's a guy that you can put him in one spot, he can maybe be the best in the league. Put him in another spot, he could be the best in the league.
Vinny and Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland filling in for Bob Haynie today here with Vinny Serrato. Alex Camponi. He's behind the glass filling in for Nolan McGraw. Big show today. We got Ripping It with Ryan at noon. But before that, at 11 o'clock, we'll be joined by Ravens GM Eric DeCosta talking some football with him. Ravens camp gets underway in about 2 weeks. So kind of perfect time to get Eric on the show to talk to him about the team construction. Plenty of a couple of holes that kind of are glaring to us that we can ask him about. A couple of different things to talk to Eric about. So we'll talk to him at 11 o'clock. But
and you know what's cool about getting him right now, Cordell? And I told you off air, like as a GM, this time of the year,
it's kind of chill time, whether he's on vacation or not, but there's not a lot of stress right now. So this is a good, like you said, it's a good time to get him during the season. I wouldn't even want him on because, it's not fair because of the questions you have to ask.
Yeah.
Now, because I told him, when I said, well, just come on and we'll BS, and we can talk. Like, I love talking about, like scouting staffs and evaluations and everything else. And I'll get a little into that a little bit with Eric. And, what are your scouts doing during training camp, your college scouts and, your pro scouts, because they've got to have a handle on the league. So it's not like these guys are just standing out there. So we'll give Eric a chance to kind of pump up his dudes a little bit and tell people what actually is happening. It's not a bunch of guys just, sitting around watching practice.
Now, we did hear from Ravens head coach Jesse Minter in the open talking about one Kyle Hamilton, and he used the term best in the league. And we know ESPN has been putting out their top 10 rankings at all the different positions. Well, today they put out their top 10 safeties. And for back-to-back years, Kyle Hamilton comes in as the best safety in the NFL.
Was Derwin James second?
Yeah. Derwin James was second. Last year, he was sixth. So he moved all the way up.
Jesse, that's Jesse Minter factor right there. Cordell, I don't know what you think. I just think that, and we talked a little off here, I think the defense is going to be fabulous this year. I think it's going to be, if they're not top 10, it's going to be a total disappointment because I think they're going to have to be top 10, at least at the beginning of the season, because I think the offense is going to struggle some. I hope it doesn't, but I think it will. Just from what we've seen, because the defense looks like, watching them at OTAs and minicamp, the stuff that we've seen, Cordell, the defense looks way ahead of the offense. It's hard to kind of tell what they're doing.
And I think some of that is kind of to be expected just because, defensively, we all know this Ravens defensive scheme is kind of built in-house, and Jesse has been in the building, and he's one of those guys that's kind of taken the scheme and added his own flavor to it as he's left. And now coming back, it is some familiarity with that scheme on that side of the ball. On the offensive side of the ball, though, Declan Doyle comes in, and Lamar said it. They stripped it down. It's not like when Todd came in and kept some of the Greg Roman run stuff.
Yep.
They stripped it all the way down. So I think we saw the offense probably still more in their install stuff than defense. Also, offense was without their top two wide receivers, at least for minicamp. Bateman didn't do anything while we were out there.
Zay wasn't there either.
Yeah, during minicamp, Zay wasn't there. In OTAs, he was. But yeah, I mean, I just think the offense was missing a lot, and that added into some of the holes that I think are already on this team, whether it's center, whether it's pass catcher. I just think defense is probably going to be the most reliable side of the ball this year.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any concerns? If you have a concern defensively, what is your concerns about the defense?
Probably like corner help. Like I think Nate is going to still be solid again. Marlon, you never really know.
Nate's got to level up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And that's really the thing for all of the corners. Like, everybody could get better when you talk about the corner group. I think Nate, I still believe in Nate. I know he had games last year that left a bad taste in people's mouths, but I like Nate's aggression. I could tell that he's out there playing confident. That's really all you want out of your corner. It's not like he's out there just getting beat. It's more so him not making plays on the ball when he had those opportunities for me. Now, Marlon at times is just getting beat. At the same time, Marlon's a part of a lot of the turnovers that they get. So it's you got a Woozier who was fairly healthy last year, but history tells you kind of got to watch out for that. You got TJ Tampa, who's also dealt with injury problems, but we know they like him. So corner, to me, behind linebacker depth, is probably the two weaknesses that I look at on the defensive side of the ball. I think that they made a huge investment in the D-line. I feel very confident about the D-line. Obviously, Matabike coming back would be a bonus. But right now, I feel fairly good about what they have, and that's me excluding Matabike. Back into the defense with the safeties, I think they'll be fine with that group, and we know Kyle will play all over the place.
Yeah, and I know they'll probably keep 5 safeties, and probably right now, they probably have 4 that you feel pretty good about?
With Hawkins, Hamilton,
Jackson.
Starks, and you said Jackson?
39. Keandre Jackson.
Oh, Keandre, right.
Just because he's one of their better teamers and stuff, too.
Right.
And I'll give him some credit. He made some plays, So I think, so to be whoever the next, somebody's got to evolve and win that job, too. But Cordell, other than Wiggins, corner-wise, who's a good man player? There isn't one.
I don't think there is one. I mean, and Rivers got to throw Rivers in there as the draft pick, but obviously smaller and a late round draft pick. I just expect him to be on the roster at least. But yeah. I mean, it's slim pickings. It's slim. That's why I'm saying corner is one that I'm watching right now. But I think that the secondary will be better because the D line is going to be better. I think they're going to get pressure on the quarterbacks this year. I don't think guys will be able. I don't think we'll see what we saw out of those 2 Pittsburgh games last year, where Rodgers is having all day to throw and he's scrambling all over the place and making them look really bad.
See, I think the thing about the corners, put Wiggins aside because he's the one that can run. Everybody else, can't handle deep speed. But what do all the other corners do well? They make plays on the ball. Mm-hmm. So I think there'll be a heavy zone team, Cordell. Because I think TJ Tampa at Iowa State, he played in the slot most of the time.
Right.
And he's a good tackler. And like you said, Marlon makes plays on the ball. Mm-hmm. But Marlon can't cover, So I think it'll be, a lot of zone type stuff, and then it'll give the ability of, because I think Hawkins, Starks, they all could make plays on the football. They all got good vision, good instincts, good plant drive. So I think the reason, like if Zach Orr was coordinator, I would say no. Then I'd still be nervous. But I think Jesse's going to put them in the positions for them to succeed and put them in the position that they're going to do well. And I think they're going to get pressure on the quarterback. I mean, the Chargers, I think, had 45 sacks last year. They were ranked 10th.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure department, I think they'll definitely be able to get back to that. And you talked about Mentor and that being a big source of your confidence in this defense. And I agree with you, but I also think like having Weaver as like that soundboard, is having the guy that relays the message. I just feel way more for me, when you compare the two sides of the ball, I think there are way less questions on defense, whether it's player personnel. We talked about their deficiencies with the corner position and linebacker depth, but I think they have enough top-end talent, especially considering how good the defensive line should be this year. I think they'll be fine. That combined with the experience that they're getting at the coaching department. Offensively, you got a hole at center. Yep. You've got one receiver that you know what you're getting out of. Yep. And you've got a play caller who's doing it for the first time. Like, it's a lot of questions for me on that side of the ball.
And another big question I got, Cordell, is, tight end.
Yeah.
I got big.
Yeah.
And the other thing I got questioned about is it's not like Rosengarten had a great year last year. And can he anchor? That's my whole thing. Can he anchor? Can he put his foot in the ground and anchor? Because, in college he couldn't. First year, I thought he struggled early, and then towards the end of the year, he looked all right, But then last year, I thought he was bad again.
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Remember, we'll be joined by Ravens GM Eric DeCosta at 11 o'clock. Talk some Ravens football with him. We'll also have Jerry Coleman join us at 10:30. Talk all things sports with him as well. But coming up next on the program, we'll keep it going with the Ravens talk. We highlighted Kyle Hamilton as the top safety according to ESPN. What will Jesse Mentor be able to do with Kyle Hamilton that he was able to do with Derwin James last year as well? We'll look at it next on The Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
It's the Freedom to Upgrade sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director. He's going to give you a good sales experience. Plus, you're going to save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra Hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon with gas. I saw it today at 389. That 50 miles per gallon looks good. And make no payments till October 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for its incredible approval. Kevin, going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance, plus you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes. Just imagine, like, I get my oil change like every 5-6 weeks because I drive a lot. And that's like you're saving over $100 every time. Pretty good deal at Jones. Plus, you get free car washes and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. So upgrade your ride now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm the kind of guy who don't believe that
Vinny and Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan. What is today? Total Request Thursday? Is that what it is? Total Request Thursday. Send in your favorite songs to the text line. Alex, he'll take care of you from there. Cordell Woodland filling in for Bob Haynie today here with Vinny Serrato, talking some football with Ravens training camp right around the corner.
Hey, Cordell, let me ask you this, because this was a big discussion point yesterday with me and Nolan, about the Colin Cowherd BS about Lamar. What was your opinion on that? Because it made me want to hit the dump button. It made me want to be like McAfee, where they can go blank and they can swear.
Yeah, they can do.
I just thought it's idiotic, and I hope that Lamar uses it. And I think at the end of the year, I hope that Lamar can look back at them and give them the finger and say, "You dropped me. Where was I?"
I didn't even I can't even tell you. It was something stupid. I have
69th or 60th.
Well, that's the NFL. That's the
but then when he said he'd rather have Bo Nix,
that was just stupid. That's stupid.
He didn't have him in the top 10. Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
serious. If you asked every one of those coaches, who would you rather have? It's not even why do you even ask me that? It's a no-brainer.
This is just the time of year. I think if you went through time and you saw, if you went back in time and looked just at this week,
this is when all the dumb stuff.
This is when the dumbest stuff in sports comes out. So I'm not surprised that on the deadest week of the sports calendar year is when we get some of the craziest lists. We get some of the craziest takes. It's just the way that it goes, unfortunately. And they know Lamar is instant clickbait. It's instant reaction. It's going to get people going. Anybody that has watched 10 minutes of NFL football knows that what they're saying is complete BS. And I like I said, I have a very, very low tolerance for it. My stomach can't take it. I get secondhand embarrassment. Somebody sent me the Colin Cowherd clip the other day. I'm not lying. I got about 10 to 15 seconds in, and I had to turn it off from secondhand embarrassment. I can't watch it.
And Cordell, I told Nolan yesterday, if I wasn't doing sports talk radio, I wouldn't even look at any of that garbage.
Yeah.
Because it's all garbage,
And I don't think it does anything for Lamar. Does he see it? Probably, because he's on social media a lot.
People, Lamar may not see it, but his people see it.
Yeah. I mean, and you kind of just got to know what's real and what's not. And anybody that comes out of their mouth and says that Bo Nix is ahead of Lamar Jackson, what is the rebuttal to that? I said it. I was on a podcast last night, and I said you can't respond logically to illogical statements. You just can't. I can't. I have no response to somebody that says that. There's nothing I can say that's going to change their mind, because clearly they're idiots.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's well said, Cordell. And probably we've taken too much time talking about that crap.
Well, that's what he wants,
But we're in Baltimore. We got to talk about it. They're talking about our guy, know?
Right. I mean, and I'm all for, I understand standing up and defending your guy. Shoot, I'm a fan. So when I see, it's a struggle for me now, because now I'm a part of the media, but I'm still a fan at heart, and I see my guy Jaden getting disrespect because of last year he's dealing with the injuries and all of that type of stuff, and I've called it in training camp when they were going back and forth with Terry and not wanting to extend him. I already knew what the season was going to look like, but now all of a sudden everybody's ahead of my boy Jaden. It's cool. I'm not worried about it. I'm sure he's not either. Same with Lamar when they put these types of lists out. They're going to do Lamar's still going to go out there and be Lamar. And I've asked him about it. I asked him in minicamp that question about all the people that, were waiting for a year like last year to happen just to say, well, this is the beginning of the end of Lamar Jackson. This is what it's going to look like going forward, because he's a mobile quarterback, and we know they have a shelf life. Same thing with Derrick Henry. They've been waiting for Derrick Henry to fall off a cliff.
Oh, no doubt.
So they can say, see, I told you, he's old now. He's running to the ground. That's what they're going to say it every year. They've done it with LeBron. Every year they're going to do it and hope that one year they strike gold and say, see, I told you. That's what this is all about.
But I would say, and to me, Derrick Henry has been spectacular. And I love the way that he takes care of his body and the way he trains. I totally respect that. And I think that's what's made him last longer because of, he puts his money where his mouth is because he takes care of himself. I mean, right from as soon as the game's over, he's already prepping for his recovery, And the only thing that has fallen a little bit with him, Cordell, is the fumbling. And I did and I think me and you were on when after a mini camp practice or whatever, I was talking about the drill that I saw the coach doing over on the side with the rubber bands, and pulling the ball out and stuff. I thought that was kind of I'd never seen it before, and I thought it was a very good drill. I like, like on this coaching staff, there's some new drills, and maybe it's because of young, they've got new ideas. I like some of the new drills.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a part of the good side of bringing in young coaches because you get guys that may think outside the box, that are willing to try new things. You get a veteran coach, and there are plenty of perks to having a coach that's been around forever because they know how to get it done. They have their way, and it works for them, but they can kind of be stuck in their ways. So when things go wrong, they kind of struggle to find that new avenue, that new lane. And I think that's where younger coaches probably succeed at that. And just from talking to the players, it seems like communication is totally different compared when you have a 30-year-old guy talking to you compared to probably like a 60, 65-year-old guy.
Todd was 60.
He's talking to you, not, he's talking at you, I should say. Zay kind of used that analogy like, when you got Todd getting on you, Todd's on you, whereas Declan might use the same words, but his delivery is going to be more acceptable because he can speak the lingo a little bit. He can put it to you in a way that's easier to accept.
Yeah, that's the difference, like having an old school coach instead of, a younger. And to me, like if that's Albernaz, whereas I think they needed an old school coach, type thing, just making, baseball comparison. Right. But, I mean, the drill that I like, Cordell, I liked the one when I saw with Derek and the fumbling. And then I liked the one with the receivers, tight ends, running backs, where the one guy catch, and then they got to cut back and do that. Did you see that one?
I'm trying to remember.
There's two guys at the same time, and then like one goes to block and then the other cuts behind him. Yeah. I hadn't seen that drill before, and I like that drill.
We used to do that with my Little League team, 10 and under team. We used to do that, helping on open field blocking and continuing, even when you don't get the ball, knowing to transition from a receiver into a blocker. That's very important. Let's grab a call before we go to break. Let's get Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, Cordell and Vinny?
What's up?
Chilling, fellas. Looking forward to the weekend.
I hear you.
One quick point. I think Jaden Daniels is really going to rally for you guys this year, Cordell. Last year was just a misnomer, my dude. It always goes wrong in that second year for most guys, even the really good ones.
Well, it could only go down from there. I mean, you go to the NFC Championship game as a rookie. You can only go down.
Yeah, man, and we saw the same thing. Unfortunately, he's a little bit out ahead of him, but look at C.J. Stroud. Just hadn't been able to rally as much. But
his was a lot worse than Jaden Daniels.
Way worse, man. You're right, way worse. It's not even a comparison.
That was embarrassing. Yeah.
I still got faith in C.J., though.
Yeah, man. Going to be a good player all around for his career, man. Not a bad way to make a living, of course. But I have a saying, to be great, you really do have to toe the line of failure, right? And that's where I think Derrick Henry's showing his greatness, just, with a little bit of fumbling and stuff. Just maybe he's just overplaying a little bit, playing a little too hard when he already, is really just a rhinoceros out there anyway, right? But I'm really hoping that Lamar is able to really get the bulk of the offense and our playmakers involved early.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it'll make it easier as we kind of get to that middle stretch of the season for him. And then as we get down the home stretch, I think that's where I'd love to see Lamar really be able to start showing his greatness because he has the confidence in our offense to help him. But I guess it could go either way, but I think we're going to come out kind of hot on offense, fellas.
Really? See, I think it's going to be a struggle offensively early. I just think
Appreciate the call, Kevin.
because going back to what Cordell said, they're starting from scratch. I just think it's going to take some time. And plus, Bateman hadn't been there the whole time. Ronnie Stanley hadn't been practicing the whole. Who knows who's going to be the center? So just the consistency of the player. I mean, the only constant basically there was two constants. Lamar and Derek were pretty much the constants.
And you got to take into account, how much will we see these guys in the preseason?
None.
Exactly. So it's not like they have the two joint practices. Well,
we got two practices,
3, right?
Two practices with the Vikings,
right? And then one
with Washington,
right? So that'll be really where they're testing, a lot of these starters' knowledge on where they are offensively at that point. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Jerry Coleman. Talk some sports with him. He's got the Be More Sports podcast. We'll see what he has going on with that. That's next here on The Fan.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Summer, it's in full swing. And if your home or backyard isn't quite ready for the heat, well, let me just say this, it better be. Yesterday was over 100. Today, with the humidity and stuff, it's got to be close to 100. I was walking this morning just dripping wet. It's not too late to upgrade those appliances that you've been meaning to replace, whether you're perfecting your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the dog days. Like I said earlier, dog days are here. If you need an air conditioner, you better head out to Town Appliance right now to go get it. So you got to check out. Plus, you know what? Why is a good time now? The Town Appliance 4th of July shopping event. It's going on. So it's getting hot. If you need a new AC and you got sales going on, perfect situation. So from premium grills and outdoor refrigeration to ACs and luxury kitchen appliances, they have everything you need to make the most of the season. Their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And I can tell you firsthand, old Mayor and Mayor, they made buying my GE fridge incredibly easy. And I promise they're going to take great care of you like they did me. Now, with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders, and their price match guarantee, it's the perfect time to save. Tell them that Vinny sent you. Stop by the Owings Mills showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advanced them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you're planning your next home upgrade, Town Appliance's 4th of July shopping event is the perfect reason to do so. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality and ultra-quiet performance of Bosch. Whether you need a new refrigerator, range, dishwasher, or an AC unit to stay cool, they have it all with flexible financing. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you at their Owings Mills showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code READY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code READY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code READY.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
In the World Cup semifinal on Wednesday, Argentina rallied with the late comeback to defeat England 2-1, punching its ticket to the World Cup final for the second straight tournament.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Oh, there it is! Lautaro Martinez! Stoppage time! Go-ahead goal for Argentina!
That call courtesy of Fox. The dramatic victory sets up a championship showdown with Spain as Argentina looks to capture another World Cup title. The final is set for 3 p.m. Sunday. In Orioles news, the team announced that Keegan Aiken underwent Tommy John surgery, with Dr. Keith Meister giving the Birds another frustrating injury setback. Aiken finishes the season with a 5.68 ERA over 25 1/3 innings pitched. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 90s with sunny skies. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 88. This fan flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said
Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland filling in for Bob Haynie today here with Vinny Serrato, Alex Camponi behind the glass. Remember, at 11 o'clock, we'll be joined by Ravens GM Eric DaCosta. But joining us now from Baltimore Sports Podcast, it is one Jerry Coleman. Jerry, what's going on?
How are you, Cordell and Vinny? So that's why I'm being bumped up today. Eric DaCosta.
No, you're bumped down. You're bumped down.
Depends on how you look at it.
We bumped you down to 10:30.
Actually, it fits my schedule as I'm down here
Perfect.
in Sarasota, about to hit the beach and the pool. But Eric is taking my assigned spot, so please let him know. I did let him know by text, but he may have me blocked. Who knows?
Well, see how it all works out.
Yeah.
It all kind of fit in like a glove. And I was just about to ask, like, no, it's been no baseball this week with the All-Star break and everything, and we don't have the Ravens going on. How have you been spending your time? What's keeping you distracted these days?
The beach, the pool, a little World Cup here and there, Cordell. Just, following some of the all-star shenanigans that have been going on during this break time. And, bad time for Philly. I mean, Schwarber doesn't win the home run derby. Sanchez has a rough first inning. Schwarber and Harvard do nothing at the all-star game. Luzardo, too. And now they're back playing tonight, which seems unfair for the players on the Phillies and the Mets to have to play tonight while everyone else gets an extra day off. So that's how I've been occupying my time during this quote-unquote deadest time in the sports calendar.
Hey, Jared, let me just say this. Like, I've been really into the World Cup. Like, I watch any of the games. I think especially these last games, I think they're great. Now, I was in Portugal when Portugal lost. I was there. I was at a restaurant the night that they lost, and I was with a bunch of doctors that were from all the different countries, from Spain, that have teams in it, and I asked them, and that's when the U.S. was playing that, later that night. I asked them, I said, does the U.S. have a chance? They said, hell no. No, U.S. has no chance. That's
U.S.
what
has never really had a chance. I mean, let's be honest. Going back in the history of this event, I mean, you look at how far they've gone, and this is about it from what we've seen, the knockout round, and then they're done by a team like Belgium, even on their home turf. But this has been a very exciting World Cup. I'm sure, like many, I just watch every 4 years, but we've seen so many goals in like the 90th minute. I can't remember seeing so many late scoring goals.
How about Argentina? Two different games,
It's just been amazing the way they've been able to turn around these games when you think it's a foregone conclusion that England is moving on to the final. I mean, England is kind of like the Buffalo Bills of FIFA. I mean, they just can't get by. They're like the city of losers in England up there, because I think it's been since 1966 since they won the World Cup, but obviously shorter period of time than the U.S., But, you got the stars in Messi. Spain doesn't allow a goal. They're playing these games at 3 o'clock to accommodate the international audience. They don't care as much about the American audience, but they're going to get unbelievable ratings, Vinny, on Sunday. I do hear that the ticket price to get in the doors, the average price is $11,000, which would be a record for any sporting event in North America.
Well, I did see yesterday that the game in Atlanta with Argentina and England, 99% of the fans were Argentinians.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know they traveled as well as the English did.
Oh, so, New York's probably happy as hell about that. I think it'll be, you've got Messi and you've got a great defense, so you're right, Jerry. I think it's going to be extremely, exciting.
There's also a third-place game people aren't really talking about where you're going to have England play in that game against France. And, normally, if that was the championship game, that would have set record prices, because you got a lot of people with money in both of those countries who could hop on a jet to Teterboro and take their Gulfstream or a direct flight and be there for the World Cup finale and pay a lot of money for it.
Now, Jerry, getting to the Orioles for a second, we know it's been a disappointing first half of the season for the Birds, but they go into the All-Star break getting their first 4-game win streak of the season. We know how elusive that's been for them, but it came at a price. They end up losing arguably their most consistent offensive player in Blaze Alexander, who has the non-displaced broken hand in his left hand. How big of a loss do you think that'll be for the team in the second half?
I think it's a big loss, Cordell. You're right. He was their hottest hitter at the time, and a guy that you could count on playing third base. I don't think it's the end all. I don't think it's going to turn the season around one way or another, with all due respect. I still have this team finishing fourth or in last place. I don't get turned around by a 3-game sweep of a last place Royals team. They need to do a little bit more, I think, to impress the fan base. It was a nice feeling to go into the All-Star break with that 4-game win streak. But now they have the Astros and some other teams that they're going to have to get by if they want to get closer to the wild card. But my opinion on the team hasn't changed. I still think they should consider being sellers at the trade deadline if they're not close. And if they're still hovering around last place and under 500, I don't know how else you could consider it. I understand how weak the American League is, but every team in the American League outside the Royals and a few others is looking at, okay, we got a chance. We're only 3 games out of a playoff spot.
Now, Jared, yesterday we were talking a lot, should they trade Rutschman? Your opinion?
I believe they should. I really do. I think he's a hot commodity right now. Sam Basayo is doing a great job. I understand it's a luxury to have 2 catchers, but it's too much of a luxury for a team that has needs elsewhere and a team, again, that has been perpetually under 500 for about a year right now. So, yes, they should consider trading him. Trevor Rogers should be considered on the trading block. There's a whole lot of guys that should be considered not untouchable because, again, they have to start thinking about the future. And I understand Mike Elias has his agenda thinking about the future, but you have to think about the overall future of the team when making these deals. And thinking that you have a chance to make a playoff run here and keeping this team intact when you can go out and maybe make your team more valuable and make it better in the long run, I think that's more important than trying to make this short-term run this year and maybe save Mike Elias' job.
Jerry, great stuff, man. Appreciate your time this morning, even though I know we had to bump you up and that threw a wrench in your whole day. What's going on with the pod?
Well, we got Academy Award-winning director Barry Levinson on, Cordell. He's talking about the same frustrations we all have with the team trying to get above 500, too many guys swinging for the fences. And also, his biggest complaint is trying to find an Oriole game when it's not on Mass. And, I mean, he's not any different than a lot of us. I mean, he probably found out at the last second the Home Run Derby was on Netflix. So Be More Sports Pod is where you can watch it or listen to it. Be More Sports Pod, the preeminent Orioles podcast.
Jerry, appreciate it, man. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll talk again down the line.
Don't forget the sunscreen, Jerry, as white as you are.
Definitely not. Dermatologists warn me all the time. And send my best to EDC and tell them for thinking about me and taking my time slot. All the best.
We will. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jerry.
See you, fellas.
Yep.
Coming up next on the program, let's get back to the calls. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. You want to talk some Ravens with training camp right around the corner. We can do that. We have Eric DaCosta joining us at 11 a.m. If you want to talk Orioles back at it tomorrow. On the road out in Houston. They've got a couple of key series coming up here after the break against Houston and Boston, 2 teams that are right in front of them for the last wild card spot right now. So you want to talk some Orioles, we can do that as well. That's next on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. Argentina and Leo Messi showing once again the heart of the champion yesterday. 2-1 comeback win against England. Argentina on to the World Cup final. And this Argentina squad, like the Tom Brady New England Patriots, like the Derek Jeter New York Yankees, count them out at your own risk. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Hey, it's Steve Gorman. When you speed while driving, you have less time to react to whatever comes across your path. A sharp turn could take you by surprise. Another car could turn out in front of you. A large truck could brake suddenly. A pedestrian could be walking their dog, and you won't have time to course correct. The speed limit doesn't just protect you, it protects everyone around you. So slow down, obey the law, and keep everyone on the road safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
been there. You pop into the shop for 5 minutes and all of a sudden you've forgotten where you parked. Car. Unfortunately, that lost feeling is what it's like trying to manage your policy with other insurers.
Here, car. Come out, wherever you are. Please.
With Geico, you can use the app to easily manage all your policies in one place.
Did this parking lot have a waterfall?
I think you've wandered too far, mate.
It feels good to find what you're looking for. It feels good to Geico.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Steve Gorman. When you speed while driving, you have less time to react to whatever comes across your path. A sharp turn could take you by surprise. Another car could turn out in front of you. A large truck could brake suddenly. A pedestrian could be walking their dog, and you won't have time to course correct. The speed limit doesn't just protect you, it protects everyone around you. So slow down, obey the law, and keep everyone on the road safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Alone in a world that's so cold.
Vinny and Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan on this Total Request Thursday. Send in your favorite songs to the text line and Alex Hill handle it. From there, we've got Ravens GM Eric DaCosta joining us at 11 o'clock. Talk all things Ravens with him. Right now, we're talking to you, the people. 410-583-1057 is the number. Let's get Chris in Baltimore. Chris, you're on The Fan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it. So, Cordell, Vinny, this is my biggest question you guys was talking about earlier about what's one of the biggest weakness or holes on the team. I want to say on the defensive side, rush linebacker, as well as linebacker. Somebody to go beside Roquan and somebody to put fear in the offense, and that's also a guarantee to get the ball back for Lamar. And I just don't still see it yet.
What about Hendrickson? You know, we got Hendrickson, we got Zion Young, and we got Mike Green, So, I mean, you got two young guys, and you got a guy that had 17 and a half sacks 2 years in a row.
Yeah, but with all due respect, hasn't really. He didn't play a whole full year last year
No.
for Cincinnati. So he's coming back off of injury. He has something to prove.
Right.
Zion is a rookie, and Mike Green is his second year. So in all questions, who do you really fear on defense?
Well, I you know who I fear?
Secondary.
Jesse Minter. Jesse Minter is going to get him squared away. Trust me when I tell you that. You know, just look at his history and what he has done, and I'll give you a good example.
Okay.
All you got to do is look at
I wanna
Oweh.
push back just a little bit,
Okay,
Vinny.
all right,
Okay.
Oweh had no sacks here. He goes out there and he gets double digit. You know, and you ask Jesse
Right.
how. Just simplified things, you know, let him do the things that he could do, that kind of thing. And I think that's what he's going to do with all these players is allow them to do what they can do well and put them in positions to succeed.
And with that being said, and I respect that, the only part I have is what player is going to be like, you know what, it's game time. I don't have to wait for Mentor to tell me or what's the other defensive coordinator that they picked up from Miami. I don't have to wait for them to tell me to go ahead and make that play. You know, you can't go back in the yesterdays to get Ed Reed, Haloti Ngata. You can't go back and get those guys. There's got to be that guy, that dude on defense to say, I don't have to wait. Let me go make a play now.
Well, that's Kyle Hamilton. That'd be Kyle Hamilton. You know, I mean, he's the number one safety
Appreciate
in
the
the
call,
league.
Chris.
You know, he's the highest paid safety in the league. I mean, that's what you're asking him to be, and that's what he's shown that he can be. So I think, you know, and if Nnamdi was healthy, that was him too.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Kyle is like, I get it. Like the Ravens defense the last couple of years hasn't been up to the standard, so it's making him question some of the guys that were already here. But I do think Hamilton for sure is still like that dude that you talk about offense is fearing. I think there's an element of fear with Kyle Hamilton. You have to find 14. I mean, he's one of those players pre-snap.
Yep.
You get to the line, you're looking to see where 14 is, and your play is going dictated on where he's not at, to be honest with you. I think, and I get the concerns with Trey Hendrickson, and those are real concerns. I mean, he's dealt with injuries. He has had the contract stuff over his head. It's been
Can he
a while
play the run?
Since in the run game,
Yeah.
right? Like there are real questions, but he's a bona fide pass rusher. I'm not sitting here saying that he's going to go have 17 and a half sacks this year, but I feel confident saying he's going to get them double digit, assuming that he plays 12 plus games this year. I think Trey Hendrickson is giving them double digits.
Cordell, I think this is going to be one of his better years, and maybe the best year he has with the Ravens, just because, like the caller said, he's highly motivated. That dude has been there every time. You know, and like when he wants to crank it up, you know, like when he's going against Ronnie Stanley and he cranks it up, I mean, he just bends that corner, gets, you know, I mean, he looks pretty doing it.
Let's grab one more quick one. Let's go to Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, what you got?
What's up, gentlemen? Okay, real quick. I think that guy last time just talking, he just thought he wanted to sound like he was intelligent. That's me as a caller. But, you know, Kyle Hamilton, dude, you get all those guys on the defense to do their job. You get one guy, a couple of guys to explode, Hendrickson and Kyle Hamilton. I wanted to ask Vinny a question right quick. Hey, Vinny.
Yo.
So if Lamar wanted a player, do you think that they would tell him, no, Lamar, we're not gonna get this player for you, or we're not gonna keep this player for you? Like, say if he wanted Likely or somebody like that, you don't think Lamar had enough juice to say, I need him, I want him?
I would say probably not, because Eric's, you know, Lamar's saying he wants him for personal reasons. Eric is looking at the whole team, how it fits, you know, now, you know, would I have loved Likely? They wanted Likely. Mm-hmm. They offered him a deal, he wanted to wait. You know, so I mean, they had three dudes that were all up, and they needed to get one signed. And I'm guessing they offered all three, and Andrew's the only one that bit.
And spoiler alert, Lamar wants everybody. Lamar wants to keep all his guys. And I'm sure Lamar wanted to keep Likely. That's one.
Oh, yeah, I would think that would,
circle.
No doubt.
Likely's in the inner circle.
And when you read about what he's doing at the Giants, a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, so I think but to his question, I think that sometimes, like in the case of like a Snoop, like I think Lamar, they know Lamar wants to keep Snoop around. I think a large part in Snoop coming back to Baltimore, sticking in Baltimore as long as he has, is because of how important he is to just being that sounding board for Lamar, being that backup quarterback that brings support to the starter. And Snoop has also gotten better himself as a quarterback, so it kind of worked out. So I think in some instances they do, but as a GM, like Vinny is saying, you can't listen to every player you can't bring back every guy that your quarterback wants. Coming up next on the program, we'll be joined by Ravens GM Eric DeCosta. We'll talk to him about all things Ravens, some of the roster construction questions, Eric's job duty questions, all of those things. We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Coming to the Lincoln Theater, it's Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on July 23rd. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's Thomas Rhett on August 13th. And the Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. Then don't miss Co Wetzel at the Anthem on August 20th. Get your tickets now at impconcerts.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Attention, BetMGM players. Have a friend who wants to join the action? Now both of you can earn a $100 bonus when they sign up through BetMGM's Refer a Friend program. Just sign into your BetMGM account and check out the Refer a Friend program to send your friend a message inviting them to register a new account. Once your friend signs up and makes a deposit, they'll receive a $100 bonus. And once your friend places a bet with their bonus and the bet is settled, you'll receive a $100 bonus as well. Plus, you can refer up to 5 friends a month. Share the excitement and get a $100 bonus every time you refer a friend to BetMGM.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offers. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 30 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Orioles fell to the Jays last night 2-1, with Baltimore failing to take advantage of some golden opportunities to stuff Toronto into a locker. The O's went 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position, leaving 7 on base, and the bottom of the 8th was the best example of the O's futility last night. Pete Alonso legged out an infield single, putting runners on first and second with 2 outs, but that threat was quickly snuffed out by a back pick that nabbed Alonso at first base, putting a cherry on top of a frustrating evening. Here's the polar bear with his explanation for his his mistake on the base paths.
Yeah, I was definitely overcommitted for like anticipating the contact of the ball, but definitely trying to. I mean, I was ready for it. I just wasn't expecting the back pick. I just pretty much set on just going forward. So just way too aggressive on my part. Just not smart.
Alonso and the Birds will look to bounce back against the Jays tonight in Game 2 of the 4-game series. And the Fan will get you prepped for this evening with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 6 p.m., leading you up to first pitch at 7. Your Friday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and comfortable with highs in the mid to upper 70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie.
Vinny and Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland filling in for Bob Haynie today here with Vinny Serrato. Joining us now on the Window Nation Fan Guest Hotline. Got the Ravens General Manager Eric DeCosta making some time for us this morning. Eric, how's it going?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you guys doing?
I'm good, man.
Yep.
Weather's heating up. Football's right around the corner, you know?
Yeah, we'll be out there in, 2 weeks, Eric?
Yeah, don't remind me. I've had a great summer. I really have. Had a great time with my family, and as I always say, I got the greatest job. I'd have the greatest job in the world if it wasn't for the season.
Oh, right.
Because you're not in control anymore. You're a fan in a lot of ways, watching the team week to week. You know how it is, Vinny. Yep. You just sit there and you watch the team, and it can be a really challenging thing. So. I'm excited, but I'm also sad that the summer is ending.
Well, Eric, one of the big questions, I want to, let people know a little bit about what you and your guys, because people don't know about what the GM does during training camp. You're out at practice, but they don't see the behind the scenes, you study and film, meeting, contracts, all that kind of stuff. So tell the fans a little bit about kind of what you do, and then also your scouts, what the college scouts do during camp, what the pro scouts are doing, because they all have duties that they have responsibilities for.
Yeah, that's right, Vinny. So the scouts will be here the first week of camp. They'll all come in. They live all over the country, and the area guys will come in. And I think the biggest thing that we're trying to do initially is grade the team. So each scout has a position. They're out there every day. We got some guys that are looking at one side of the ball, but mostly the guys are looking at a position or two. And our goal is that by the time training camp is over, we've got reports filed on all of our guys we have a really, really good sense for what the roster looks like, strengths and weaknesses, positions of need, and then how do we compare to past teams, which is something that I find very useful. Comparing our grades on this roster to other rosters that we've had in the past. We've got all that information. And then our pro guys, as the preseason games are starting, our pro guys are just cranking out pro tape, trying to evaluate every player on the roster. A lot of the back-end guys, we're trying to find guys that would be worth a claim if they got cut at the cut date, guys that we think could help us in different ways and special teams, but really a way for us to just evaluate a lot of those back-end guys, trying to find if there are a few guys that might be able to help us. And I've always said that George Kokinis is the master of that. That's a strong suit of his. He loves it. He grinds that pro tape, and he'll know every single player on the back end of all these rosters that have a chance to come in and help us, whether that's a special teams linebacker, a nickel corner, a fifth or sixth receiver, an offensive lineman, a 10th offensive lineman. We'll know those guys. And then at some point, our area guys are going to go back home, and they're going to start attending two-a-days at their schools. And so they're going to go out into the areas, and they're going to hit all the schools that they can in 2-a-days to really get a first look at a lot of these guys. We've watched these guys on tape, but in some cases, our area scouts haven't actually put their eyes on these players. And so that's a really important step for us to look at their body types, the way that they move, the way that they play, and to get a first look and to get some information from sources as well. So, and then I think in my role, what I'm trying to do is work with the coaches to try and get a good sense for how they feel about the players, their evaluations of the players, and then just putting out fires each day, injuries that occur, trying to find guys, trying to bring guys in who can be, depth guys for us in camp, because you don't want your starters taking a ton of reps. And so you've got to have backup guys who can play effectively enough to run the offense, to run the defense during camp so that you can get your work accomplished.
Hey, Eric, what was funny was, like, whenever I'd go in after practice, the owner would ask me, said, "How was practice today?" I said, "Nobody got hurt. It was a great day." That was always the biggest thing, is nobody gets hurt. Now, Eric, talking about kind of what the scouts do and stuff, like, how many practices or preseason games before you decide if you need to add a veteran, let's say center, wide receiver, that type of thing?
Yeah, it's different phases. You might get a couple guys dinged, and you might say, we got to get a couple guys in here to eat some reps. That's a little different than looking at a position group and saying, you know what, we're not good enough. And we might need a guy, whether that's a trade, whether that's a claim, whether that's going out and signing a free agent who's on the streets. And so that might take place after the first week of camp, second week of camp. The other way, though, is, you get a couple hamstrings, and now you're just looking for a couple of receivers who can run routes. Because you don't want a Zay Flowers or Rashad Bateman taking a ton of reps in practice every day. It's going to be hot, and you really want to manage those guys as best as you can. You don't want the Ronnie Stanleys and the Roger Rosengardens taking all the reps at tackle. So you want Emory Jones taking a lot of reps at tackle to see how he holds up. But then you get a couple injuries. Then all of a sudden you're looking for a tackle to bring in to take some reps to preserve those guys. Because the reality of it is, Vinny, a lot of these guys aren't going to probably play a lot in the preseason games. And so then how do we get through the games? Do we have enough guys to play these positions in the games to get us out of the games? A lot of teams now are doing, these practices against other opponents as in place of necessarily playing guys in the games. And so we'll have a chance to do that this year with a couple teams in the preseason where we'll have a chance to compete against those guys prior to our game. Those really replace a lot of ways the preseason game for the veteran players. So it gives us a chance to evaluate those guys, but under more controlled situations where we can kind of manage their health as well.
We're talking to Ravens GM Eric DeCosta, is Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan. And Eric, I did kind of want to drill in specifically on the center position, because we know that was leaving the draft by your own admission. That was kind of the position that you were a little, I guess, disappointed that you weren't able to attack over draft weekend. And I know you guys were looking around trying to see if there were any external options that you can add to the guys that you already had in-house. Where are you on that? Are you feeling better about your in-house options, or do you feel like you still are looking around the league?
Well, I think that what gives me optimism, I think, Cordell, is that Dwayne Ledford is really, really happy with our group. Dwayne has done a great job over the years with all different types of centers, skill set wise. He's developed some guys. He's had some veteran centers, but he's done a great job developing guys. He's really, really high on Danny. He's high on Jovan. He's high on Corey Bullock. That being said, our job is to always improve the roster when we can, and we're doing that. We're looking at guys. We're had conversations. Again, we don't have to play games till September. And so I think that, sometimes it has to fall the right way, whether it's a free agent, whether it's a trade. Do I feel that Danny could play effectively for us? I do, because Dwayne is really high on him. And I love that. When a coach has confidence in a player, that's a great thing for a GM to know and to feel. And so Dwayne loves our group. He's a phenomenal coach, and I'm excited to see that offensive line play at a high level. And like I said, I'm not sure what that offensive line is going to look like. Is it going to be different between now and September when we play games? Very well could be. If we stay status quo, I'm also confident, though, that we have the talent and the ability on our roster to win a lot of football games.
Hey, Eric, what about injuries going into camp? To me, there's two main ones. If hopefully Namdi's back and then Buchanan, because, Buchanan had to have been a surprise to you. And you know what? The thing is, Buchanan's a player when you hear Roquan talk so highly about the guy. And then, I remember Harbs, telling us that all the dude does is make tackles, and that's what he did.
Yeah. Well, obviously, both guys are really important to our defense. And I think those injuries last year, now Teddy's was at the end, but both injuries last year, gut-wrenching in different ways. I'm optimistic about both guys. I'm not going to get into all the specifics, but I think you'll see Teddy sooner than later.
Nice.
He has done a great job. I mean, top, 1% of rehabs that I've seen in my time here, which has been 30 years in terms of rehab. Very, very optimistic about Teddy. Namdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Namdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks. Like in the next 2 weeks, I think we'll have a lot more information that we'll be able to share with people.
Will that be like more stages with him? Probably with because of the neck stuff, Eric. You gotta hit certain marks every time to get to pads kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, there would certainly with both guys. Anytime really we have an injury, a serious injury, there's going to be a ramp up, an acclimation where players have to go through various stages of rehab. Typically starting with an individual period in practice, and then to some group periods, and eventually working into team, and then even managing the amount of reps that guys get, and working in days off and different ways to make sure that we're just not throwing these guys to the wolves, so to speak. But yeah, I think Adrian Dixon, Nick Gill, they'll map out a great protocol for these guys, and our coaches do a good job of putting these guys in position to succeed. And I think Jesse has a great practice schedule that I've seen, and the way that we're going to manage reps and work players in and out, I think will really suit these injured guys. But we're really excited. I think again, like you get a player at the end of the year that tears an ACL like Teddy did, to see where he is now is really exciting. And then with Namdi, you're talking about one of the more disruptive interior pass rushers in the league, and a huge, huge influence on our defense. Really a guy that is, a force multiplier in a lot of different ways. If we can get him back out there, I think it has a tremendous impact on our defense.
Eric, last year when we showed up to camp, you guys had the announcement of the Kyle Hamilton extension, and you guys have a couple of key guys that are looking for extensions even now, but Zay Flowers is one that's really intriguing to a lot of people, because a lot of people feel like, obviously Zay has been open about how much he wants to stay in Baltimore, and I'm sure you guys feel the exact same way. Where are you on maybe a Zay Flowers extension? Is that something that you would like to get done before the start of the season?
Yeah, definitely, Cordell. I love Zay. Zay wants to be here. We want Zay here. He's got a great agent in Joel Siegel and Jeff Garmhausen. Those guys are really good agents. We've had good conversations. Nick Matteo does a phenomenal job negotiating, and certainly a work in progress. Optimistic about it. Feel like at some point we'll get done. I hope it gets done. We love Zay. Zay's a phenomenal football player, and his energy is infectious, and I expect him to have a great year.
Now, unfortunately, we all saw the unfortunate headlines about a week or so ago that went on with Calais and his family, and we all send our condolences to him. And we know you guys added him just a couple of weeks ago to bolster up this defensive line. I am curious, has anything changed with his playing status to your knowledge to this point? Are you guys still expecting Calais to be a part of this roster?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna get into anything personal. Obviously, we love Calais. He's a guy that when I think about the best professionals I've ever been around, I put him at the top of the list. So our hearts go out to him. We've communicated. We've had some great communications with him. Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, I mean, Calais is a football player. That's what he loves. I think he's super excited to be here and focused on winning a ring. But again, like, this is a personal tragedy in many ways. And we're here for him. Whatever support he needs, we're going to give it to him. That's one thing about the Ravens organization that I think stands out is our ability to rally around our players and employees and provide support, going all the way back to Mr. Modell. And Steve has been a steward of that as well. And so we're going to do everything we can for Calais and his family. We love him. And when he's ready to play, we'll be ready to have him back.
Hey, Eric, the guy, and I'm a huge fan because I coached at the Gophers and I'm from Minnesota. I love Bateman. You know, how do we get him consistent, Eric? That's going to be the big thing because we saw 2 years ago the dude can make plays.
Yeah, well, he's a phenomenal athlete. Great route runner. You know, Rashad it's right there in front of him. He's shown flashes of being a real problem for other teams. You know, his mindset is good. I'm really, really excited to see how he does this year with Declan in this offense. And everybody's excited about him. He's gonna have a lot of opportunities this year. Last year was just kind of a lost season in some ways, but that's no indication of the type of player that we think he is and how he can help us. I love the guy. You know, I know he's probably his biggest critic, but he's a playmaker, and I expect him to have a great year this year. I'm excited about him, and I can't wait to see how he looks in this offense.
Eric, how's your opinion been of what you've seen thus far of your new coaching staff?
Yeah, you know, excited. That's, you know, I've talked about it. I mean, obviously, I hold John in a very high regard, Coach Harbaugh. He's a great friend, and we grew very close. And that was a challenging period of my life. And, you know, Vinny, you know, like, you've been through it. Yeah. Hiring coaches is tough, man. And the whole process, people think it ends when you hire the head coach, but then you've got to hire, 20 to 30 assistant coaches. And that's a process that we worked through effectively, I think. And got him here, and I've been really, really impressed. I think Jesse did a great job finding the right personalities. It's a good mix of some veteran coaches and some younger coaches, some college coaches, which has been exciting. Different perspectives, viewpoints, ways of doing things. I think it's been energizing for our players. I think the practices have been good. Yeah, I've been impressed with a lot of these guys. And you know what? They did a good job in the draft meetings, which is really one way that I work closely with them. We use our coaches a lot in the draft process. Every team is different, but we really use our coaches a lot. And I was really impressed with the detail that they showed, the enthusiasm for the process, their ability to communicate what they thought about the players, and then even the undrafted free agency recruiting and things like that. They did an awesome job. So it's been exciting. I've loved watching. You know, I'm a football junkie. I've loved going out there watching the different ways that these guys coach and different techniques and terminology and things has made me better. And I've appreciated and enjoyed that process about it as well.
Eric, you know what I was telling Cordell earlier? Like, I've liked some of the drills, and you just kind of notice some different drills and how they do things. And the one that really impressed me, I don't know if you saw it out there, but like it was like before practice or whatever, over on the side, one of the coach, whether it be a coach or somebody, was working with Derrick Henry, on the fumbling thing. And they had that, whether it be the rubber band, I think, and it was attached to the football, and the coach was running backwards and pulling the ball out. I thought I said, damn, I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool, Yeah,
they are. This is a creative group. That's the nice thing about bringing in people. You learn a lot, and there's different ways of doing things. And I always see it when we hire a scout from another team, because a lot of our scouts have stayed here for years and years, and we start out with young guys and we develop them. But every time we go out and we get a scout from another team, he brings a different perspective and terminology and ways of doing things and different ways of looking at players, skill sets, and it makes you better. And when you bring in coaches like we did, they've got new drills and different ways of doing things that make practice fun for the players, new techniques and different things. I've even noticed this year, like, we got a bunch of guys on the coaching staff, on the offensive coaching staff, who can throw. And so now on any given route, everybody's getting a ball thrown to them. Not just one guy or two guys. On any given route, somebody's getting a receiver or a running back is getting a ball thrown to them. So you're able to increase the amount of reps that these guys get in practice. You're getting a chance for all these guys to catch more passes in practice. And so there's a lot of ways when you bring a new staff in that they can impact your team and your roster, whether it's philosophical, X's and O's, or actually on the field. And I think we're going to benefit from that.
Hey, Eric, give me a guy that during OTA's mini camp that made unbelievable strides that you're like, damn, I can't believe that he's gotten that much better.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I've been really impressed with LaJohntay Wester in practice.
Yep.
He's looked fast. He's caught the ball well. He's been a problem inside. Now, he's, playing behind Zay in a lot of packages. But when I've seen him, he looks very explosive and kind of a problem for people.
Yeah.
The other guy that, there's a few other guys, but another guy that I've been really impressed with now, he just started with us, but Jalen Hawkins, who we signed as a UFA, who had been playing for the Patriots, he looks really good. And I think safety is going to be one of our strongest position groups. This guy's played a lot of football. He looks very smart. He's physical. He's got ball skills. And then the third guy I would probably say is Carson Vincent. I think he's had a really good offseason. He's a really talented athlete. He's a big guy with a great frame, coming out of a small school. Drafted him a couple of years ago at tackle. And he's made great strides. I'm excited to see him with the pads on. Excited to see how he does in the preseason games. But he looks like a guy that has a chance to be a left tackle in this league.
Nice.
And we're excited about him.
Eric, great stuff, man. We really appreciate your time this morning. Get some rest as football season is right around the corner. I'm sure we'll see you out plenty over at Owens Mills over the course of camp.
Thanks again, Eric. Thanks for doing it, man.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yep.
No problem. Coming up next here on The Fan, we'll get back to our regular schedule programming. We'll probably highlight the soccer game from yesterday really quickly and hit a break next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old.
She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey, it's Rob along with Vinny Steele, your home sold guaranteed realty. What's your best advice for sellers this summer that want to get the most money without the typical hassle?
Inventory is increasing, so buyers have more choices. That's why smart sellers are asking for more than empty promises. Our sellers get an upfront written guarantee that if I can't sell your home, I'll step in and buy it at a price and time frame you agree to.
That's certainty. Call or text Vinny right now at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801 or VinnySteele.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Oh, there it is! Lautaro Martinez! Stoppage time! Go ahead goal for Argentina!
Vinny and Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan. You heard that highlight courtesy of Fox. It's the whip around, really quick whip around here on The Fan as we recap Argentina's 2-1 victory over England yesterday. Phenomenal comeback.
How about the Messi passes?
Both of them.
Yes.
On both of them. I mean, he takes the double team, and on one of them, he's basically triple teamed and just passes it out of there. England was on the ropes the last maybe 15 to 20 minutes of that match.
Where they screwed up, where the coach got criticized afterwards, they put in the defensive players at the 70-minute mark. Mm-hmm. They went too conservative, with too much time left. And you saw it. Argentina hit the post twice. Yeah. Otherwise.
Honestly, they could have scored 4 to 5 goals in the last 20 minutes if they had put more shots on frame, honestly. And every cross pass, multiple headers are like right there. They had a couple of kicks that just went wide of the net. You talked about the one that hit the top of the post. Like, England's defense was just, they had no control over the game in the last 20 minutes. And Fox has showed the stat yesterday on the back end of that game that Argentina leads the World Cup in goals scored in the last after the 75-minute mark. You get into that territory with them, it's kind of danger zone because they are just the team that is never out of it, especially when you have the best player in the world.
No doubt. And it was, because like I said earlier, Cordell, like I listened to it, but I taped it because I went back and watched it because I called Charlie on the way home. I said, Charlie, how good were those? I said, did Messi score? He said, no, but he had 2 great assists, so I wanted to watch it. So, and then you hear that they scored in the last 4 minutes of the game again. Like they've done that in 2 games now where they scored twice. But like you said, Cordell, they could have had 4. Yeah. Easy. The posts and everything. They're good. This next game Sunday is going to be really cool because Spain hadn't given up a goal, correct? Or maybe just one in the whole tournament. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Well, Spain is the favorite at plus 130. The final is on Sunday at 3 o'clock on Fox. We've got the third place game, a pretty good one, too, on Saturday between France and England.
You think there'll be a big crowd?
I think so. I mean, these are two. I mean, you got Mbappe in France, like England's got Kane.
Yeah.
They have stars on those teams. Both of those teams have big-time backings from their fans. I think it's going to be packed out in there, out in Miami for that game.
Well, the thing that's been cool about the World Cup is, where like in some events and some big events, the stars, it's like, damn, where was such and such?
That's what I said about Kane yesterday. Where was Kane?
Yeah, but otherwise, like the stars, they've come through for these teams.
Coming up next on the program, we'll get back to the Ravens a little bit. We'll talk about the defensive side of the ball. Vinny and I are both really bullish on the defensive side. Who's going to be the bounce back player on the Ravens defense this year? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Look, if you're not happy with what you see in the mirror when you're pulling out those shorts and T-shirts, guess what? It's time to make a move. Now, at Life Med Institute, they're not selling you some fad diet or empty promises. They're using the real science-backed solutions, including GLP-1 peptides that targets weight loss at its core. And add in hormone optimization, IV infusions. Those IV infusions are spectacular. And you got a full lineup working for you. Their expert medical providers, Dr. Whips, he's the best, are in your corner every step of the way. This spring or this summer, let's get you feeling like a champ. Medically supervised weight loss that actually works. Don't forget that Life Med Institute, they specialize in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. Now, I get my testosterone shot, B12 shot every week, and I notice if I miss a week, the energy and stuff kind of goes down a little bit. So my energy, strength, and confidence, I'll be there probably tomorrow to get my shot. So you shouldn't have to feel like you're running on fumes when the rest of the world's out there thriving. Take that first step this summer and find the best Life Med location for you. For me, it's Bel Air, not far from my house. And I go see the dream team there, the Four Blondes, at lifemedinstitute.com, or give them a call at 410-575-1200. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore the career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code READY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code READY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code READY.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Just rising.
Vinny and Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland in for the Bobster today here with Vinny Serrato. We're ripping it with Ryan at noon. But, Vinny, we're looking at the defensive side of the ball, and you and I both talk pretty highly of our expectations of this defense this year. But they are coming off another disappointing season, which means that there are a couple of guys on that side of the ball that could be in store for a bounce-back season. Mm-hmm. Who are some of those bounce-back candidates for you?
I think Roquan is one. I think Cordell, that he looks better shape, better condition, moving better, and especially if Buchanan's back, Cordell, then I think, and it sounds like he's making phenomenal progress. And Eric, like to thank Eric again for coming on, at 11 o'clock. But I think that Roquan, and then I think another one, and I don't know, bounce back or whatever, but I'm expecting a lot from him. It's TJ Tampa. Mm-hmm. We talked about him earlier. And Cordell, the biggest reason is he's got ball skills. That's what and he's got some length to him too, and he'll hit.
Right.
So, and I think he's going to have more opportunity because every time we were out there, Cordell, because one of the starting corners wasn't there and he was always the opposite starter. So it seems like he's going to be, in the hunt to play more.
Yeah, look, I've kind of compared him similar to Jalen Armour-Davis in the sense of when he's healthy, they are putting him on the field. They like him to that degree. It's just when he's healthy, and he unlike Armour-Davis was a little bit of a tweener because initially we thought maybe he'd get some run at safety, but it never really turned out to be the case, and he's kind of been a depth corner guy. And you're right, with guys like Marlon not being out there or Wouzier not being out there, he's gotten a lot of reps, and I think he's looked solid, to be honest with you. I think he's looked the part. For me, I'm looking, maybe bounce back isn't the right word. Maybe it's more so progression. But I think Mike Green could actually be a guy that we get to see more of what the Ravens saw of him coming out of college this year. I think the pass rushing unit that they have is really good, and I think it'll allow guys like Mike Green to be able to flash more, to be able to win in one-on-one situations. And look, we just had Eric DeCosta on, and he gave probably the most optimistic response to a Nnamdi Madubuike question that we've gotten since he's gotten hurt. So now my wheels are kind of spinning a little bit and kind of opening myself up to envisioning him on the field this year. And if he is, then I feel even better about guys like Mike Green and those outside guys getting and winning their one-on-one opportunities.
Kind of the way I read it from Eric about Nnamdi is there's stages. You know, he hits his stage, all right, he passes that test. Then the next stage, he passes that test. He's got to pass these stages. If he passes all the stages, he's playing.
Right.
You know, so I think that was an extremely, positive and honest response from Eric about him. And the same with Buchanan. I mean, because having Buchanan back, Cordell, to me is huge. And even if it, hey, if he's not ready for the first couple weeks of training camp, cool. Because we know the dude can play.
Right.
And we know he's got instincts and he's super smart.
Yeah, I think Buchanan could be a stud. I was really impressed with him in the short time that we did get to see him before he got hurt. But and we got a better version of Roquan with Buchanan out there as well. So I think that matters. And you bring up Roquan. I think Roquan is a prime bounce back candidate. I mentioned the investment in the defensive line. That boosts my confidence in Roquan because now the guys in front of him are better. And if Buchanan's going to be there, I feel even better about Roquan. But I think Roquan's going to be really good in this system. We saw it in L.A. I'm about to say San Diego. But L.A., you brought up Oweh and the difference it made for him. But you look at some of those linebackers, they had great years as well. And so it was all three levels on the defensive side of the ball for that Chargers team, especially at times where their offense had fallen off a cliff. That defense was still able to be there. So I'm confident that Roquan will get back to his all-pro standard that he has set for himself.
I would say, and Cordell, I don't know if you agree, but if you put Chargers defensive talent versus Ravens defensive talent, I like the Ravens defensive talent much better. And that was so they made a lot out of, they made chicken salad out of chicken, with the Chargers. Fifth-ranked defense, so with the Ravens, with the talent that they've got, that's why I'm so excited, about the defense.
Coming up next on the program, we'll recap a little bit of our interview with Eric DeCosta. We'll play the cut on Nnamdi Madubuike and talk about some of our other major takeaways from that interview next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. England manager Tomas Tuchel got the game entirely wrong yesterday against Argentina after England took a 1-0 lead. His decision to sit back and play defense against Leo Messi and company, the equivalent of playing prevent defense against Tom Brady. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's smiles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
When I scraped my car in that parking garage, I was worried that it could be a long process to take care of it. Like a landscaper's first day trimming a hedge maze.
I have definitely already been here. Now, was it left, right, or right, left? Well, maybe I'll cut a path out and find my way back later.
But it wasn't like that. I filed a claim in under 2 minutes on the Geico app, and they handled it from there. It was taken care of almost as quickly as it happened.
It feels good to get help quick. It feels good to Geico.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Nabi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks, like in the next 2 weeks. I think we'll have a lot more information that we'll be able to share with people.
That was Eric DeCosta, the Ravens GM. He joined us at 11 o'clock. We appreciate his time again. And there he is, and it's Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland filling in for Bob today, still with Vinny Serrato. And you heard Eric there talking about Nnamdi. And Eric said that we may hear something within the next 2 weeks. And in
that's
2
when camp
weeks
starts.
is when camp starts. So I would, at the start of camp, probably even first day or something. I don't know. I'm not putting that on them, but it does sound like we'll get some sort of a more concrete update on Nnamdi relatively soon.
Yeah, and we just talked about it. I think it'll be in stages. And if he's out there, Cordell, maybe he's not out there with a helmet on yet, or maybe he's out there with just a helmet on, But it'll be stages that he'll, and like we said, there'll be things that he's going to have to pass doing, with each stage. And I'm guessing the pads one, that's down the road, because he's got to get hit with that. Anything with a neck, does he get a stinger and,
right.
All those types of things. So, it sounds great, Cordell, but there's a lot of things that are going to have to, all right, pass test 1, good. Pass test 2, great. And then contact is going to be the big one.
I mean, we're talking about a neck injury, and he plays in the middle of
so he's getting hit every time.
Every single
from
play.
Both sides.
And you've got hands to the face.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of, you use your neck a lot, and your neck is just in harm's way a lot, I should say, when you're playing the position that he plays. So they definitely, I'm not breaking news here, they have to be careful with this. I'm sure they are. Nnamdi's being careful.
And you know that he's going to be, and it's definitely natural. Like when I tore my ACL, Cordell, like when I got back on the field, you're tentative at first till you get hit. And like he's going to be a little, he's going to be tentative until he gets a bop, 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 like you said, from both sides. And then it's like,
I'm all right.
I'm good.
Yeah. I'm all right.
Yep.
So I mean, that's the part I think a lot of people gloss over when you talk about
that's
players
the hardest
coming back
part,
from injuries.
mentally.
It's the mental part of, all right, physically I've been cleared. I've passed all the tests, but you've got to know, like before you use the knee, you got to know, all right, once I get hit in the knee, my knee isn't just going to shatter again, like because you have the last time that you got hit still in your mind. So, yeah.
It didn't give out. I mean, that's the thing. And you know what? I'm hoping for the kid because, and I'm hoping for the Ravens. And because that's a lifetime
no doubt.
deal.
No doubt.
And Cordell, if he flunks one of those tests, his career's over. So I mean that's what he's got going. So that's why, you take it slow and you take it in stages and you pass tests. And I'm hoping for the best because the kid's a phenomenal football player.
Sticking with the trenches, also from our interview with Eric, he talked about the center position, and he talked about how, so far it seems like Dwayne Leffert, he's high on the internal options that they have at center.
Well, he knows one of them.
Right, and that seems to be the guy. I mean, and Eric brought up Danny Pinter's name quite a bit in that response. He brought up all of those guys' names, but it's no secret. Pinter has been kind of the guy in pole position until they bring somebody else in.
Well, to me, you know what the critical thing is going to be? The Vikings, 2 practices. Because they're going to have pads on, and it's going to be good on good. And then it's like, okay, do we need to go get a guy? That's kind of what. And Cordell, I'm in the same boat with wide receiver. Because with Bate, I mean, like, if Bate gets hurt again, we got to go get, because can you rely on Tez, the 2 rookies, and he talked, about Wester, who plays the same position as Zay, and I definitely agree with him about we saw Wester blow, because they couldn't cover him, like they like to run those deep crosses and stuff. That dude can go, and because they need somebody with some.
Well, he's shifty. He's not Zay, but he's from that mold.
Speed.
Yeah, he's a short, shifty guy that's quick out of his breaks, and he capitalized on his opportunities this spring.
And the punt returns.
That's it. I mean, that's what he was drafted to do, and I still think that's his job until I see otherwise. But even like in minicamp where there was no Zay, there was no Bateman, you got a lot of the younger guys to get those reps. And between him and Dayton Wade, I mean, it seemed like it was those two guys that was leading the charge and getting targets in that situation.
Because they showed, like West, to me, compared to the other, to Surratt and Wade, the explosiveness and the quickness, and maybe it's a confidence thing too, because it's year two, and because the rookies can't play fast yet because they're still learning.
Right.
So we'll have better indications as we go along, and I'm hoping that's the same thing with the tight ends too, because we need more explosiveness out of them because we don't have an explosive tight end right now. There is none.
Vinny, what you got going on the rest of the day?
I'm going to the gym. I'm going to go work out. Cordell, already got my walk in this morning, and, during my walk, I like to think when I walk because I can't listen to music when I'm walking. Just kind of was playing what questions I wanted to ask Eric and, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's, what I used to do, Cordell, when I could run and like when I was scouting and stuff, I'd be out on the road. I would go to the school, watch film, and then I'd go back to the room because I always handwrite my notes because I have better recall when I handwrite it. So then when I'd go on my run and I'd run, at least an hour, I would write all my reports in my head when I'm running. And then when I go back to the room, to the hotel room, then it was easy for me to write them up.
Oh, yeah. It's always easier, when you write things down.
Oh, yeah.
It's way easier to remember it. Vinny, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Coming up next, we'll be ripping it with Ryan. We'll get to some Orioles baseball. They're back at it tomorrow out in Houston as they continue to make their playoff push if they can. They're still technically hot. Winners of 4 straight. Ryan was also out in Philly for the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby. So we'll talk to him about all of that and more next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Now, home buyers are trying to save every cent that they can. So if you're a seller and your air conditioning's busted or you have to flush the toilet twice every time someone uses the bathroom, it's going to cost you thousands at the negotiating table. No question about it. Because you go into a house as a buyer and you start thinking, oh, I got to fix that. Ching, 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 ching. So that's why you need to work with Lee Tessier. Now, Lee gets it. Those repairs are expensive to make. That's why he's going to help you fix things up before you list your home with no upfront cost. Lee's Rehab Refresh program is going to give you the money you need to get your home into its best shape. And you won't owe a dime for those fixes until after your home sells. And it's going to help you sell for more money. And that's the upgrades are going to pay for themselves. Lee guarantees your home is going to sell for top dollar. Now, if he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to, he's going to buy your home himself. So call the only night I'd call if I had to sell my home. That man's my good buddy, Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555 or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, Monday, July 13th through Saturday, July 18th.
Stop by Lincoln's Columbia campus to explore career-focused programs in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Tour the campus. See the tools and equipment that are used in today's industries and discover where hands-on skills can take you. Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, July 13th through the 18th. Visit lincolntech.edu for info. That's lincolntech.edu.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation variable. Supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection, like GMC Sierra pickups, priced thousands below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
A few tickets remain for 311 and Dirty Heads So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley and Rome. Coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd. A Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Argentina stunned Spain at the gun on Wednesday afternoon, scoring twice in the final 10 minutes of regulation to beat the English 2-1, punching their ticket to another World Cup final. Enzo Fernandez and Lautaro Martinez netted goals just 8 minutes apart to give the Argentinians the dub and set them up for a shot at their fourth World Cup title. They'll face off against the most recent European champion in Spain this Sunday afternoon at MetLife Stadium. And in Ravens news, we're just under 2 weeks away from the start of training camp, and it remains to be seen if Pro Bowl D lineman Nnamdi Madubuike will take the field with his teammates at one winning drive. Madubuike is coming off of a serious neck injury that nearly ended his playing career. But today on The Fan, GM Eric DaCosta had this to say about Nnamdi's status for 2026.
Nnamdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks.
Again, that's from DaCosta's interview with Vinny Serrato and Cordell Woodland today on The Fan. The Ravens will hit the field for their first practice of camp Wednesday, July 29th at 11 a.m. Your Thursday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with hazy skies, highs near 100. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping it with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Well, don't adjust your stations. Don't change that YouTube channel. You're not tripping. I'm not Bob Haynie. I am Cordell Woodland. Filling big shoes today, though, with Bob Haynie out the rest of this week. I am here, though, ripping it with Ryan Ripken in the building. Ryan, what's going on?
What's going on, Cordell? Hey, you know what? We love Bob. We know we'll get him back, but it's the Cordell and Rip show right now, and always love talking ball with you. And yeah, man, it's gonna be a great couple hours. We're both doing this today and tomorrow, right?
No, it'll actually be Bruce Cunningham tomorrow. Change of plans.
Change of plans.
We called the audible. We did call an audible.
Hey, you know what? It happens here. And speaking of audibles, also football wise, right around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Love that you guys just talked to EDC, right?
Yeah.
Football's right here. Baseball's about to start after the post All-Star game break. Got to be up in Philly and see it, and the quest here in Baltimore. We're hoping that the two teams, the Orioles and the Ravens here, Cordell, are hopefully trending in the right directions as we head towards the fall.
Well, the Orioles, it's been tough to say that they've been trending in the right direction a lot this year, because it feels like when they take 2 steps forward, it's 3 steps back.
Mm-hmm.
But they were able to kind of go out, finish the first half of the season with their longest win streak of the year so far with 4. And we know how elusive that 4-game win streak has been for them. But it did come at a little bit of a price. You lose Blaze Alexander. He has the broken hand, non-displaced fracture in his left hand. And it's just such a blow. Obviously, third base has been a little bit of a struggle for them this year, and Blaze has kind of settled in over there. But at the plate, he's been so good. He's been so reliable and consistent. They're losing a guy who has we've taken for granted how much he's kind of turned that lineup over, batting ninth or batting anywhere in the bottom third. They moved him up a little bit on the back end of the first half. But how big of a loss do you think it'll be losing Blaze, and how much can that impact some of the momentum they've been able to build up?
Yeah, I mean, plain and simple, it stinks. Mainly when you look at this, you slay the demons of getting over that 3-game win streak to 4 right before the break. You played, not going to say they've played their absolute worst baseball, but it wasn't a good first half or pre-All-Star break. There was a lot of ugly moments. And then there was a lot of moments that you knew that they were capable of more. And that winning streak from getting to 4 games, it was something that you could tell they psychologically couldn't get there. So then you get there. Mm-hmm. You accomplish that. And then in the process, you make up ground in the wild card. So as bad as you felt you had been playing or underperforming, you look in the standings and go, everything is right there. It's all right there for us over the rest of the season. But then, you're going to lose a guy that had become one of your most consistent offensive performers, a guy that you feel like could plug into any part of your lineup and position. And even though there's been a couple fielding errors, overall, Blaze's ability is to put him somewhere and it helps your team for that day. It's hard to replicate or replace that part. But they're going to have to, Cordell, right? Mm-hmm. And this is the one part where for the team, it's a microcosm of when you feel like things are going well, something goes wrong. Well, guess what? Things are going to continue to go wrong, and no one around baseball cares if they do. So internally, how do you get by the fact that you're not going to have that guy? That means other guys are going to have to step up, and that has been the storyline of the Orioles this season. No one wants to talk about what's going wrong for your ball club. We got to talk about what we can do to get it right, because this next 2-week stretch, Cordell, this is going to tell us a whole lot about what's going to happen here with the Baltimore Orioles moving forward.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right, because right out of the gates, they've got Houston and they've got Boston. And those are 2 teams. Boston, they're as hot as anybody right now. They're going to the break winning 9 straight. But you're going up against 2 teams that are directly in front of you when you talk about that last wild card spot. And the Orioles, albeit under 500, so is everybody in the American League but they're only 2 games back. But you've got to be able to win these types of series against these types of teams that are ahead of you if you're going to be able to jump them. And especially considering when you kind of dig a little deeper at the schedule, after Boston, you come back home to Atlanta, who's only one of the best teams in all of baseball. You go to Detroit, you come back for Philly, who, again, one of the better teams in the National League. It just doesn't feel like there's much let up in the second half.
Well, all those series right there, Houston, Boston, Atlanta, Detroit, and Philadelphia, all those teams have playoff aspirations. And the Tigers, up until this last stretch of the Orioles winning 4 and their last series, they jumped the Orioles in the standings. Now they're playing catch up, but the point is, every one of those series, those teams are playing for something. They are chasing some team, and the goal for them is the aspirations to be in the postseason. So the next 2 weeks, yeah, it means all the difference in the world, because when that series ends for them against the Phillies, Cordell, they have an off day. And then, guess what? It's August 3rd. You know what August 3rd is? For everyone that doesn't know, it's the MLB trade deadline. You have this amount of time to see where you're going to be. The Orioles, as we're talking, they're 2 games out. Crazy to even think that, just because the AL has just been so below average, bad, however you want to put it. And the Orioles are right there. And to wrap it in with Blaze, when you talked about that and how the Orioles are, I don't think that if they are buying at the deadline, Cordell, I don't think that they're going to be looking for guys like Blaze. But there are a lot of teams right now that are trying to sort out their roster construction. And I'm just going to be curious if the Orioles are going to be buying after this whole stretch. I think the priority has to be towards the bullpen. That's the number one thing.
I agree.
But above all, how many teams are going to want to buy as well? And then how much are the Orioles going to be willing to overpay at the deadline? Because that is what's going to have to happen if you're going to buy. You are going to have to give up a little bit more than you're comfortable with. And in the past, that hasn't necessarily been the case here in Baltimore.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's the fact ever since they've expanded the playoffs and it's made it seem like everybody's in it until they're not. You've gotten to the deadline and you've got more buyers than you should have, and it's oversaturated the market to the point to where, in the past, there have been guys that the Orioles have been in on, but the price tag has gotten so high that Elias hasn't felt comfortable pulling the trigger on some of those deals. But it is funny, though. You talk about this stretch, their schedule stretch going into the trade deadline. And I like to say in football, December, a lot of people, obviously, the playoffs start in January. But I always say playoff football starts in December. You get in December, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose because it impacts so much in the standings at that point. I think playoff baseball is here now for the Orioles from this stretch starting tomorrow all the way until August 3rd, because to your point, that's their trial period. That's the time, thanks to this little streak that they've been able to build up going into the break. You're 2 games out, and really you probably shouldn't be, but you're playing with house money now. Cool, take that gift and treat this like the playoffs. This should be the time where they're playing their best baseball, and it's going to be tough without Blaze, obviously, and trying to figure out what they do at third base, because that's been a sore spot for them really all year to this point. But coming up next, we'll continue to talk some baseball. Ryan, I know you were out in Philly. Definitely want to get your thoughts on the All-Star game and the crazy home run derby that we had. That was really exciting on Monday night. We'll check in with Ryan and get to see how much fun, if he can tell us, how much fun he had out in Philly next here on The Fan.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, mine starts here.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie back here on 105.7 The Fan. We're ripping it with Ryan Ripken in the building from 12 to 2 today and tomorrow. Cordell Woodland here for Bob Haynie. Ryan was out in Philly for the All-Star festivities. Adley Rutschman was the lone Orioles representative out there. He had a quick show face in the game, got to catch Brian Baker, his former teammate as well. But Ryan, I know a lot of sights and sounds are going on in the All-Star game, all the stars in the building. You had a great home run derby on Monday night, really exciting derby. I love the derby. I mean, baseball has one of the few opportunities that some of the other major sports don't have because football is too physical, right? So it's that the physical, what we love about football has essentially killed the Pro Bowl because you can't get that. Basketball and the NBA, nobody wants to do anything. Nobody wants to guard anybody. The slam dunk contest has gotten watered down. It's just because you see that every day it's tough to show us something we haven't seen on that scale. NHL, I don't watch it enough to really know, but I know they've gone to 3-on-3. They've tried to do some different things to keep the All-Star game going. And look, baseball, I know they've talked about the ticket sales for the game itself have gone down, but I think the festivities in terms of the home run derby is still there. I still think that's something that maybe isn't appointment watching, but it's something you want to check in on at some point during that event.
Yeah, I mean, I know I always say we're not going to be prisoners of the moment. You know, I was saying this the other day because I think Colin Cowherd was talking about about Caleb Williams and Bo Nix over Lamar Jackson because they won a playoff game last year. I digress. So I'm not trying to be a prisoner of the moment type of guy, but I think this is pretty factual when you look at the All-Star festivities for the major sports here that we watch here in the U.S. I think MLB is the best, and I don't think it's particularly close anymore, Cordell. If the NHL were going to do the Four Nations like they did prior last year, that would be top tier because when you play for your country, as we see,
always better.
It brings this energy, and for that's supposed to be a quote-unquote exhibition. Well, they didn't play like an exhibition, and that's what you want with the stars out there playing. You want to feel that it can be that entertainment spectacle piece. MLB, though, the Derby and the All-Star game, I think you can't fake hitting a home run, and then in the All-Star game, you can't fake throwing 100. You're gonna have to go out there and do it, and you're gonna have to make the plays and have the at-bats, and you hope everything's okay. And there are some risks. Junior Caminero gets drilled in the hand, and the Rays and all of Rays fans are holding their breath. The whole American League is sitting there. Is that going to shake up how things are? But when you look at it as a whole, the NBA, the slam dunk contest used to be one of the pinnacle events of All-Star weekends or All-Star festivities, and that has really dissolved, or it's been diluted. It doesn't have that same aura. And the Derby this year was probably, in my mind, Cordell, one of the best I'd seen in recent years, because they changed the format for those that didn't see it or wanted to know the difference. Previous years, they went to a timed round. So it's really how many swings can you get off during that, which I didn't really like. This one, they said, well, why don't we not go back to the old way, which was 10 outs? Why don't we make it 20 swings? And you got to make sure you're picking your pitches. And then when you get down to one swing left, if you keep hitting home runs, you keep going. Yeah. And man, did that make it exciting. Yeah. I mean, Jordan Walker hit 6 in a row to take the crown over Schwarber. And when you have a hometown player, which I'm on my soapbox here, Cordell, I think a hometown player needs to be in every Derby. Philly was ecstatic when he was up, and they booed the heck out of anybody else, but it made it fun.
Right.
The only misstep I thought that MLB has to be careful of is that when you do it on a sole streaming platform like Netflix, a lot of people might not watch it. That's the only thing I take away from this. But I don't think we're getting that same aura in the other professional sports and the All-Star games anymore. You mentioned the NFL. I know what it is, but I really don't know what the Pro Bowl...
The Pro Bowl games now is what it's called.
So, but what is that even for you, if you're being honest? How much are you tuning into that compared to when it actually had more of a detailed response of what it was going to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally 0%. 0%. I can't tell you the last time I checked in on the Pro Bowl games. And it's weird because I think they actually do it maybe on like a Thursday or a Friday, and then they like re-air it and or maybe they do the first half on Thursday and Friday. I can't keep up. Don't get me lying. But I think the big difference, though, when you compare Major League Baseball to the other sports and their all-star games and their derbies, the stars want to be involved still in Major League Baseball. Yeah. And you had the stars. You had 2 hometown guys in the Derby, to your point. Both of them are star guys in Schwarber and Harper. You've got young guys like Jordan Walker, who a lot of people might not know about Jordan Walker, but they know about him now, and he's having a phenomenal season as is. But I think when you talk about the NBA, it's no secret. People blame LeBron for this. I don't blame Bron because everybody has a mind of their own, but I understand the impact Bron has. When he says he doesn't want to be a part of the slam dunk contest, all of a sudden you start seeing more and more stars take that same approach. Ja Morant, all these athletic star players in the league that we see do these crazy in-game dunks, they don't want to do it in the dunk contest because I don't know what it is. I don't blame injury because I've never seen an injury in a dunk contest. I think it's the fear of letting people down. If you're LeBron James, especially LeBron James in his prime, and you go in a dunk contest, you better do something that's like Space Jam worthy, because if not, people are going to unfairly or fairly, however you feel, they're going to feel a sort of way about it. So I just think guys are afraid to do the dunk contest. Same thing in the NFL. A lot of the stars aren't even going to the Pro Bowl anymore, with them moving it from Hawaii to Vegas or Orlando, wherever it's at these days. So I think that's what Major League Baseball has going for them, is that you can turn the All-Star game on and you'll find a Shohei Ohtani. You'll see Mike Trout leading off. You'll see Kyle Schwarbers. You can't get that in a lot of the other leagues.
Well, and here's a part that I was looking at and watching over the last, X amount of days and leading into the moment then after. And I have a unique situation where 25 years ago, I was at my dad's final All-Star game, and I got to be on the field, and I had these memories. One of my favorite moments of this past All-Star week was I got to talk to the Blue Jays manager, John Schneider, for a moment, because when I was doing the games for the Orioles in Toronto for that series, I was in the booth, and I'm looking down, and John Schneider is out in the outfield throwing balls to his kid to hit, both of his sons to hit home runs in the outfield and center. And I got a goosebump type of moment, and this nostalgic feeling just was overwhelming, because as a kid, for me, Cordell, 25 years ago, I was doing that with my dad, and I did it at Fenway Park was my moment, and doing stuff at Old Yankee Stadium. But then also for that All-Star game, I remember being on the field for the Home Run Derby and watching it. And so when I look at the All-Star game and for baseball, and that's what I always hope they continue to have, there's an aura and there's moments that you can look at for this specific event and game that I think there's a history to it that I hope they don't take away. And I thought them doing the Sandlot approach in the game was amazing. That
was great.
Right? And look, when you look at other All-Star events, the point of the All-Star game is, yes, your stars, which not all of them will always be there, but you want the best of the best to be there, and you want to make something memorable. And let me take you through a couple moments really quick, Cordell, because we'll go to break. The one in 2001 that people remember, my dad switched with A-Rod to go to short. Torrey's telling him to go, he won't go, and then an inning later, whatever it is, my dad hits a home run in his final game. That's a moment that people remember. You want to go back to when the All-Star game was at Fenway Park, and Tony Gwynn is helping Ted Williams, a legend, help go to throw out the first pitch, and everybody is in awe of just this moment. A great player, great moment. Oh, and then by the way, Pedro Martinez was on the mound that day, and what did he do? He mowed down the National League. Ichiro Suzuki had an inside the park home run, first time that ever happened out in San Francisco. We had the swing off last year. If it's recently, so what my point is, the All-Star game for baseball, this is why it's still the best, is I can sit there and go and look at moments and go, that was special, or that was cool. I can't say that with the other sports anymore, and I hope that they never lose that, because that, I think, is the one thing that baseball has with this country, is that this game and this moment in the summer, nothing else is going on.
Right.
People are tuning in. You just hope that the game's good, but the overall experience for me, I think that they should never lose sight of that.
No, you're absolutely right. And you brought up the Sandlot tribute. That was, I loved, first of all, they don't make sports movies like they used to.
No, they don't.
They need to get back to that. They want to do all these other remakes. They kind of need to get back to that lane. But I also thought the introductions were cool, how everybody's coming out and signing like the Declaration of Independence.
It's amazing, right?
That was pretty cool. That was clever. That was pretty clever. So, yeah, baseball, kudos to them taking advantage of being the only thing on TV. And I think they continue to hit that out the park, no pun intended. Coming up next on Ripping It with Ryan, we'll talk to Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. We'll get his thoughts on the Orioles' first half. How is he feeling about this team going into the second half? How important will these next few series be for this year's Orioles team? We'll ask Bordy about it next on The Fan.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Wednesday afternoon in Atlanta, Messi and Argentina pull off another stunner.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Paul there it is. Lautaro Martinez. Stoppage time. Go ahead goal for Argentina.
John Strong with the call courtesy of Fox. Lionel Messi finds Lautaro Martinez for the stunning go-ahead goal 2 minutes into stoppage time, giving Argentina a 2-1 win over England and launching them into their second straight World Cup final. The game was tied just 7 minutes earlier on a goal by Enzo Fernandez, putting the English on their heels, and it felt like it was just a matter of time until Messi made his presence felt. The Argentinians will meet Spain in the final this Sunday as the last European champions and the last South American champions face off for the first time in Cup history. As for the reeling English, they'll battle France for third place on Saturday afternoon in Miami. Your Thursday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with hazy skies, highs near 100. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping it with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock
Did
star.
Bordy request this song? I know this is his favorite song. So either you guessed right or
just a good
Bordy just
guesser.
came into the text line. Either way, we're going to find out. It's Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland here for Bob, not Bobby. I don't know who called him Bobby. for Bob, ripping it with Ryan Ripken here as well. We're joined by Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordy, also co-host of BBT. Mike, what's going on? We got Mike.
I'm here, brother.
Oh, I thought you were still dancing or something. I don't know.
Oh, hell yeah. I do love that song. Isn't that like a Shrek song?
It is. It is in Shrek.
And a lot of other movies, honestly.
Yeah.
Was it an American Pie? I don't know. It might not have been. I feel like all of those songs were an American Pie. I digress, though. Mike, we're coming off the back end of the All-Star break. Orioles back at it tomorrow, starting the series off out in Houston as, look, they come back and they're 2 games out of the last wild card spot despite how they played the first half of the season. What are you expecting out of this Orioles team going into the second half?
Well, let's hope that little bit of momentum they gain there at the end where they're finally able to get the 4 wins under their belt will create a little bit of momentum for the second half. I think we all now are kind of past the point of being upset at the Orioles for not playing great baseball. What's happened here, now that we're into the second half, is they're in a position to make the postseason. So whatever it takes now to get into the postseason. Now, I personally, think that if they can clean up their game a little bit, it will help them achieve that goal. But there might be, a trade or two along the way. Losing Blaze Alexander is huge, but that might prompt them to do something more aggressively at third base. So it's going to be interesting, and I'm excited about it to see how they respond, really, because this first month back is going to be a true test, man. Do they deserve it or not?
Yeah, Bordy, we're going to find out a lot here from this weekend until August 3rd because all the teams they're playing are in the hunt or have playoff aspirations on our 2 of the better teams like, the Braves and the Phillies. But you talked about Blaze, the injury, timing. It's a bummer when you finally get a 4-game win streak and you lose one of your most versatile and one of your most consistent hitters in the lineup right now. But the question for me that I have for you is who is going to get more run at third base if they don't make a move? Because I have a feeling that the options are you can give Kobe more run and see what you have, but my gut is telling me they're not going to just do that. What do you think about them moving Jackson? Do you think that that's going to be more plausible than them giving Kobe more run?
Well, that's pretty interesting. I guess we got to try to find a home for Jackson Holiday, don't we? At second base, it's questionable. And I think we've kind of seen that the last couple of years, although he has made incredible strides. He finally, I feel, has his internal clock a little bit better. But, not turning double plays, and he's getting better. But third base might be the answer. They tried him over there. Yeah, I always worry about that, though, because then you get in his head and moving him around, and what is he? I'm sure in his heart of hearts it feels like he's a shortstop, right? So my hope is that they don't mess with that so much and that they really go after a veteran, kind of polished third baseman that will help their defense and possibly add a little offense. And I think there are a couple veteran dudes that are out there that might cost a little bit. But, man, what you're getting after what we've seen, the inconsistencies at third base, and now the need for a little bit more, not just defense, but potentially a little offensive thump. And, I think Chapman out there at the Giants is just really, he's always been one of my favorite third basemen. But there are other guys around that, a possible deal could really help. Now, they obviously need other pieces, but this is a big injury, man. And I'm not saying, well, if we go after a guy that's already got 2 or 3 years left on a deal, well, what are the guarantees with Westberg? That's what I'm saying. And if Jackson Holiday is a question mark still at second base, we know Westberg can play second base. We'd all like to see him stick at third, but he's a pretty good athlete, and we don't know how his elbow is going to heal. So there are some question marks there. Getting Don Mayo now, I apologize, kind of skipped over that. It's a little concerning to me, and here's why. We saw one group, obviously Brandon Hyde, Tony Manzolino together for a number of years, and they determined that Kobe Mayo cannot be a Major League third baseman. Well, they're gone. New group comes in, and Alvarez, it seems like, made that determination because Blaze got the run, man. Mm-hmm. Blaze was the starting third baseman, unless there was a lefty in there, and then they took their chances. But so that made me think that there isn't a lot of trust coming from, Alvarez and maybe Elias right now at third base, and they know the importance. If they are really considering making a push, man, do they need some solid defense over there.
We're talking to Mike Bordick, Orioles Hall of Famer, co-host of Baltimore Baseball Tonight. It is Ripping It with Ryan. Cordell Woodland here with Ryan Ripken. And, Bordy, you're right. I mean, if they're going to make a run at this thing, they're going to need better defense. That goes without saying. But they're also going to need Gunnar Henderson. And not the version of Gunnar Henderson that we got in the first half. And I think everybody is disappointed because we know Gunner's potential. We know how good Gunner really is. And to his credit, I know it's the Royals, but he did finish the series. He had 5 hits in that series. That's a step in the right direction. Also had a home run with 3 RBIs as well. Yeah. Do you feel like Gunner will be able to get back? Maybe not playing at an all-star level in the second half. That'd be great. But do you feel like we'll more times than not say that looks like Gunnar Henderson more than we were able to this point in the season?
Man, I hope so. And there again, coming off a positive feel, going in the All-Star break, if there was anybody that needed really to relax his mind, and I hope he was able to, it was Gunnar Henderson. I mean, there's a lot of frustration. There was almost like a giving up nature at a point, and it's just human nature. We saw that with Trevor Rogers before he went on his incredible run. I mean, just before he went on his run, he had hit rock bottom, I think, confidence-wise, and you saw it on his face in his interview, and he felt like he was letting the team down. And I know Gunnar feels that way. Hopefully he can start turning this around, and that positive feel he got, going in the All-Star break might be just enough, man, because, listen, when this dude is right, we all know it's incredible, and right now we're just seeing flashes of it. And all we'd like to see is just a little more consistent Gunnar on a nightly basis. He's got it in him. We saw him make that run. He's just got to put his blinders on and go out there and be the best athlete he can be. And I think he'll be just fine. But, in that same breath, somebody's got to step up for Blaze. And we got to find consistent offense. We need guys to get on base. And hopefully Gunnar can be that guy.
Well, Bordy, appreciate your time. I think one quick answer here. After these 2 weeks, will the Orioles be buying, yes or no?
I don't have a short answer, Ryan.
Well, give us what you got.
I'm going to try my best. Yeah, yes, they're going to be buying. And I got to say the reason why is they need to make the organization better. They really do. They can never stop, is my point. Are they buying for one World Series championship this year? I don't think so, but they better buy for the future, and they better buy with some foresight. And if they're going to make some trades, they know what they got and what they don't by now. So they should be able to make some pretty sensible, common sense moves that will keep this organization strong. And once you get that foundation again, and hopefully they can build it back up this second half, then you can start adding on, maybe in the off season. But right now it's a push for the postseason. This team needs to feel good. It needs to start turning the feel of the organization around again and get it pointed north, because being sub 500 ain't going to quite cut it. If they can make it in the postseason, I got to believe they make it over 500 to get in there. And, hopefully they can, just like everybody says, you never know in the postseason. All they need is one win, and it might change the resume a little bit for Elias, baby.
Mike, great stuff as always, man. We always appreciate your time. I don't want to get you beat up by Jerry Coleman, so what's going on with the podcast?
We're on break, man. We're on break. I know Ryan Ripken never takes a break. He's always getting after it. But, the All-Star break. But we've had some great guests, and it was an awesome first half working with Coleman. And so I'm looking forward to a great second half. We got some incredible guests lined up. I know we're going to hear from Buck Showalter sooner or later. We got Dr. McDuff. Remember, the Orioles' old shrink was Dr. Dave McDuff, man, and we're going to try to get him on our podcast. So a lot of good stuff coming up soon on the Be More Baseball podcast.
Mike, that's great, man. Really appreciate your time. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you down the line as baseball resumes tomorrow.
Looking forward to it, guys. You take care.
Coming up next on the program, let's take your calls. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We're ripping it with Ryan. You got a question for Ryan? You want to talk some Orioles baseball? Are you optimistic about the Birds going into the second half of the season? Do you think they'll be buyers or sellers? How do they go about filling the void at third base with Blaze Alexander now nursing the broken hand? A lot to talk about with the Birds. We're talking to you about it next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The second half of the Major League Baseball season begins tonight, and the team that I'm looking at to win the World Series is one of the teams in action, and it's not the New York Mets. It's the Philadelphia Phillies. Philly made a huge move earlier this season, firing manager Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly now in charge. This Philly core has been so close to getting over the hump. I feel like a new manager will get them there come October. I'm Nick Costos.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry.
I want a chicken sub.
I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And when you think of high-impact professionals in our community, who comes to mind? For me, nurses are right at the top of the list, given their care for my loved ones over the years. At the Good Feet Store, we often engage with nurses who are battling with pain in their feet, knees, and back, and they come to the Good Feet Store looking for relief. Here is Donna, a nurse sharing her story of what she experienced after visiting the Good Feet Store.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. With the 3-step program, it really fits to your lifestyle. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse or anyone wanting to enjoy your career without your feet getting in the way, come see us at the Good Feet Store. The Good Feet Store is in Annapolis, Hunt Valley, White Marsh, and now open in Columbia. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
So I'm a big The Office guy. So every time I hear this song, all I could think about is Dwight turning this into Ryan started the fire, because he's the fire guy now. But yeah, another great pull, Alex Scamponi. We're ripping it with Ryan. Cordell Woodland here for Bob Haynie with Ryan Ripken. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Let's jump right into it. Let's go to Hamilton and get Justin. Justin, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, Cordell, Ryan? How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. Just trying to have some hope for the rest of the season. We got to get off running, like you guys said. But I got a question for y'all. How is it, or why do you think it is that they're so reluctant to try to move Gunner at third and let Jackson get some run at shortstop? I mean, to me, we've had your dad, Cal, move to third, Hall of Famer. Manny Machado moved to third, Hall of Famer. In a town with, my opinion, the greatest third baseman ever, Brooks. Like, it's a prestige position. I don't see how that would be like an insult or anything. We're trying to make the team better. I just think Jackson, you drafted him 1-1 to be shortstop.
Yeah,
I mean, appreciate the call, Justin.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. I mean, I think it could be a long-winded answer here, and I can start this off, Cordell, but typically, here's the part with this season. We'll start for the short term. I don't like the idea of moving Jackson over to short or moving Gunner off of short at this moment because of what's transpired so far this year. You lose Westberg to start the year. Jackson's been injured, and he's trying to learn another position at second while he's trying to get the bat going. And here's the other thing. If you commit to Jackson playing short every single day, that's one thing, but he's not playing every single day either. So I don't like having my shortstop that's not going to be penciled in the lineup. And you mentioned about Machado and my father. Well, at the time, the people that were in place or going into place were solidified big leaguers. So in my dad's case, it was Mike Bordick that came in, then to play short, pushed my dad to third at the end. And then when Machado was coming up, J.J. Hardy is one of the best shortstops to me. He was the best shortstop defensively in the game. So he's there every day. I think the Orioles don't have that lineup part that makes sense to me there, Cordell. The next part is long-term. If you want to consider that, then, again, you got to make choices on who are your guys moving forward. One thing that I've noticed, when you look around at other teams and who are their main guys and who are the regulars, and again, the injuries to Westberg and Holiday to start impact this, but the Orioles have three guys that are deemed by the games played and with their at-bats to the games played as everyday guys. And it was Taylor Ward, Pete Alonso, and Gunnar Henderson. But you go and look at other teams, they're 5, 6, 7 deep with their everyday guys. So I think the bigger long-term question is, if you want to move Gunnar off, who is your shortstop that you're going to commit to, and who is your second baseman? Because this carousel, Cordell, that to me isn't going to help anybody. And I think that can really help alleviate decisions if you know this is going to be my everyday guy at this position.
I completely agree with you, and I think that's been a little bit of their issues. I don't know if that falls under the development umbrella or whatever, but I don't think that it's a coincidence that this defense has been one of the worst defenses in baseball, and it's primarily because you've got a bunch of guys that can play a bunch of different positions, but nobody's really been able to kind of hang on to that one position. You mentioned Jackson Holiday earlier when we were talking to Bordy about, options at third base.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, do you feel the same way about Jack? Because we know that they have, when Jackson was still rehabbing and in AAA, they were playing with the idea of him getting some run in at third base. So I'm sure that's kind of where that idea comes from. Do you feel the same way about him going to third as you do about him going to shortstop?
Well, so the one part where Bordy said, if you guys just missed it, and Bordy's saying, shouldn't we just have Jackson stay at one position? And I am 1,000% in agreement with Jackson. With a player in their development, I don't like the idea of with all your guys being versatile. Blaze Alexander is your one guy. You say, Blaze, we need you to play all these positions. Right. Of course, do you want guys to be able to have a secondary position? Of course. But an everyday player, if you're saying Jackson Holiday is your second baseman, have him be your second baseman. Right. But the reason why I brought up third, it's because of what I say with the short-term outlook. The Orioles are going to have to make a decision. You don't have Blaze for this extended period of time. Gunner's been at short. He should stay there, in my opinion. I just think that they made Jackson take reps down the minors as he was rehabbing back to play third. I would rather him just stay at second, but I think because of this, I really do think that they might push him to third. If you're not going to let Kobe be the option there, it's not going to be Jeremiah Jackson. Who is it going to be, right? So that's why I'm saying that's how I think the process or what the thought is going behind it. And I guess time will tell. But unless you go out and make a move like Bordy was alluding to, then you don't have a definitive answer here. And Blaze Alexander isn't going to come save the team with that for the next 6 weeks or so.
And I don't have the confidence that all of a sudden they're going to go out and go get this bona fide third baseman. They hadn't done it to this point.
Right.
And Blaze, to his credit, ended up taking the job. But Ryan, it's been weeks that we've been pushing for Blaze to get more run, to be more of an everyday type of third baseman over there to kind of solidify that spot. But before that, they were perfectly fine throwing Kobe Mayo, whoever. I mean, even Tavares has had to go over there simply off of volunteering to do it in the middle of a game. So the fact that there was really no sense of urgency once Westberg went down, the fact that there was really no sense of urgency once Mayo kind of continued to show you why you went away from him at third base, I'm reluctant to think that they're going to go out and go get that starter quality third baseman now. I just don't see why they would do it.
Well, and that's where this is going to be really fascinating down the stretch here is for whoever, if they're that type of player, you will overpay at this deadline to get that. But then also, what's the long-term play? And This is the thing I hate for Westberg, and I love Westy. I think people that know that, knowing him personally and him as a player, I think you can make the case Jordan Westberg is the most important position player that the Orioles have. Not saying that he's the most valuable or the best, but most important very well might be Jordan Westberg. But you have to identify what this future is going to be, because here is my thing with this team over the last few years. You have a lot of these ideas of prospects, but none of them were put into the roles to become the everyday guy, or that didn't work out. And here you are with that group that you don't know what to do. And if you're in the running here and you have to make the choice, is this a short-term rental that we're trying to win right now? Or is this guy going to be who we trade for is going to be the building block for next year? And that's the biggest thing, Cordell, and the danger of holding on to prospects or what the stage that the Orioles are in right now. You have to make a decision sooner or later here on what you're going to do. And whether it's right or wrong at this point, you're going to have to move off of guys to get ready to the next one. Like for Kyle Stowers, and I know we'll go to break, I have no problem that they traded Kyle Stowers. They didn't prioritize him, But they made the choice, okay, we have to do this. And actually, they might have done it a little bit later than they maybe wanted to. Right. But Connor Norby, they actually said, hey, Norby, we've identified, we think you're great, we're going to move you. They did it to Joey Ortiz when they traded for Corbin Burns. So when you look at that, those are decisions you have to make. And you know what? Guess what? Sometimes you might not be right with those guys, or you might be wrong. The ironic thing is Norby was supposed to be the prized possession, and Kyle Stowers turned out to be the all-star right now where Norby's trying to find it. So you're going to make choices. I think you just have to commit to it and live with the result. But right now, the Orioles haven't yet done that so far over the last few years.
Coming up next on Ripping It with Ryan, it's lunchtime. It's NFL lunch. Let's feed you some football. We had Ravens GM Eric DeCosta join me and Vinny earlier in the program. We'll play you some of the cuts from that interview next here on The Fan.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore their career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Tonight's keys to the game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Muse brings their The Wow Signal Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 28th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Argentina stunned Spain at the gun on Wednesday afternoon, scoring twice in the final 10 minutes of regulation to beat the English 2-1, punching their ticket to another World Cup final. Enzo Fernandez and Lautaro Martinez netted goals just 8 minutes apart to give the Argentinians the dub and set them up for a shot at their 4th World Cup title. They'll face off against the most recent European champion in Spain this Sunday afternoon at MetLife Stadium. And in Ravens news, we're just under 2 weeks away from the start of training camp, and it remains to be seen if Pro Bowl D lineman Nnamdi Madubuike will take the field with his teammates at one winning drive. Madubuike is coming off of a serious neck injury that nearly ended his playing career, but today on The Fan, GM Eric DeCosta had this to say about Nnamdi's status for 2026.
Nnamdi's a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks.
Again, that's from DeCosta's interview with Vinny Serrato and Cordell Woodland today on The Fan. The Ravens will hit the field for their first practice of camp Wednesday, July 29th at 11 a.m. Your Thursday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with hazy skies, highs near 100. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping it with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken. An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Nnamdi's a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks. Like in the next 2 weeks, I think we'll have a lot more information that we'll be able to share with people.
It's Ripping It with Ryan, Cordell Woodland, and for Bob, still with Ryan Ripken, feeding you some NFL lunch, and that audio is from earlier today on Vinny and Haynie. We, myself and Vinny Serrato, we had Ravens GM Eric DeCosta spend some time with us this morning, and there he has given an update on one Nnamdi Madubuike, and we've gotten quite a few updates on Nnamdi since he's gotten hurt and injured his neck, and a lot of it has been, we kind of got to wait and see, and we're going to let Nnamdi kind of speak for himself, and I don't know. I've heard every single update that they've given on Nnamdi. That one that Eric just gave us was probably the most optimistic that I've heard during this time.
Yeah, and great job earlier and great insights. It's such a tricky situation that people are wanting to know so badly. But to your point, the tone, the understanding, they are hopeful. Now, when it comes to the neck and it comes to playing the game of football, we know of the hurdles and the challenges that you're trying to get over. Hence, that's why we haven't heard anything really, is because there is so much that has to align and go right to get yourself back into the situation. And then on top of it, how do you react? How does the body take the force and the ability on the day-to-day? So But one thing's for certain, Cordell, this is why everyone wants to know, when Beeks is out there, man, the defense is different. The fear on that line is different, and above all, he is one of the best defensive players in the game.
Oh, no doubt about it. And look, the Ravens, I've highlighted a lot about the investment that the Ravens made on their defensive line this offseason. And I'm high on their defensive line and their defense as a whole. And I haven't really included Matabike in that picture.
Yeah.
Now, if he is a part of that picture, I feel even better. And I'm not naive. I know this isn't Madden. I'm not expecting him to go out there and look like an all-pro right away. There are hurdles. It takes time, and he's got to get back to the point to where he's playing confidently and isn't worried about his neck or anything like that. There's still probably a nice amount of distance to go before we're seeing the real Matabike, if we do at all. But no doubt, I think Eric's saying that brought a lot of optimism, at least to me, right now. Let's hear more from our interview with Eric DaCosta. We know there are a couple of players that are in line for some contract extensions, one being Zay Flowers. And Zay feels like one of the easier extensions to get done, if easy can even be applied to this, because none of these deals are easy to get done. But here's Eric DaCosta talking about a possible Zay Flowers extension.
Love Zay. Zay wants to be here. We want Zay here. He's got a great agent in Joel Siegel and Jeff Garmhausen. Those guys are really good agents. We've had good conversations. Nick Matteo does a phenomenal job negotiating, and certainly a work in progress. Optimistic about it. Feel like at some point we'll get done. I hope it gets done. We love Zay. Zay's a phenomenal football player, and his energy is infectious, and I expect him to have a great year.
Last year when we got to camp, he announced the Kyle Hamilton extension.
Mm-hmm.
My antennas are up for the Zay Flowers extension announcement around that same time.
Yeah, I mean, and also, I think EDC, over the time, what he says is going to happen or what they want to do, it happens. And I always love when an organization is so upfront about just saying, hey, we love this guy. He wants to be here. Because at the end of the day, it's such a huge part. You got to want to be at a place. And the team obviously wants to have plans to keep you long term, and it makes all the sense in the world, right? Zay then statistically had his best season last year. It just seems incrementally you get better and better and better as you move on in the NFL. And then the other part of this too, he's a dynamic playmaker for this team. Yeah, he's not going to be the giant X receiver that everyone says, the Ravens need that. But you got to say, is Zay Flowers right now, when we're looking at drafting Ravens wide receivers over the years, he could go down as the best that they have. He's already on that trajectory. But above all, he makes your offense harder to defend. And as much as you want to go out there and look for who's there or in the draft, when you have a guy like that you already as a for sure thing can make your team better, you want to keep that guy. And of course, Zay Flowers has been great in this community. He loves Baltimore. You want to keep those guys that love being here in the city.
I think for the first time, the Ravens, at least at the wide receiver position, they're at a spot where they have a guy that they're now looking to build around. Because to your point, for as long as I can remember, the Ravens have been looking for that wide receiver. They've been looking for their wide receiver one, and they brought in some of the over-the-hill veteran receivers in hopes that they could walk in and be their best receiver. Well, now anybody that they do bring in, if they bring anybody in, they're behind Zay. That's without a doubt, Zay is their best receiver. Let's play one more from Eric DaCosta. A lot of talk about the center position. That's their biggest glaring need on their roster. And I asked Eric about their plans at the center position.
Dwayne Ledford is really, really happy with our group. Dwayne has done a great job over the years with all different types of centers, skill set wise. He's developed some guys. He's had some veteran centers, but he's done a great job developing guys. He's really, really high on Danny. He's high on Jovan. He's high on Corey Bullock. That being said, our job is to always improve the roster when we can, and we're doing that. We're looking at guys. We're had conversations. Again, we don't have to play games till September, and so I think that sometimes it has to fall the right way, whether it's a free agent, whether it's a trade, Do I feel that Danny could play effectively for us? I do, because Dwayne is really high on him.
And look, he's talking about Danny Pinter, who's come over. And look, he has the relationship with Ledford. To this point, they've made no secret about it. You heard Eric DaCosta bring Danny's name up multiple times there. He is probably the guy, not even probably, he's the guy in pole position. And it's fallen in line after that. I still think, and even hearing him talk there, I still get the sense that he's still looking, but the reality is you're not finding starting caliber centers on the open market at this time of the year. They may be forced to kind of go with what they have.
Yeah, and I mean, there is the stress or worries because of what transpired with some of the line issues last year, where you're saying it's miscommunications, underperforming, but then on top of it, you lose Tyler Linderbaum and he's gone. So with those thoughts that are in mind, plus then the void that Linderbaum leaves, that's where everyone's worry continues to come from, right? And it's not that the Ravens haven't made some improvements to the line, Vega being one, first-round pick, Mahler looks the part. But then you're hoping then that that's going to be on the same page, because above all, the Ravens, you need Lamar to be on the field at all times, protect him, and you want to have the running lanes open for Derrick Henry to keep doing Derrick Henry things. So that is probably, of all the positions, Cordell, that's the one I think everyone's the most intrigued to see how it plays out, because for the Ravens to be successful, you need the guy that's going to be controlling things at the line to be up to the task.
Coming up next on Ripping It with Ryan, we'll get back to the Orioles. Orioles back on the diamond tomorrow out in Houston, taking on the Astros before going to Boston to take on the Red Sox. We'll look at some of the potential second half stars of this Orioles team. What first half players can end up having a better second half? I think it's a couple of guys that we are hoping have better second halves. We'll name some of those guys. And if you have any, 410-583-1057 is the number to get in. That's next here on The Fan.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie / Ripping It with Ryan. Here with Ryan Ripken, Cordell Woodland in for Bob Haynie. Going up until 2 o'clock where Inside Access will take over from there. Orioles wrapping up their All-Star break. They're on their way to Houston, taking on the Astros tomorrow. A team that isn't directly in front of them in the wild card standings. They need to beat those guys. What are you expecting from some of these guys on this team, Ryan? Who are you expecting to kind of step up, especially over the next couple of weeks, as we know how pivotal these games will be for them going into the trade deadline? Who are some of the second half stars you're looking at?
Oh, man. I mean, it's all eyes have been and will continue to be on Gunnar Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not worried about Gunnar for the trajectory of his career. He is a uberly talented player that great players will figure it out. They always do. But the problem right now, Cordell, is that the Orioles need that star in Gunnar to start shining through. You know, Pete Alonso, I think, has done what everyone expected. Or if you didn't expect it, I don't know what to say. I mean, all he's done is just played every single game. He gets better each month. And even when he struggles, he is the same guy each and every day. But as we're talking about it, he's just a guy for his career that's averaged 35 jacks and 120 ribbies on the season. And right now, Cordell, he's on pace to have another 30-plus home run season and over 100 RBIs again. So this is a guy that has showed up. But then the Orioles, you need that extra guy. You need that other guy to, it's not even an X factor, but your stars can help carry you. You know, Aaron Judge has been out for the Yankees. And they have been struggling a little bit, but it's a part of a season. But they are hanging in. Why? Because the evolution of a guy named Ben Rice, all-star first baseman for them, who is having a spectacular season offensively. And then Cody Bellinger as well, another star that stepped up for them. For the Orioles, they need their star in Gunnar. And I think if he plays the way that everyone believes he can and has shown in the past, yeah, this Orioles team is going to be better. And above all, too, you know, Adley Rutschman staying healthy probably is going to be the most important. If Adley is able to be healthy down the stretch, I would say he has been one of the most rock-solid, consistent guys in that lineup. And boy, does it feel different from a production standpoint when Adley's in the game.
No doubt. I mean, look, if you had told me, I think one of the frustrating parts for me, at least, with this season is if you tell me coming into the year, Adley Rutschman is going to be back to being an all-star caliber catcher, Samuel Basallo is going to play his part in this lineup and be one of their more dependable bats. Pete Alonso is going to have 20 home runs and be, top 5, top 10 in baseball and RBIs going into the break. Brandon Young was going to be one of their best starters and have, 7 wins to this point. Blaze Alexander was going to hit over 300. I would have said that the Orioles were going to be one of the better teams in the American League because I would have assumed that with all of that, Gunnar's pulling his weight and that Taylor Ward is probably giving you more of what you thought you were going to get when you acquired him from the Angels. So at least with me, it's the fact of we haven't had some of the more sure things happen this year, which is like Gunnar playing really well and Pete and I think Pete was snubbed. I think Pete had more than enough of the numbers at least, and to go along with the name to be an all-star this year. So I do think he was one of the true snubs. But that said, there are so many guys that I was counting on this year that aren't necessarily pulling their weight. And then it's the guys that I wasn't thinking about that are all of a sudden the ones that are doing way above and beyond. And it's just so frustrating because all I can think about is, man, what would it look like if Gunnar was hitting? What would it look like if Taylor Ward was, at 13, 14 home runs at the halfway point like he usually is.
Yeah, I mean, and here's why I brought up the offensive production about some people stepping up. Pete Alonso is 9th in baseball in RBIs, top 10. Other teams have that second guy or third guy that's helping in the run production, department. And when Anthony Santander departed the Orioles to go to Toronto, it's not that the move of not having Santander is, you should have kept him. Well, unfortunately for Tony Taters, he's been hurt, and it was a lot of money. I'm so happy for Tony. He earned the bag. But Tony, though, left a void of run production. And when you go back and look at the years, those guys are not filling that void that he left. Because right now, in this case, Pete's doing his thing. And in 2024, Gunnar had his best year statistically as well. It was 30-some home runs. I got it right here, actually. I'm sorry. He had 37 home runs, 92 RBIs. Last year, he had 68 RBIs on the season. You need other guys to step up on your roster. And right now for the Orioles, Pete has 65. The next closest Cordell is Adley Rutschman with 47. The next one is Sam Basayo, 46. So when I'm looking at this, those other players, that's why initially Taylor Ward was brought in. These other players have to drive in runs. And Taylor Ward, I know he's been asked to be a leadoff guy, on base guy, which I'm cool with whatever your role has to be. But also, you got to have those boppers that get that job done. Right. And Taylor Ward was a 100 RBI guy last year. So that, to me, when I'm looking at this lineup, when you're saying about stars or stepping up, it doesn't have to be that it's one guy, but you do have players that have star potential. I'd love it to be those guys, but if it's not them, somebody has to come up big for this team. The Nationals were just in town a couple weeks ago. Cordell, they have 3 players that are with Luis Garcia, who destroyed the Orioles, James Wood, who had a down series, but leads the league in runs scored, destroys everybody. And C.J. Abrams started in the All-Star game as well. But those 3 guys for the Nationals, they drive in runs. And there's such a difference here. This is my final point with that. I just mentioned that the second leading RBI guy for the Baltimore Orioles is Adley Rutschman with 47. Well, the 4th highest for the Nats, they got 2 of those guys at 44 RBIs, Dalen Lyle and Curtis Mead. And then the top 3 guys for the Nationals, Luis Garcia, 68 RBIs, C.J. Abrams, 67 RBIs, James Wood, 64. They're one of the best offenses in baseball. Yeah. But my point being, they almost have 5 guys in this category that are really helping their team, and the Orioles right now only have 2 or 3 in that RBI department.
If only they had some pitching out there. But the Orioles conveniently do have the pitching, and we'll get to the pitching on the other side. We will highlight one of the strengths of this team, to be honest with you, over the last couple of weeks has been their starting rotation, which has gotten better and better. So we'll talk about that. If you want to get in, I see we've got a couple of people on hold. 410-583-1057. We'll get to your calls as well next here on The Fan.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, 0 bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Upgrade your home with top brands and flexible financing during Town Appliance's 4th of July shopping event going on now. Mayor and Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Tell them Vinny sent you when you stop by the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or make sure to give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Wednesday afternoon in Atlanta, Messi and Argentina pull off another stunner.
Messi resets. Messi driving in. Messi crossing back. Oh, there it is! Lautaro Martinez. Stoppage time. Go-ahead goal for Argentina.
John Strong with the call courtesy of Fox. Lionel Messi finds Lautaro Martinez for the stunning go-ahead goal 2 minutes into stoppage time, giving Argentina a 2-1 win over England and launching them into their second straight World Cup final. The game was tied just 7 minutes earlier on a goal by Enzo Fernandez, putting the English on their heels, and it felt like it was just a matter of time until Messi made his presence felt. The Argentinians will meet Spain in the final this Sunday as the last European champions and the last South American champions face off for the first time in Cup history. As for the reeling English, they'll battle France for third place on Saturday afternoon in Miami. Your Thursday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with hazy skies, highs near 100. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln Tech. Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus between today and July 18th for their summer open house. See where hands-on training can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for more information. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken. Fireball.
We're ripping it with Ryan all the way up until 2 o'clock, where Inside Access will take over from there. Cordell Woodland in for Bob here with Ryan Ripken. Been talking some Orioles as the Orioles are getting ready to get back to the second half of their season out in Houston against the Astros starting tomorrow. And we talked a little bit about some of the players that we're looking forward to taking that next step in the second half of the season. But right now, Ryan, I did want to go to one of the positive sides of this Orioles team, and that's been their pitching, specifically the rotation. The rotation has really stepped it up over the last month and some change, really. And it's tough to really say who it's being spearheaded by, because I think Bradish has been phenomenal over the last couple of his last few outings. But Brandon Young, I mean, it's impossible to talk about this rotation and not highlight how good he's been for these guys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Brandon Young's been by far the most consistent Orioles pitcher, but he's also been the best story of this Orioles campaign, because it was a guy that you thought going into the season, well, maybe he'll be a depth piece. You hope you don't have to rely on him, and that's what a lot of fans, because of how bad things went for the team, and Brandon Young was dealing with quite a bit last year, which I always tell people, Cordell, hardest thing going up to the big leagues when a team's really struggling, when you ask guys or you talk to them, it's, well, you are going into an environment where it's rough. We talk about it. Things aren't going well in the workplace, and you can feel that it's just not saying that it's toxic, the people, but when things aren't going your way, you feel it. It's tough. And then on top of it, so last year, the Orioles season, they know they're not going to the postseason, and they're just looking at Brandon Young. All right, here's an audition. Good luck. And young players put a little bit more pressure on themselves, and Brandon Young took his lumps. The control wasn't as much there, but one thing that I've heard him say and talk about, he knew he could do this at the big league level. He made a couple adjustments, and then confidence goes a long way. And after that first start in Chicago for him, when he had to join the team, from there on, he reminded everybody that he does have the ability to not only help this ball club, to be a big part of it. And actually, Cordell, Brandon Young now has become one of the first guys, if this continues to work out, that have come through the system, whole system, and be a very valued starter. Keep in mind, Dean Kramer traded over in the Machado trade back when he was traded to the Dodgers. Kyle Bradish was traded in the Dylan Bundy trade. So this would be one of the first guys that's come up since Grayson departed, but that was pre-Elias Group. That has really started to make noise. But above all, the starting staff, to put into more context for numbers, Cordell, May 24th I have on this. From then until now on July 16th, the Orioles have a 3.63 team ERA, which is one of the best in baseball over the last essentially 2 months. So it's been a strength. People don't want to admit that out loud, but this Orioles starting staff has not been the problem over these months. They have been one of the most stabilizing groups in the game.
No, without a doubt they have. And look, Brandon Young easily is the biggest surprise. Kyle Bradish, I think a lot of us expected Bradish to kind of eventually, even though it got off to a little bit of a rocky start to start this year, I think we all felt eventually Kyle Bradish would look the part. And for me, it was him showing up on the back end of last season and getting a little taste of some gameplay. And he looked great. He looked great coming back. I was actually shocked by that. But Bradish getting back to his usual self, and Trevor Rogers, you talk about getting back to their self. Trevor Rogers has kind of turned back the clock, and he looks like more like the guy that we saw to start this year and the guy that we saw pretty much all of last season.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, pitchers are creatures of habit. And for Kyle Bradish, his habits over the last couple of years have been not a healthy spring training, and then you're pitching sometime in the summer. If you want to go back to the timeline for him, 2023 was the last year until this spring where Kyle Bradish went into an off season healthy and then pitching in April. And so talking to him, like, he'll even say, I was trying to find it. And then when the team was struggling early on in the defense and maybe the offense not putting up the numbers and you could feel it early, as a pitcher, you want to feel like, all right, I got to be the guy. And what has Kyle Bradish also been told? Hey, we think you're a guy. And so I think it was the combination of getting in a routine and him trying to be a little bit too perfect that he was missing on pitches and not controlling as much. And you're right, pitchers are going to have some good and bad days. He likes to blame me for his 2 outings where he had some rough ones and didn't go deep into the game. It was the Blue Jays series in Toronto and the Nats. And I said, you know what, Kyle, I'll just stay away. Because right after that and what he did right before the All-Star break, it was 6 2/3, 1 earned run. this is the Kyle Bradish we know, and right now he's at a 3.61, and I think that ERA, Cordell, is going to continue to drop down. And there's an angle here when you look at him and Trevor Rogers. And don't look now, Shane Baz is giving you quality starts after quality starts, and
Dean is just still as reliable as they come.
He is, and that's the part is, yeah, Dean gave up 4 solo home runs, that's just a rare feat in itself, and that's congrats to you, Dino, for that one. That's extremely rare, but when you look at this, you got to ask yourself, are these guys giving you a chance to win every night? And Cordell, the simple answer is yes.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing that is concerning me, the bullpen,
no doubt,
has a lot of questions right now.
No doubt. Specifically on the back end, they're high leverage arms, and some of the guys that they were throwing out there, like Garcia, that did look good earlier in the year in those high leverage situations. It's been a while. It's been a while. Wolfram can still give you something. Wells has essentially been their option A closer to this point. I know they're saying they're going by committee, but it feels like they feel comfortable with Wells. Kittredge is still pretty solid as well. I think that's still an area that they need to go out and add to, whether it's going to get, I think they need another lefty out of the pen. I thought that coming into the season. I'm surprised they didn't really attack that more in the offseason, but I would like to see another lefty and maybe just somebody else that you can maybe trust on the back end of the pen. And look, I know those guys are expensive, and I've been reading Josh Hader's available, and he checks both of those boxes, but I know he comes at a cost.
Yeah, he's got a hefty cost. Josh Hader, local guy here in Maryland, he was actually my draft class in 2012, Cordell, coming out of high school. Lefty was the draft round right before me. I was a 20th rounder out of high school. He was 19th. And Josh Hader was throwing 85, maybe would touch 87 at that time. It's safe to say he grew into his lanky frame and went from 87 to 97 real quick. But you're right, that type of arm, if he were available, it's intriguing. If I'm Houston, though, I ain't moving a guy like that if you're in that race just because they have their aspirations. But the bigger part here is you lost Helsley. And I know you're hoping he can be back, but I don't feel great about his situation right now because of the elbow inflammation. You need more high leverage guys. That's just how it works. And Keegan Aiken now done for the year. You need maybe another lefty. It's not Hader. You got to identify some other options there. And I think the Orioles bullpen as a whole, I think, did surprise people so far this year. But as of late, it's wearing down a little bit. So to me, above all, that has to be the number one priority for this team if they are buyers at the deadline.
Let's grab a call before we go to break. Let's go to Southern Maryland and get Steve. Steve, you're on the Fan.
Fellas, what's happening? How you doing?
Good.
Good. How are you doing?
We're doing good out here. Hey, Ryan, it was good to meet you a few weeks ago at Big, by the way.
Great meeting you. Great meeting you as well. And the team's on a little bit of a better run than it was a couple weeks ago as well.
Yeah, it sure is. Couple things real quick. Actually, like 3 things. One, fans. I wish fans would give Elias a break. I mean, Elias did what he was supposed to do, especially at the beginning of the season. The moves he made at the beginning of the season, like this team, potentially, keyword, should have been better than what they are right now. They should have been averaging at least 6 runs a game, in my thing, in my thought process, especially if they had Westberg and everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Elias' making moves is just not working out. And plus, you got your star player in Gunner struggling, especially with runners in score position. If he was doing better in that category, runner in score position, we'd have stole a couple more wins. And especially if he didn't have the errors. And the errors with him and Mayo and others. I got a crazy idea before I leave. We're talking about, the upcoming, whatever. Get another player. Luis Arraez, I know it's crazy. Luis Arraez is a bona fide hitter. Typical lead-off hitter that we need. All he does is put bat to ball and plays with pitcher. I saw a highlight of him like last week that all he was doing was just playing with the pitcher and just put it in the gap on the 3-2 count. That's what he does. That's what we need for a leadoff. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Steve. And look, I mean, I guess there's some merit to that for sure. I mean, he did go get Alonso. They didn't get the frontline starter Bassett's situation is still up in the air. We'll see. But I'll say this. I think that they put together a good enough lineup, and that's even without Westberg, that I felt like this should still be a better offensive team than what they are.
They've underperformed, to what it should have been on paper. But this is why you got to play the game, because if we did it on paper, the Rays would be the worst team in the American League according to the predictions and the models, and they are the best team in the American League because they're executing. One thing I do want to point out, though, Steve, you're right. Another guy that was brought over that people have loved in Baltimore, the guy that just got hurt, Blaze Alexander. That was a Mike Elias move. And so I agree to that extent, right, that it's at the end of the day, guys got to go out and make plays. Gunner's not playing the way that he can. You brought certain guys in. It hasn't worked out. But the other thing that I can understand where frustrations are is where the development is with some of your core guys. You can't control injuries, but you should be able to help dictate of how your next wave of talent coming up is playing. And I think if you're not going to say with Mike Elias, organizationally, that is something that is going to fall on him for the future. That's not maybe for this team specifically moving forward, but the future years of how it is, because for all those high picks right now with Cowser and Heston and in the past of higher prospects like Jackson as well, and then you had the Norbys, the Stowers, all these outfielders, Enrique Bradfield Jr., at some point here, your high prospects, you hope make an impact that's long-lasting. And right now yet, Cordell, that we have some answers to those, but we have a lot more questions than we have answers. And I think that, to me, is going to be one of the storylines that might determine how people will view things with Mike Elias in the front office moving forward.
Coming up next, we'll wrap things up, get you ready for Inside Access. We maybe grab a call also before we get out of here as well. That's next on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Argentina pulled off a dramatic World Cup semifinal comeback to shatter English dreams in Atlanta, trailing late to an Anthony Gordon strike. Argentina rallied when Enzo Fernandez equalized in the 85th minute. Lautaro Martinez then headed home a thrilling stoppage time winner, both goals assisted by Lionel Messi, to book a final clash with Spain. I'm Maddie Bates.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
France once again boasts one of the deepest squads of the tournament. Les Bleus combine explosive pace in the attack with defensive discipline. And after another impressive run through the competition, they remain among the strongest contenders for the title.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground.
Ripping it with Ryan here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland, I've been in for Bob. Bruce Cunningham will be in tomorrow with Vinny for the first half of the show. And then Ryan, Ripping It with Ryan, starting at noon tomorrow. But before we get out of here, Ryan, let's take a trip through the Funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
First, we have Tom in Bel Air here who says, heard you guys talking about O's pitching, made me think about how bummed I am about Aiken's situation.
It's tough for Keegan, and as much as people in the past, and I've seen a lot of other fans and comments on social media of, we have to have more options better than Keegan Aiken. Well, if you actually look when Keegan's been healthy, and especially what Keegan was doing before he went down, he was pitching really well. And he had been a quiet bulldog for the team that fit that role. Mm-hmm. Now the curious thing for me, Cordell, is going to be for losing Keegan, what are the lefties besides Wolfram? Yep. What options do you have here? Because you need some lefty relief to play matchups as you move into the season. So unfortunate for Keegan. He's got a long road ahead. But for short term, the Orioles have another need, and that's why it's got to be a priority in a couple weeks.
And he's been one of those guys that, look, talk about, you can rank him how you want. I'm not saying Keegan Aiken is like at the top of my list for bullpen arms, but in terms of like, they go to him in a lot of tough spots.
Yeah.
And he wears a lot of hats out of the pen. He's played a lot of different roles for them. And the fact that he's a lefty, they're losing a lot with him not being there.
And then the last one I pulled here is from Brian and Rising Sun. Loved hearing you guys talk to Eric. What vibes are you getting from him and any other people you may have talked to leading into training camp?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think right now all things are good on the Ravens front other than some of the glaring holes. And we talked about center, and they seem like they feel pretty good about some of their in-house options. They're not really dealing with the injury bug. So that's the really good news at this time of year. That's all you can ask for, is to not have any injuries and to not have anybody get into any trouble between mini camp and now. And in the case of the Ravens, that has pretty much been the case for them. So I think they're probably all systems go right now. They've got a new coaching staff. There's a lot of optimism around this team right now. And it seems like, to use Eric's words, things are trending in the right direction with Matabike. It seems like all's going well over there.
Yeah, the main things, health of Matabike and what you're going to do at center, and then now just see what the coaching staff cooks up. I love hearing less news when it comes to things, because that means that things are going according to plan. And above all, as we know in this industry, you're going to be judged by how the wins and losses, well, even for the Ravens, not as much in the regular season. How can you get to the postseason? Because Baltimore has been one of the best record-wise teams in all football since they came back to Baltimore in 96.
Yeah, no, look, obviously they're coming off a disappointing year where they don't make the playoffs last year, and there was a lot of changes this offseason coming off of that year. So I think, with them having kind of this fresh start, and the thing for them, though, and I don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but the expectations haven't changed for them, even with them going younger at coach and having this whole new regime come in. Everybody's still looking at the Ravens as, all right, what are they going to do come playoff time? That's still going to be the question for them. But at least right now, it seems like they're kind of all systems go. And we are, 2 weeks away from camp at this point. Football season is essentially here. Ryan, great stuff. Great sitting in with you. We don't get to do this often, man, but it's always fun when we do. Great job on the board, Alex. Appreciate Eric making some time for us. Mike Bordick, Jerry Coleman as well. Everybody that called in, appreciate you guys tuning in. Don't touch that dial. Inside Access, they're up next. Until next time, we'll see you when we see you. Peace.
Portions of the Vinny and Haynie Show are sponsored by Surfside. Celebrate the O's season with Surfside. Real tea, real vodka, zero bubbles. Please drink responsibly.
When I got a new car, I thought my insurance premium would increase and empty my bank account. Like if a tween won the lottery.
I've invested most of my winnings in chicken tenders because they're bomb. But bro, I bought a house and it's sick, bro. I'm thinking the floor is gonna be all trampoline, bro, with a helipad on the roof. The contractor said it's structurally unsound, but they're just being babies.
But switching to Geico saved me hundreds, so my bank account is safe.
It feels good to save some hard-earned cash. It feels good to Geico.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. On July 23rd, it's Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters at the Lincoln Theater. Merriweather Post Pavilion has back-to-back incredible shows, starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, followed by The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th. Then head over to the Anthem for Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Muse brings their The Wow Signal Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 28th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Argentina stunned Spain at the gun on Wednesday afternoon, scoring twice in the final 10 minutes of regulation to beat the English 2-1, punching their ticket to another World Cup final. Enzo Fernandez and Lautaro Martinez netted goals just 8 minutes apart to give the Argentinians the dub and set them up for a shot at their 4th World Cup title. They'll face off against the most recent European champion in Spain this Sunday afternoon at MetLife Stadium. And in Ravens news, we're just under 2 weeks away from the start of training camp, and it remains to be seen if Pro Bowl D lineman Nnamdi Madubuike will take the field with his teammates at one winning drive. Madubuike is coming off of a serious neck injury that nearly ended his playing career, but today on The Fan, GM Eric DeCosta had this to say about Nnamdi's status for 2026.
Nnamdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks.
Again, that's from DeCosta's interview with Vinny Serrato and Cordell Woodland today on The Fan. The Ravens will hit the field for their first practice of camp Wednesday, July 29th at 11 a.m. Your Thursday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Hot and humid with hazy skies, highs near 100. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Nnamdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks, like in the next 2 weeks. I think we'll have a lot more information that we'll be able to share with people.
That was Eric DeCosta earlier today. He was on with Cordell Woodland and Vinny Serrato talking about Nnamdi Madubuike, and probably the most optimistic we've heard anybody from the Ravens speak about Nnamdi Madubuike, with training camp looming less than 2 weeks away.
Oh, Ken, I'd go a step further. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Eric DeCosta said, you're going to find out in 2 weeks, which that, of course, coincides with the start of training camp. And we were speculating at the time of mandatory minicamp that the Ravens, like every team, they always make players available the day before the first full squad workout. So that'll be Tuesday, the 28th. And we speculated that that's probably the time we hear from Nnamdi Madubuike. And Eric DeCosta, while he didn't confirm that, it certainly seems like that's going to be the likely outcome. And it'll be great to hear from Nnamdi Madubuike. We haven't heard from him since the injury going back to week 2, and there's just been this cloud hovering over the team with this. And again, I want to stress this every time we bring up Nnamdi Madubuike. Neck injuries are scary, and you understand that this is not a simple injury to come back from, and you just want the best for Nnamdi Madubuike moving forward as a person, as an individual. But from a football standpoint, the offseason is pretty much over, Ken, and the start of training camp is sort of the unofficial start to the season.
Yeah.
And Nnamdi Madubuike, you hope, is a big-time part of this 2026 team.
Yeah, I think if you're a Ravens fan and you've been chewing on little tiny morsels throughout this offseason, well, that's the biggest bite you've gotten. Like that's a tasty end of the sandwich there if you're hopeful for Nnamdi Madubuike.
I'm thinking a bite with a bunch of meat in it.
Yeah,
you know?
got meaty bite.
And the end's kind of just a lot of bread.
A smash burger where you got it's sticking out of the end.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. That's good.
I will say, though, and I don't want to throw cold water on this, but I've yet to hear anywhere that the Ravens doctors have cleared Nnamdi Madubuike yet. And I would think once he gets cleared, that's not, I know the Orioles sometimes like to hide some news, but I think once he's been cleared, we'll hear it. So that's another shoe, I guess, that needs to drop here.
Well, Ken, there's so much mystery to this situation still. Until we hear from Nnamdi Madubuike, and hopefully that's the case. Eric just said there's going to be a resolution to this thing within 2 weeks. But Ken, even if he's cleared or going to be cleared, on his way to being cleared, we still have no idea if he's going to be ready for week 1. No. Because there was the report that he underwent another neck procedure. It was probably a couple months ago at this point. Maybe this is a situation where he starts the year on PUP. That's the other realm. When is he going to be ready?
Yeah, there's, and I think Cordell said this. There's levels to this because it's such a complicated situation. But it feels like we're going to get some degree of closure in the next couple weeks, which is good because all we can do is speculate, and all we have done is speculate.
Well, and this is when. Last week, I think we got into it, just talking, you have to know your plans for your football team moving forward. At some point, you need to address the elephant in the room. And I understand HIPAA, I understand all of this, and this goes back to even when John Harbaugh was here. Oh, well, Nnamdi's going to talk with you guys. Nnamdi's going to talk. At some point, there needs to be a resolution to this situation that goes back to the middle of September. Football kicks off. What are we? We're probably less than 2 months away from the Ravens' season opener in Indianapolis, right? It's September 13th. So, yeah, we're less than 2 months away from week 1. And you need to know one way or another what the status is with Nnamdi Madubuike.
My head's about to explode. We are less than 2 months away from the start of the football season. The calendar comes at you fast.
The calendar comes up on it does, but Ken, the All-Star break, it's technically over tonight. There is a game scheduled in MLB, game. But
the Yankees Dodgers, is that what that is? I think
no, Phillies Mets.
I got New York. And I had big cities.
You got big cities.
I
knew it was going to be big markets.
Yeah, I know they're playing soon. The Yankees and Dodgers. I saw an ad during the All-Star game. But it allows us to dream about Nnamdi Madubuike playing. Obviously Eric didn't shut it down.
No, he didn't at all. And if anything, he sort of had an optimistic tone. And I'm just more focused and fixated on the you're going to find out in 2 weeks thing. We know, okay, this tap dance thing is going to be over. But again, going back to what you're saying with Cordell with levels, what does Nnamdi Madubuike look like at this point? I can't say it's fair to have the expectation that, hey, we're going to see the 2023 guy that tied an NFL record with 11 straight games with half a sack. What are realistic expectations for Nnamdi Madubuike if he does come back?
And once he's cleared, assuming he's cleared, there's still the specter of like, what if he gets like some inflammation after practice, and then you're shutting it down?
Absolutely. You could, maybe I'm just throwing this out here. It could be week 5, and the next day he's feeling some serious pain in his. Absolutely, this is a very delicate situation.
But the hypothetical of Nnamdi Madubuike being part of this defense obviously is enough to get fans to salivate because he's that important for them to take us. Like if we talk, I know you and Femi were talking yesterday, but can this be a top 5 defense, top 10 defense? Well, if Nnamdi Madubuike is playing, then that makes the chance of them being a really good defense a lot greater.
Certainly. We throw around the term force multiplier a lot. We use it a lot with Kyle Hamilton in particular. But Nnamdi Madubuike, when he's at his best, and that was 2023, he's a force multiplier. He had an Aaron Donald type season. That's not hyperbole. That's just fact. 13 sacks, 33 quarterback hits. His pressure rate was through the roof. The Ravens led the NFL in sacks that season. And a big reason why was because of Nnamdi Madubuike and opposing offenses, they have to be so focused on not letting him wreck the game, and you're double teaming, and that frees up a Jadeveon Clowney that year who had 9.5 sacks, and that was, I believe, it tied his career high in sacks that season. Like when Nnamdi is at his best, it opens up opportunities for other guys.
Can't believe it. 2 weeks from yesterday is the start of training camp.
A week from Wednesday.
Yeah, very well done. And we are, I think, hoping and trying to read tea leaves. Maybe Nnamdi Madubuike speaks, that day before the start of camp, some vets speak. Maybe we finally hear from the man himself that day before.
That's sort of my expectation, with Eric saying you're going to find out in 14 days and just how it's been throughout this process because, and I get it from the team's perspective, they don't want to overstep. They want him to convey the message. My expectation is he's going to be talking the day before camp.
Massive Thursday show. All-Star break still going on for the Orioles. They start a series in Houston tomorrow, but we will talk a lot of baseball today. Tony Gwynn Jr., our Odyssey MLB insider, joins us at 2:30. Tim Kirchin, the Hall of Famer from ESPN, will talk baseball in 4. And then Jacob Calvin-Meyer, get his thoughts on the Orioles as they head out of the All-Star break at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we've been doing pre-All-Star break reviews for several Orioles this week. We got 4 more today, but we are going to play a ton of sound from Eric DeCosta's interview with Cordell and Femi. If you missed it, you can go back on the Odyssey
Cordell
app.
And Vinny.
Femi. You mentioned Femi. I had Femi on the brain.
Yeah.
But Cordell and Vinny, yes, during Vinny and Haynie, you can go back on the Odyssey app, YouTube, and we'll be playing sound throughout our show, 2 to 6.
And speaking of said sound bone, coming up next, Eric DeCosta had thoughts on a lot of topics when he joined Vinny and Haynie. Actually, Cordell sitting in for Haynie today. We'll hear from Eric DeCosta next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, Monday, July 13th through Saturday, July 18th. Stop by Lincoln's Columbia campus to explore career-focused programs in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Tour the campus. See the tools and equipment that are used in today's industries and discover where hands-on skills can take you. Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Summer Open House, July 13th through the 18th. Visit lincolntech.edu for info. That's lincolntech.edu.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow!
hungry.
I want a chicken sub.
I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Attention, BetMGM players. Have a friend who wants to join the action? Now both of you can earn a $100 bonus when they sign up through BetMGM's Refer a Friend program. Just sign into your BetMGM account and check out the Refer a Friend program to send your friend a message inviting them to register a new account. Once your friend signs up and makes a deposit, they'll receive a $100 bonus. And once your friend places a bet with their bonus and the bet is settled, you'll receive a $100 bonus as well. Plus, you can refer up to 5 friends a month. Share the excitement and get a $100 bonus every time you refer a friend to BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offers. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 30 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Dwayne Ledford is really, really happy with our group. Dwayne has done a great job over the years with all different types of centers, skill set wise. He's developed some guys. He's had some veteran centers, but he's done a great job developing guys. He's really, really high on Danny. He's high on Jovan. He's high on Corey Bullock. That being said, our job is to always improve the roster when we can, and we're doing that. We're looking at guys. We're had conversations. Again, we don't have to play games till September, and so I think that sometimes it has to fall the right way, whether it's a free agent, whether it's a trade. Do I feel that Danny could play effectively for us? I do, because Dwayne is really high on him. And I love that. When a coach has confidence in a player, that's a great thing for a GM to know and to feel. And so Dwayne loves our group. He's a phenomenal coach, and I'm excited to see that offensive line play at a high level. And like I said, I'm not sure what that offensive line is going to look like. Is it going to be different between now and September when we play games? Very well could be. If we stay status quo, I'm also confident, though, that we have the talent and the ability on our roster to win a lot of football games.
Eric DeCosta speaking just a few hours ago with Cordell Woodland and Vinny Serrato, talking about the center situation. And I don't know that he said anything that made me really think that the guy's here. I know he said Ledford's high on Danny Pinter, and they had Jovan Gwynn and Corey Bullock, and they also had Nick Dawkins, undrafted free agent out of Penn State. But sure seems to me like that the center ain't here.
Well, I'll say that Eric did a great job of playing both sides. He left open the possibility, saying, hey, Dwayne Ledford, this guy's a hell of an offensive line coach. We really prioritize bringing him in. He thinks highly of these guys. We don't know how free agency and trade's going to be, but we don't play games till September. We're always looking to improve the roster. Like, he played both sides well there, Ken. But I think we all still would be surprised if their starting center is on the roster. Now, I think the further along this gets, the more likely it is to me that they are going to roll with one of these guys. If it gets to mid-August, Ken, like at some point, it
becomes tougher.
Yeah, at some point, our team's going to want to unload a center that they feel good about, whether it's a backup or not. You know, teams start to finalize their rosters the closer and closer you get, but this is a humongous question mark. When you have the inexperience that the Ravens have at the center position, Danny Pinter has 10 starts. Jovan Gwynn has played 11 offensive snaps in his career. Corey Bullock has played 13 offensive snaps in his career. That's troublesome.
That's less than one game.
That is troublesome when it comes to a team that is trying to get back to the playoffs, win the division, and make a deep run.
More from Eric DeCosta speaking with Vinny Serrato and Cordell Woodland earlier today. We heard in the open of the show Eric talking about Nnamdi Madubuike. Well, how about Teddy Buchanan?
I think you'll see Teddy sooner than later. He has done a great job. I mean, top, 1% of rehabs that I've seen in my time here, which has been 30 years in terms of rehab. Very, very optimistic about Teddy.
Seems to be pretty pleased with how Teddy Buchanan, who tore his ACL late last season, maybe we'll see him on the field when the training camp opens.
I don't think Eric DeCosta is one to blow smoke like that. Top 1% in terms of rehab in 30 years, that's pretty impressive. And Teddy Buchanan, he was such a pleasant surprise for the Ravens last year. He took over that starting inside linebacker role week 2. And he was a 4th-round pick, Ken, and he really settled into that role and played at a pretty high level. And it sounds like, with Eric talking there, he's going to be ready for week 1.
Yeah.
And when he suffered that ACL injury, it was December 14th. That was late into the season.
Yeah, usually, and I guess modern medicine, but usually ACLs were like a year.
Yeah. And now
ACLs and UCLs. So Tommy John's are definitely.
And now it's to the point Achilles injuries are kind of the big ones, right? Where ACLs, MCL, all the CLs can. And I feel like modern medicine, that they have expedited the rehab process with them.
Okay, so more from Eric DeCosta speaking on with Vinny Serrato and Cordell Woodland earlier today. Do injured guys need to hit benchmarks in their return to the field?
Anytime really we have an injury, a serious injury, there's going to be a ramp up, an acclimation where players have to go through, various stages of rehab, typically starting with an individual period in practice and then to some group periods, and eventually working into team, and then even managing the amount of reps that guys get and working in days off and different ways to make sure that we're just not throwing these guys to the wolves. Nick Gill, they'll map out a great protocol for these guys, and our coaches do a good job of putting these guys in position to succeed. And I think Jesse has a great practice schedule that I've seen, and the way that we're going to manage reps and work players in and out, I think will really suit these injured guys. But we're really excited. I think you get a player at the end of the year that tears an ACL like Teddy did, to see where he is now is really exciting. And then with Nnamdi, you're talking about one of the more disruptive interior pass rushers in the league, and a huge, huge influence on our defense. Really a guy that is a force multiplier in a lot of different ways. If we can get him back out there, I think it has a tremendous impact on our defense.
Force multiplier, Bone, you used the term earlier, EDC using the term force multiplier.
Nnamdi Madubuike certainly fits that bill when he's at his best, for sure. And I just kept thinking while Eric was talking what this may look like for Nnamdi Madubuike, and you see it pretty much every single year. Some of those players having the red jerseys, trying to avoid contact. That's probably in Nnamdi's future as they ramp up, and then you expose him to some contact, and then you slowly work him into 11 on 11. It's going to be a process for Nnamdi.
Let's hear at least one more from Eric. Calais Campbell, just an awful situation. His mom, if you haven't heard the news, was murdered allegedly by, he's been arrested, his brother, Calais' brother. Eric asked about Calais Campbell's status heading into camp.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna get into anything personal. Obviously, we love Calais. He's a guy that when I think about the best professionals I've ever been around, I put him at the top of the list. So our hearts go out to him. We've communicated. We've had some great communications with him. I mean, I think, of course, Calais is a football player. That's what he loves. I think he's super excited to be here and focused on winning a ring. But again, like, this is a personal tragedy in many ways, and we're here for him. Whatever support he needs, we're going to give it to him. That's one thing about the Ravens organization that I think stands out, is our ability to rally around our players and employees and provide support, going all the way back to Mr. Modell. And Steve has been a steward of that as well. And so we're going to do everything we can for Calais and his family. We love him. And when he's ready to play, we'll be ready to have him back.
So obviously there are things sometimes that are more important than football, and this tragic situation is one of them. But they have been incredibly supportive, and I guess we shall see.
No one would fault Calais Campbell if he wanted to walk away after going through that situation with his family. It's horrific. It's tragic. It's hard to wrap your mind around, Ken. But, you know, looking at this from a football perspective, though, with Calais, you know, they brought him in, and like, he's going to play a big role in this football team. Now, we've said less is more when it comes to Calais Campbell, but Ken, he had 6.5 sacks last year. That would have led the Ravens in sacks. We know what he can do in terms of playing the run. Obviously, he's a big body. He can knock down passes. If Calais, and again, no one would fault him, but if he were to walk away, that would leave a big hole on this defense.
We will hear more from Eric, who was on with Vinny and Haynie. Cordell Woodland sitting in earlier today, a little later in the show. But we're going to switch to baseball next. It's a Thursday, so we'll talk to our friend, Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr., who joins us next here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hey, Baltimore, it's Ken Wyman. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start August 12th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 100 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Online and hybrid classes available. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. Certified top rate in Virginia by Chef.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. And have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen,
A dead car battery. Bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Zay Flowers is coming off a career best season in which he had 86 catches for over 1,200 yards and 5 touchdowns on his way to his second Pro Bowl. Flowers is eligible for a contract extension, and GM Eric DeCosta touched on that possibility with Cordell and Vinny earlier today.
Love Zay. Zay wants to be here. We want Zay here. And, certainly a work in progress. Optimistic about it. Feel like at some point we'll get done. I hope it gets done. We love Zay. Zay's a phenomenal football player.
The Ravens' first full squad training camp practice is in 13 days. MLB's unofficial second half begins tonight as the Phillies host the Mets at 7. The rest of the league is in action tomorrow, including the O's playing the first of 3 games in Houston with first pitch at 8:10. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 93. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Game is open. We have We have one baseball game tonight, and then everybody else gets started tomorrow. Let's talk some baseball now as we're joined by Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are presented by Grainger with professional grade products for every industry. Grainger, as you covered, call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. And Tony, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So, am I just a get off your lawn kind of guy, or is the All-Star game not as much fun as it was when I was younger? Is the All-Star game still as fun as it used to be?
No, I don't think so. And I don't necessarily think it has anything to do with the players. I think interleague play every day, I think, takes away a lot of the real competition that guys face. I remember, going to these All-Star games as a kid and hearing my dad and some of his other National League brethren talk about, looking forward to facing a guy they hadn't seen before, and that's just not the case anymore. These guys see each other pretty much every day.
What did you think of the new home run derby format, Tony?
I mean, I think it was kind of back to what it used to be like. You know, I think we kind of gotten away from swings because I think initially it was just taking forever. But as we've seen, even with the time, it takes forever, and I don't think you get the element of kind of theater that you got in this swing off, basically between Walker and Schwarber. And so I think first year going back, it couldn't have worked out any better for Major League Baseball, right? That's exactly the kind of finish you want, and I think that's the way it should be. I think there are some other issues with home run derby. I mean, I just think if you're in it, you should be an all-star. And I think if they don't have enough guys, it's okay to have 4 or 5 because those guys can, end up boosting some other guys to do it the following year. I think, having to have a specific number and ask guys to do it who aren't necessarily all-stars, I think it kind of takes away from it as well. You need your big guys, the guys who people want to see hit homers. You need them participating.
We're talking to Tony Gwynn Jr. A reminder that Insider Calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. I will say this, Tony, the one thing that was kind of fun about the Derby was the Philly fans who were booing everyone that wasn't a Phillies player. And Jordan Walker hitting those homers on his last 6 swings while he's getting booed out was kind of a – I don't know if we're getting that atmosphere every year.
Very true. I mean, Philly they're unique. They certainly lived up to the bill. And I just thought watching Walker do that and seemingly so unbothered by the boos and what was happening, it only fed into it. And it just worked out perfect, right? Schwarber was the hometown guy. He was in the finals. As I said, it works out to be great theater in that first kind of going back to the way it used to be in terms of the rules.
Well, Tony, let's get into the post-All-Star break portion of the schedule. And let's start with the Red Sox, man. They were dead, they were buried, and they're riding a 9-game winning streak. Are you buying their chances of getting that final wild card spot in the American League?
You know what? They have played well enough to at least earn the attention of everybody. 9-1 in their last 10. I still have my questions. I mean, I saw a report yesterday about, seemingly some of the young guys and maybe Contreras' words about, guys buying in and maybe some of the younger guys that are there, and hurt not doing it. So I wonder if there is some type of inner turmoil happening. And we know the front office has been much benign this year for some of the moves they've made. So, listen, I think there's a lot to be kind of sorted out in this first couple of weeks, especially as we try to get closer to the deadline. I'm still not quite on that Boston ship yet.
Tony, let's talk about the Orioles, and they finally did win 4 in a row entering the All-Star break, which is the first time they've won 4 in a row all year. So they've won 7 out of 10. They're playing some decent baseball. But as I don't know if you're aware of this, but we're not allowed to have nice things here in Baltimore. Blaze Alexander got his hand broken in the last game for the All-Star game. So he's going to miss significant time, and he's been having a hell of a season. So where are you on the Orioles? It's a sprint. They got 65 games left. 2 games out of the wild card, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same place with Baltimore as I am with Boston. They have shown similarities in terms of looking like they're on their way out and then playing a bad week of baseball and it seeming like there's nowhere else to go. And so I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago. They have some decisions to make. Blaze Alexander, for the great season he was having, there could have been a team that wanted to get him at the deadline. You could take that off the board now. And how are they going to approach the deadline in itself with the players they have? Do you move a guy like Adley? How does that work out over these first couple of weeks? I think they're in the same spot as Boston. I think there's a lot to be determined in terms of the direction that they go in these next couple of weeks.
Well, Tony, the most attractive trade ship, of course, that's Tarek Skubal and the Tigers. They're sitting 3.5 games out of the wild card race in the American League. Do you have any wild guess of where Skubal could end up going?
Anywhere but L.A. And I say that not only because the Padres are in a division, but I don't know if the baseball world could take a move like that happening. You know, we would certainly the conversation of a cap would only heighten at that point. So, listen, I think the deadline is going to be so interesting, especially in the National League, because there's so many teams still in it. A team like the Tigers may look at their last couple of years and be like, "There's no way we can move him at this point. If we can take one last runner." Remember, they brought in Valdez, they brought back Flaherty. Those moves signal to me that they were trying to go for it, right? And if you're only 3.5 out and you put together a good 2 weeks here, that could change the calculation on if he's going to be moved or not. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Now, these next 2 weeks go by and it's all bad. Yeah, he's going to get moved. They're going to get something for him, but 3.5 ain't that far out. No. So we'll see how the Tigers move from here.
Tony, I think we're less than 3 weeks away from the deadline. With that in mind, and I know that the American League is all jumbled, but do you think you'll see some teams in this jumble? Like, how many sellers are there going to be, I guess, is the short way to ask that question.
That's the part that I think is difficult, right? I mean, you got maybe the Athletics who are 6.5 out, Kansas City Angels. Athletics got a bunch of young guys that I don't think they're going to be moving, so you can maybe cross them off the list. Detroit, we just finished talking about. Toronto just was in the World Series, and they're 2.5 out. So, I don't know who the sellers are going to be. I think that's the interesting part about this deadline, and it's the same in the National. I think the Giants are a teams are going to look at in terms of there's some pieces on the board if you're willing to take on money or give up prospects that you can that can be had. But outside of that, the Reds are a young team. I don't know that they have any pieces that they're necessarily looking to move. Washington's in the same spot. So I think at this point, there really aren't clear sellers at this point outside maybe the Giants that teams are going to be coveting.
Tony, let's end with your Padres. We know that A.J. Preller is as aggressive as it gets when it comes to general managers in MLB. They're 3.5 games out of the wild card spot in the National League. How do you see A.J. Preller approaching this deadline?
I think, you mentioned the deadline being about 3 weeks. I think this next road trip, the Padres go to Kansas City, they go to Atlanta, and they go to Miami. I think that's going to determine the type of moves that A.J. Preller is going to make. I think he's going to make a move regardless. I think if they have an awful road trip, it may kind of change the calculation on what type of moves they make. But if they have a good road trip or a road trip that gets them even closer than 3.5 when it's all said and done, you have to believe he's going to make a pretty big splash given the Padres' needs. They have 2 front-end pitchers that are on the IL, and that's the part that is giving them the most issue right now is their starting pitchers. So he's going to be in the market for that. He's going to be in the market for a bat. If this all goes well, with AJ, you just don't know how high that goes in terms of the type of player you could bring in.
Tony, is there a world where they trade Mason Miller? I've seen some of that on Twitter, so assuming obviously that it goes bad between now and the deadline.
I think there's a world for sure. What are you getting, though? I mean, that's the question. What does a closer with another year of control garner at this point? I'm sure he'll be. If it gets that bad, he could test the market and see what that looks like. But he's not going to just trade him to trade him.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be the value that he's looking for, and regardless of whether this thing goes good or bad in the next couple of weeks.
Tony Gwynn Jr., always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We'll chat next week.
All right, you guys take care.
That was Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr., brought to you by Grainger with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Coming up next, Bone mentioned, been doing these, first half postmortems on the Orioles. And what about one Kobe Mayo? What do we think of him as he hits the sprint to the finish? What do we think of his pre-All-Star break season? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll continue to talk about the Orioles and preview their series as they head to the Astros. Lots of cool things going on. And Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us. We'll talk about all this nonsense talk going on with Lamar.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Argentina advances to the World Cup final. Yesterday, Argentina beat England 2-1 in the semifinal of the World Cup. England held the lead for about 30 minutes of the match before Argentina tied it and then took the lead with 2 minutes in stoppage time. The collapse from the English is as bad as it gets. This is the third time England has come up short in the semifinal. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Your Baltimore weather this afternoon, partly sunny, 96. Tonight, partly cloudy, 80s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace. Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Suki. Mayo clobbers this ball. Goodness. That's a Kobe. Second deck. He second decked it. He joins a very short list of players to hit the second deck in left field at Oriole Park.
So you heard the highlight. That was last Wednesday. Kobe Mayo hitting that home run in the bottom of the eighth inning, making it 9-6 Chicago. I think 9-7 was the final in that game. The Orioles lost. Kobe Mayo's had some high highs and then, of course, some low lows. He's really good against left-handed pitching. He's really bad against right-handed pitching. He can't play third base, Bone, but he's hit some bombs. He's got 12 on the year so far. How do you reconcile what you see from Kobe Mayo?
I think any way you slice it at this point, Ken, it's a very disappointing first half of the season. And I think Kobe Mayo would tell you that, where at a minimum, and we knew even him coming up through the minors that what position is he going to play? Third base was always going to be a stretch. Remember, at the end of last year, he was playing first, and I felt like he held his own. You know,
at first base, yeah.
And
by the way, if they signed Kyle Schwarber, who they went after first, Kobe Mayo's probably their everyday first baseman.
Exactly, and you can absolutely live with Kobe Mayo defensively at first base, but it's more so the hitting. Kenny's hitting below 200. He's got a 659 OPS, and I think you hit it on the head. Like, the highs, he hit it into the second deck. He's only the 8th player to do it in the history of Camden Yards going back to 1992. And he also had another homer that hit off the facade.
Yes.
It took out a couple pixels in the new scoreboard ribbon. So the raw power's there, but you just don't see it with the consistency. And you said it. He has the 3rd highest OPS against left-handed pitching in the majors among qualified hitters. It's almost 1,100. Fantastic. There's 276 qualified hitters against right-handed pitching. Kobe Mayo ranks 276th. He is dead last in OPS against
447.
447. But to make it even crazier, Ken, Dylan Cruz is 275th. He's got a 472 OPS. You're talking almost, was that a 25-point difference?
Yeah.
That's a pretty big difference. So Mayo's in his own realm when it comes to futility in hitting right-handed pitching. So now it, of course, gets back to the conversation we've had a lot this week when you've been gone, Ken. How the heck do they fill third base? Because clearly Kobe Mayo cannot, from a defensive standpoint.
He's cost them games.
Yeah, from a defensive standpoint, he can't be an everyday third baseman. But also, you don't want him facing right-handed pitching.
No. Before, I guess last week we talked about this for a while now. After the last time he made a big error in a game, he's a DH against left-handed pitching. That's what he is. Now he's going to play some third base, but you put him at third base at your own peril, and you leave him in late in games. And you're especially close games, and you're risking it.
At this point, though, Ken,
they got to find another third baseman.
He's probably going to start at third against left-handed pitching. They're just going to have to, because you don't want to continue to eat up the DH because you want Adley and Sam in the lineup at the same. Like, it's going to be difficult given the hand that they're dealt. He's their third baseman against left-handed pitching, but I just don't know who's going to be at third base against righties.
Yeah, I do wonder. The kid, was it Encarnacion Strand? They signed. Yep. Yeah, Christian Encarnacion Strand. And I think he's been playing a lot of third base at AAA.
Yeah.
I do wonder, is he brought up? Because they have they officially, Blaze has not been put on the IL.
He has not.
So he'll be put on the IL before the game tomorrow. I do wonder if they bring up Encarnacion Strand.
That's their move internally, and he's a right-handed bat, but he's got reverse splits. He actually has a higher batting average and OPS against right-handed pitching. So internally, that seems to be the best option they have. Jeremiah Jackson has played some third base. He hasn't played any this year, but maybe that's an option. I know some people have brought up Jackson Holiday again.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Let him
messing
play
around.
second base.
Exactly. Let him play second base. Don't mess around there. Unless they bring someone from the outside, I think it's going to be Encarnacion Strand tomorrow.
Yeah, could they make a trade for a third baseman? I guess so. But Encarnacion Strand, and I can't tell you that I've seen a lot of him, but I'll guarantee you he's better defensively than Kobe Mayo. He has to be.
It's a low bar.
Yeah, he has to be.
It certainly is a low bar, but I'm not holding my breath, Ken, of Mike Elias executing a trade for an everyday third baseman. Now, if they bring in a fringe guy or maybe a glove first guy at third base, something.
Who's the equivalent of Austin Slater that plays third base?
Yes, exactly. That's a great point. I'm not. It's not going to be an everyday guy, but maybe someone of that ilk in Austin Slater. I could see that.
So what is Kobe Mayo's role? Do you agree with me? He's the left-handed hitting DH, but I guess he's going to play some third now with Blaze hurt.
I think he's going to be the third baseman.
Or the left-handed pitching DH.
Yes, I think he's going to be at third base against left-handed starting pitching. That's how I see. And with Blaze, I kept, and I don't want to compare like for like, but they both fractured their hand. Jordan Westbrook fractured his hand the day after the trade deadline in 2024. So it was July 31st. He didn't come back till September 22nd.
And he wasn't right either.
No. So you're looking at a month and a half. So is Blaze back the beginning of September? Like, is that best case scenario with him? And then what does that look like at that point?
It's just, I got to tell you, because I wasn't here on Monday or Tuesday, like the news that he broke his hand, man, was that a gut punch. Because you're feeling good about the finally winning 4 in a row. You're heading in the All-Star break feeling good about everything. And then for Albie to get in front of the media after the game and say, yeah, he's got a fracture in his hand. It's like, come on, man.
They just can't have nice things this year. And I think that's why Blaze was extra pissed.
Yeah, he probably knew.
Ursig, I think he knew. Now, I'm sure you saw Blaze's tweet where it's saying that Ursig was quick pitching, and if you're going to quick pitch, don't pitch inside. Like, throw a ball in the strike zone at that point. But it sucks, man. Like you feel for Blaze because he's having this career season, leading the majors in batting average still since May 1st.
Yeah, I guess Ursig was like, I stink this year, man. I'm not trying to hit you.
Yeah. My ERA is in the 5s.
Was it Pasquantino or somebody?
Vinny
was
Pasquantino,
yeah. So like he had some weird sort of like complaint about the whole thing, and
that was the tweet that Jake Rill tweeted the Pasquatch's quote, and then Blaze quote tweeted that clapping back
like weird
at the Pasquatch.
Take.
Yes.
Orioles off tonight as the All-Star break continues for everybody except for 2 teams. But tomorrow, they're in Houston. Baltimore baseball tonight will be at 6 as the Orioles play at 8 o'clock. It's you and who, Bo?
Ryan Ripken.
Oh, man. Yeah. So I'll see Ryan 3 times in 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
big
lot.
Time.
It's a lot of Ryan Ripken.
It's a lot of Ryan Ripken.
Maybe I'll have to bring a present or something. Coming up next, though, let's continue talking some baseball, Bum. Orioles, we call it the second half, but it's a sprint. It's 65 games to the end of the season. What Orioles primed to be much better after the All-Star break than they were before? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com
or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Skip the expensive repairs and open houses. The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will buy your home for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee TESSIR.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Nnamdi Madubuike's status is still up in the air as we are 13 days away from the Ravens' first full squad training camp practice. GM Eric DeCosta joined Cordell and Vinny earlier today and responded to a question about Madubuike's availability.
Nnamdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks, like in the next 2 weeks.
MLB's unofficial second half begins tonight as the Phillies host the Mets at 7. The rest of the league is in action tomorrow, including the O's playing the first of 3 games in Houston with first pitch at 8:10. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 93. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace. Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I think we're right there. All the guys in that clubhouse knows that we're underperforming, and the amount of talent that's in the room and is just, complete underperformance by everybody, and we all know that, but we all, at the end of the day, we still trust each other. It's a good group of guys, and, we're getting to the home stretch with the deadline coming up in the next month, and we know what's at stake here, but we're not panicking. We're, sticking to our routines, and we still trust each other, and we know we got to get the job done. And
that's Trevor Rogers on with us, and as Billy Joel once said, it's a matter of trust, and they trust each other. So, do you trust them, Bone, or as far as getting over this hump? And who do you think is primed for a bigger second half of the season than first?
Maybe this is cheating. Maybe it's not. No, I'm going to say Trevor Rogers. And you could say, yes, he's been pitching outstanding but in this stretch. But when you look at the whole, Ken, 4.48 ERA, that's not what we were expecting in the first 97 games of the season for Trevor Rogers. So I'm going to take a liberty and go with him. And he's going to get the IA bump. He got the IA bump prior to coming on the show, the day a week ago today, in his final start prior to the All-Star break, 6 innings, 1 earned run against the Cubs. He's in a really nice groove right now. And whether or not he ends this season in Baltimore, we shall see.
That's a good question,
he's
Bob.
one of the more interesting names out there when it comes to the trade deadline. But Ken, these last 7 games, he's pitching like he was last year. He had a 1.73 ERA, and coming out of that just horrific month of May in which he had a 10.31 ERA, we're going to get into it more tomorrow, the starting rotation as a whole. I think they need to be great for them to have a chance, just because I feel a heck of a lot more confident in the starting staff than I do the offense getting close to the expectations that we set for them heading into the year.
So, and we'll talk about expectations set. I don't know that Gunnar Henderson is going to meet those expectations, but isn't he going to be better post All-Star break than he's been so disappointing. We've spent a lot of time documenting how disappointing he's been compared to what the expectations were. But if they have any chance of catching that, the very least the third wild card, he's going to have to be great.
Gunner's the obvious one. It's just I can't say with a ton of confidence he's going to do it right now. And he had the
he got almost 100 games of evidence.
Yeah, he had the 3-hit game on Sunday. And Ken, I know you got riled up about it last week. He's hitting balls with high expected batting average.
We need to stop with, and part of this, I like to tease Jacob Kalbameier joins 5 o'clock because he'll always tell you expected batting average.
Jacob likes to troll.
Yeah,
though.
He does. Wake me when they're hits.
Yeah.
And you know what? And the Orioles have been killed by balls with no expected batting average that land somewhere because as Wee Willie Killer once said, hit it where they ain't. He's got to start hitting the ball in open fields of grass. Don't hit a ball 1,000 miles an hour right at somebody.
I'm with you 100%. And yes, you can say it's unfortunate luck, but those sort of statistics I'll give more credence to in April, May, when it's like, okay, this guy got off to a slow start, but maybe signs of him turning around. We're 16 games beyond the halfway mark, Ken.
There's 65 games left.
We're almost 2/3 of the way through this season. It is what it is. And do I think this is who Gunnar Henderson is as a whole in his career moving forward? I don't. But this is where Gunnar Henderson is in the 2026 season right now, and it's nowhere near good enough. He would tell you it's nowhere near good enough.
Yeah. Is this who he is for his career? Probably not. Is this who he is this season? Probably.
Yeah.
We got 60 games. We got a sprint. 60 games is a sprint in baseball. Now, could he have a nice 60-game sprint? I hope so. I think they're going to need him to if they have any chance. Could Kobe Mayo be better in the second half of the season?
It's an interesting name, and he was my others receiving votes solely because he's going to get more playtime by default. With Blaze Alexander being on the shelf over a month, we expect. Mayo at least has gotten off to a strong July. Granted, not much of a sample size, especially with the All-Star break, but he's going to get more run. And his bat has to be better than what it's shown, right, Ken? Like, he's got to be better than just this guy that you put out there against left-handed pitching.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at what he did last year against righties, OPS-wise, and this is still not good, 648 OPS. That's over 200 points higher than this year. Like, can he get back to that, which still is below average? I'm kind of going back to when Kyle Glazer joined us last week, and he had all of those crazy not crazy, but all of those strong opinions about Mike Elias and the player development. Like, Kobe Mayo shouldn't be hitting below 200. Gunnar Henderson shouldn't be struggling this much. Colton Cowser shouldn't be struggling this. Like, I would say that he's going to have a better stretch run, unofficial second half, but I'm not going to tell you he's going to hit the cover off the ball.
Can I sell you on Taylor Ward if he's still here?
I'm at the point, Ken, I think Taylor Ward's getting traded regardless of what happens.
Well, that's what I said to you a little over a week ago.
In terms of whether they're buying, whether they're selling, I think Taylor Ward is not going to be here after August 3rd. And you can go back 2 years, Ken, when the Orioles traded Austin Hayes to the Phillies for Sir Anthony Dominguez and Christian Pache. Like, could it be a move similar to that where you get a bullpen piece and then a flyer for Taylor Ward? I think he's getting moved.
I said this to you, I think, a week ago, that I just feel like whether they buy or they sell, I don't know that Taylor Ward's here come the trade deadline.
It just seems very obvious. And Jeff Passan, when he did his top 100 trade chips, updated it a week or so ago, I think he had Taylor Ward being traded at 75%. Like, that's pretty strong, man. And Jeff Passan's as plugged in as anybody when it comes to Major League Baseball. I think Taylor Ward, he's got to have more power. Like, he's got to have more power, and he's got to drive in more runs. It's just befuddling the power drop-off and his run-producing ability.
So, Taylor, I want to remind you that Taylor Ward, over the last 2 seasons, hit 61 home runs and drove in 178 runs. This year, we hit the All-Star break. He's got 6 and 25. That's crazy.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And maybe you can go back to, I think Matt Wyrick was the first one that pointed out, covers the O's for the Sun. He got hit in the hand in April, and at that point, he was leading the league in doubles, and the power was just zapped, and he was getting way, way, way too passive at the plate. It's been such a bizarre year for him.
The hand thing maybe, and he was hitting all those doubles before he got hit in the hand. Like, didn't he lead the majors in doubles?
Yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It was weird.
For a month into the season, I think he was leading the majors in doubles.
Orioles off today. They're in Houston tomorrow. That means Baltimore Baseball Tonight will be back tomorrow. Bone and Ryan Ripken at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Coming up next, though, as we are getting you closer to the second half of baseball, what is the biggest need for this Orioles team as we approach the trade deadline? If Mike Elias makes a move, what should it be for? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll continue to talk about the Orioles and preview their series as they head to the Astros. Lots of cool things going on. And Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us. We'll talk about all this nonsense talk going on with Lamar.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
We all do it. You have a night for yourself but don't like the sound of the silence, so you turn on the TV just for the ambience. It's a little trick that helps you feel like you've got company and aren't alone. And other insurers, well, they may make you feel alone. But when you switch to Geico, you've got claims reps available around the clock. So whenever you need, you'll have people around to help. And let's turn on the washing machine, just for good measure. Isn't that soothing?
It feels good to have support. It feels good to Geico.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if everything you learned in history class was only half the story? I'm Dr. Harini Bhatt, host of Hidden History. Every Monday, I go where history gets mysterious. Vanished civilizations, doomsday prophecies, paranormal phenomena, and events that science still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I feel like if you're doing your job well as a general manager, it's sort of incumbent upon you in a position like this, and you're getting paid to do the right thing for the baseball operation and the franchise across a very long time horizon as best as you can. So that definitely would not be any type of factor on recommendations or behaviors that we'll be doing. But I am very optimistic we're going to be looking to put this team in a good position for a playoff run.
So that's Mike Elias from June 27th about whether he'll operate differently this year because of his job security. And I've said that for a while, that I think unless this thing bottoms out, he's buying because his job's on the line. And we've documented this consistently, that just in baseball, if you fail for 2 years with expectations, you don't keep your job. It's just that seems to happen in, frankly, professional sports. So let's live in a world where he does make a move. What is their most glaring need as we sit here?
It's kind of tough. I mean, obviously third base is glaring.
It's become
right
very
now,
glaring, yes.
But I just Ken, even operating under that premise that they're going to buy, like, how deep is he going to go? Like, we joked the last week that Jim Bowden, remember, they're in on all these starting pitchers, and it's Skubal and like anyone in the mix that could get dealt starting pitching wise. Like, there's no shot in hell they would go after Skubal or even swing a big trade. I would be stunned if they swung a big trade, but
they don't.
Yeah, they just don't. The three, and especially this year of all years, it would just be a troll job. The three spots that I'm looking at, you need a closer, just because games in October, it's a bullpen game. And if you're going closer by committee at that point, because Helsley, yes, it seems like he's avoided Tommy John, but this is like a touch and go situation with
this
Ryan
happened once already.
You're almost waiting for the other shoe to drop if and when he comes back. They would need a legit closer, because if you were to make it into postseason play, like you need more defined roles in the back end of this bullpen. Third base is obvious. And outfield, they're just not getting anything much out of their outfielders right now.
So for me, it was, I think it always will be bullpen. When the season opened, we thought they were an arm or two short. I don't know what, as you said, what the future of Ryan Helsley will be this season, and whether he'll ever be effective for this team, and will they be able to count on him. Let's live in a world where they get to the playoffs. Is Ryan Helsley on the postseason roster? I can't guarantee you that. Keegan Aiken's done. And frankly, I didn't love Keegan Aiken coming into the season, but now you're another arm short. Like, how many arms are you trusting in that bullpen? I feel like, and again, it'll be Soto and Dominguez again, but like, they need to get a couple arms for this bullpen.
It would be those type of moves.
And I don't mean they're going to go get Soto and Dominguez.
No.
But yes.
Those caliber of players. Yes, I definitely agree with that. There's just, to your point, there's not a ton of guys that you feel great about at this point. Like, even Andrew Kittredge, do I feel great about him?
No.
Wells, Rico Garcia, we're going to get into him later on, but he's certainly faded a lot. Like, Nunez was just sent down because of inefficiency not that long ago, and of course he's back up. Albert Suarez, we joke on the show, he's the eat it guy. Like, you just kind of use him for those situations to save the bullpen. They need help there. They absolutely need help.
Let me ask you a question though, Bun. I brought up Keegan Aiken, and with him done, who takes his role in the bullpen? Until they, assuming they're not making a trade tomorrow, like, who's taking that spot?
Yeah, we were texting about this. I think this really opens the door for Cade Povich. And we've talked going on over a year now, like, how would that arm play out of the bullpen? He also, obviously, could eat multiple innings there. It's a lefty for a lefty. I think Cade Povich in that short burst would be pretty interesting.
I like it. I am intrigued by Cade Povich's arm. I don't, and frankly, if the future isn't as a starter, maybe it is. But if the immediate future, maybe he can help them as a left-handed arm out of the bullpen. I like what you're saying there. And again, like they need a lefty, and they're going to need a lefty. Probably maybe it's Dietrich Enns is back, but I do like the Cade Povich idea. They need arms in that bullpen.
Yeah, Dietrich Enns is certainly a possibility as well, and Povich, he's still working his way back from injury. He's had 4 outings since coming off the IL list, 2 with the Chesapeake Bay Sox, 2 with the Norfolk Tides, and he's gotten hit around a bit, so maybe you're waiting for him to kind of settle in after the All-Star break. But they need help, man. They certainly need help. I am kind of surprised that they've gone this long without Dietrich Enns.
Yeah.
And when they ended up DFAing him, that was kind of a surprise. We were surprised there, considering they were paying him real money, like $2.5 million or so. I would think one of those two guys, they're going to be the next ones in line.
Yeah, let me be clear. Like, I'm not telling you Dietrich Enns is a great pitcher, but I like him. I liked him more than Keegan Aiken.
Sure. Keegan Aiken, he really struggled this year. Like his best outing, Ken, was that really bizarre game in Anaheim. Like he was great.
Where they couldn't field?
Yeah, they couldn't field. It was just bad news bears, and it was a tough luck outing for him because I thought that was by far and away Keegan Aiken's best outing.
So do you expect them to do something like they did, what was that, in 24, where they made a bunch of small, like that was the Eloy Jimenez, Austin Slater, Soto, Dominguez. They made a lot of moves, but nothing really, Zach Eflin was early, but nothing really moved the needle at the deadline.
I would be surprised if they made that volume of moves like that. Gosh, it was like 10. Now, granted, how many of them were impact? Not that many at all. I just don't envision Mike being super active, really, one way or another. Like, if they bottom out, Ken, like, this isn't a fire sale situation. Like, you're going to trade some guys on expiring contracts, and that's where it kind of gets back to Trevor Rogers, who we were just talking about. What do they do there?
Yeah.
If you can't sign him, you got to get something for him. But even in the buy side moves, this team's not a player or two away. They're not. If they make the playoffs, it's because of what you were saying in the last segment, Ken. It's because Gunnar Henderson goes nuts down the stretch. It's because, well, we both think Taylor Ward's gone, but if Taylor Ward is here, like Taylor with the power comes back, like this offense can get back to what we thought they would be.
Now, I don't believe that they're going to do this, but I do wonder, at the All-Star break, 3-4 years ago, did anybody in Arlington, Texas or the Dallas area think the Rangers were a player away from winning the World Series? And then they went and won the World Series. So, that's probably the talk that's going on in the warehouse.
Sure. And you're doing anything to kind of keep hopes up, but I just don't see
it. And the
it.
Diamondbacks won 84 games,
84 games,
and then got to the World Series.
Yes. Strange things happen, but also those are the outliers, not the norm. There's so many teams that either they back into the playoffs and they end up flaming out immediately. Or how about the 2024 Orioles as a great example? They were fantastic in the first half.
Yes.
They backed into the playoffs coming off a horrible second half of the season, which they were below 500, and they flamed out. Like there's a lot more of that than the outliers.
410-583-1057. You want to go see Muse? They're playing Merriweather July 28th. You can get to talk to Brian Levy as well. We got a pair of tickets for you. 410-583-1057. You can win tickets to see Muse July 28th at Merriweather. But coming up next, let's get back to the Ravens, specifically Eric DeCosta, who joined Cordell Woodland and Vinny Serrato earlier. And what about an extension for Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman in a bounce-back season potentially? We'll hear what Eric had to say next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on The Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Old Glory and Patriot Harley-Davidson's 000 event. 0 cash down, 0 interest, and 0 payments until next year on any new Harley this week. Annual percentage rates such as 2.99% and no payments until next year on any new Harley at Old Glory and Patriot Harley's 000 event. Now through Sunday.
No payments for 7 months, no interest for 90 days with approved credit.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Zay Flowers is coming off a career-best season in which he had 86 catches for over 1,200 yards and 5 touchdowns on his way to his second Pro Bowl. Flowers is eligible for a contract extension, and GM Eric DeCosta touched on that possibility with Cordell and Vinny earlier today.
Love Zay. Zay wants to be here. We want Zay here. And, certainly a work in progress. Optimistic about it. Feel like at some point we'll get done. I hope it gets done. We love Zay. Zay's a phenomenal football player.
The Ravens' first full squad training camp practice is in 13 days. MLB's unofficial second half begins tonight as the Phillies host the Mets at 7. The rest of the league is in action tomorrow, including the O's playing the first of 3 games in Houston with first pitch at 8:10. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 93. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Love Zay. Zay wants to be here. We want Zay here. He's got a great agent in Joel Siegel and Jeff Garmhausen. Those guys are really good agents. We've had good conversations. Nick Matteo does a phenomenal job negotiating, and certainly a work in progress. Optimistic about it. Feel like at some point we'll get done. I hope it gets done. We love Zay. Zay's a phenomenal football player, and his energy is infectious, and I expect him to have a great year.
Zay Flowers coming off another Pro Bowl season a year ago, and the Ravens picked up the fifth-year option, but we can get that out of the way if you sign him to an extension. A bunch of wide receivers have signed an extension this offseason. Zay Flowers coming off a 1,200-yard season. A reminder, I think only Jamar Chase in the AFC had more receiving yards than Zay Flowers last season. So are you optimistic they get a deal done before the start of the season?
It just makes too much sense. Like, why? This has been like a dark cloud over this organization for so many years.
Not him, but the receiver, yes.
Yes. Where they haven't drafted and developed a wide receiver in the history of their franchise prior to this to make a Pro Bowl. It's been a long time, and this has been such a great draft and develop organization as a whole. Zay Flowers hasn't made just one Pro Bowl. It's two. It's back-to-back Pro Bowls for Zay Flowers, and he's an ascending football player. His numbers have gone up each year, and when you look at last year, he finished the year exceptionally strong. You know, last 5 games of the season, he had 26 catches, 444 yards, 4 touchdowns, and he also had a rushing touchdown in that stretch as well. And
it was, remember, we were complaining about the fact he didn't score touchdowns.
Yeah, prior to they had won. Drake London signed the big contract with the Falcons, and it averages close to $35.3 million per year. And that beats Justin Jefferson, $35 million. But that's just how this works.
Yes.
Like you're not
who's
saying
best, who's next.
Yes, you're not saying I'm not telling you Zay Flowers is a better receiver than Justin Jefferson, because he's not. But he's going to get paid more than Justin Jefferson because Drake London and Zay Flowers, it's a good comp in terms of production, in terms of age and where they're at in their career. I expect this to get done prior to the season beginning. I definitely do. Is it $36 million? Is it $37 million? Probably somewhere in that range. And I think that's going to be good enough to get it done.
Did Kyle Hamilton's deal get done during training camp last year? I feel like it was around this kind of time when that got done.
Yeah, it probably was. And it was Hamilton, the same thing. Like, it's an easy decision.
Yeah.
You're going to sign him because he's a really good football player and he's going to help you for years to come. And it's the same exact thing with Zay Flowers. He's an ascending football player, and I expect him to have an even better year in 2026.
Well, as we've talked many times, if they actually get people other than him to catch the football, that only helps Zay Flowers, because then you can't focus on Zay Flowers.
Hamilton, to pay that off, he signed August 27th, so right before week 1.
Yeah, so I knew it was summer.
Yeah.
I just have memory of like standing out there at a training camp when we were talking about when this deal was going to get done. So, yeah, I would suspect that Zay Flowers' deal gets done before the start of the season because, as you said, it just makes too much sense.
And I also think playing that quote from Eric DeCosta with Vinny and Cordell, and check it out if you haven't. It's on YouTube. It's on every social media for 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah.
But Eric was pretty optimistic in his tone there. He's like, hey, I love Joel Siegel, great agent.
Yes.
Like, we're having good conversations.
Shout out, Joel.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. Like, that was a good tone from Eric DeCosta.
On the flip side, Rashad Bateman did not have a good season last year, and it's feeling more and more like the year before last was an outlier, But Eric DeCosta talking about Bateman's status heading into 2026.
Yeah, well, he's a phenomenal athlete, great route runner. Rashad it's right there in front of him. He's shown flashes of being a real problem for other teams. You know, his mindset is good. I'm really, really excited to see how he does this year with Declan in this offense. And everybody's excited about him. He's gonna have a lot of opportunities this year. Last year was just kind of a lost season in some ways, but that's no indication of the type of player that we think he is and how he can help us. I love the guy. You know, I know he's probably his biggest critic, but he's a playmaker, and I expect him to have a great year this year. I'm excited about him, and I can't wait to see how he looks in this offense.
So For me, obviously, and nothing against Rashad Bateman personally, but when the season ended last year, I didn't think he was going to be here this year. And there were many times, including during the draft, where I thought they might trade Rashad Bateman. Now that he's still here, I think it's incumbent on him and them to get him going because we saw it's possible 2 years ago.
He was a thing in that 2024 offense. He was one of, to use Eric DeCosta's terms, he was one of their better playmakers, especially in the red zone. He won in the red zone. He caught a bunch of deep passes. That was the best deep passing year by Lamar Jackson of his career, in large part because of his strong connection with Bateman. But as we continue to point out, Ken, like, that's the outlier season.
Yes.
Can he get back to that? We'll see. This certainly feels like a last chance, if you will, where you're running it back with him again. You're saying, okay, it's a brand new system with Declan Doyle. We're going to get him going. But if you're not able to get him going this year, then you just wonder what Rashad's long-term future is in Baltimore, despite the contract.
Well, if you don't get him going this year, it's over.
Yeah.
Like you probably you flip him for whatever just to see if a change of scenery will do him some good. Because you've now had him with two different head coaches, new offense, and it seems the evidence shows that 1 year is the outlier, at least here in Baltimore. So you get him a change of scenery.
Last year was just alarming to me because it was the worst season of his career. And you can go to 2022 where he missed a ton of games. I think he had Liz Frank that year. But lowest amount of yards in a season, second lowest amount of catches, only 2022, less catches. He only had 2 games in which he had more than 25 receiving yards. When you think back to Rashad Bateman's 2025 season, the 2 moments that stick out to me, him getting a personal foul for harassing the ref in Miami and dropping a critical third down against the Steelers in the first game against the Steelers at home. Like, those are the 2 memorable plays for
that. Might have been a touchdown if he catches that,
or him kind of giving up on an interception that Cooper Rush threw. I believe that was against the Texans.
Oh, remember getting
deep ball.
Remember him getting the penalty against I think it was Miami.
I brought it up. I just said that.
Yeah. I mean, why am I not hearing you today?
I don't know.
It's weird because you're right there in front of me and you're talking, and I have headphones on. We're both optimistic that not only Zay Flowers gets extended, but that he has a big year. What is your level of optimism that Rashad Bateman bounces back and shows that he's the guy he was the year before last?
I have no idea what to expect out of Rashad Bateman. Like, I'm done trying to project because I was sky high on him entering last year. I thought he was going to build off of 24, have an even better season in 2025, and he just had no impact on this football team last year. It's anyone's guess what happens with Rashad Bateman. And Ken, it's anyone's guess what, quite frankly, anyone not named Zay Flowers does this year. And I'm even including Mark Andrews. I think Andrews will be better than he was year over year, but I still wonder what that looks like at the end of the season. And the rest of the guys are unproven. The 2 rookie receivers, Tez Walker has all of 7 catches to his name, 2 rookie tight ends. There's a lot of unknown.
3 Tez Walker touchdowns, though.
Yeah. I had a touchdown in the final game of the season.
Yeah, that was nice. Coming up next, though, let's get back to baseball. By the way, Ravens, less than 2 weeks till the start of training camp. We've been doing some postmortems on the first half of the season with the Orioles. So let's do a pre-All-Star break review on 2 guys that have had big moments. Leody Taveras and Jeremiah Jackson. And what are our expectations for them down the stretch? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll continue to talk about the Orioles and preview their series as they head to the Astros. Lots of cool things going on. And Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us. We'll talk about all this nonsense talk going on with Lamar.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman reminding you to declare independence from foot problems with Good Feet arch supports. By now, you've heard my story, a little over 50, out of shape, overweight, knee pain, hip pain, back pain. That was the norm. I'd take ibuprofen for a temporary fix. And then I discovered the Good Feet store. I went to the one in Hunt Valley. Go to goodfeet.com to find a store nearest you. And here I am over a year later. Knee pain, hip pain, back pain. It's a thing of the past. And this all started with my trip to the Good Feet store. I'm working out just about every day. You're going to want to be out in the garden or playing with the kids or going to the beach. You want to feel better and not experience said pain. I'm telling you, do yourself a favor. Go to goodfeet.com, find the store near you, and go take a test drive in these Good Feet arch supports. And then, like me, you might be more active and feeling better about yourself. Again, go to goodfeet.com, find the store nearest you, get yourself a test drive in those Good Feet arch supports, and maybe, like me, you'll be feeling better and doing more this summer. Go to goodfeet.com for more details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Lionel Messi is the best we've ever seen. Argentina beat England yesterday 2-1 to advance to the World Cup final on Sunday against Spain. Messi had 8 goals and 4 assists in this tournament. Clearly the best player in this World Cup. You have to wonder how much longer Messi can play at this level. Could he play like this 4 years from now? Could Sunday be his last game on the world stage? I'm Chris Flood.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Your Baltimore weather tonight, partly cloudy, 80s. Tomorrow, partly sunny, 90.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ground ball will get through. A base hit that will put the Orioles in the lead. Alexander from second to home. O'Neill from first to third. And Leone's knocked in all three as the O's are back in front. Jackson blasts it. Deep right center field, and one hop to the wall. It's a ground rule double to bring in O'Neill and send Taveras to third. Another pinch hit, run-scoring double to right center for JJ.
So the Orioles get started on the post-All-Star break portion of the season. Just 65 games tomorrow as they start a 3-game series in Houston. But we're looking back, and two guys that have had some high highs, but not exactly had a great first half of the season are Leody Taveras and Jeremiah Jackson. So let's start with Taveras, who the one thing that has really disappointed me about him is I thought he'd be a really good defensive center fielder, and he's had his hiccups out there, but he's also had some big hits. What did you think of Taveras so far?
I sort of lumped these in together because we've been going one by one this week, but I sort of view these guys as sort of the same, right? They've had the high highs, they've had the low lows. At one point, both of these guys were everyday players, and then they lost their job. But you look at their numbers, and they're similar in terms of OPS, 678 OPS for Leody Taveras, 674 OPS for Jeremiah Jackson. Those are below average. But these two guys have helped win the Orioles multiple games this year. And look at them both, Ken. Like Jeremiah Jackson, 5th on the team in RBIs with 35. 5th. Mm-hmm. Leody Taveras is tied with Kobe Mayo for 6th with 34. So almost the same exact thing. But the clutch factor for both of these guys, Jeremiah Jackson's hitting .314 with runners in scoring position. Leody Taveras is hitting .310 with runners in scoring position. They rank 2nd and 3rd on the team in batting average with runners in scoring position. They only trail Blaze Alexander. And you can go back to those two highlights on Sunday. They drove in the first 4 runs of that ball game. So it was an interesting way to tie a bow on the unofficial first half with both of those guys.
Just to put Jeremiah Jackson into perspective, so he had 23 RBIs in April. He had 1 in March, so that gives him 24. He's had 11 since. Like, he was shot out of a cannon in April. I think he had a couple of grand slams.
Yeah.
And then,
in Cleveland?
Yeah, and then it seemed like he was hitting the ball to the shortstop every time he came to the plate into a bunch of double plays. But of late, he's gotten some really big hits for them, for the Orioles.
He has, and ever since Jackson Holiday came back, he's been riding the pine a lot, talking to Jeremiah Jackson, but he's had a couple of situations in the past week where he's coming up with big-time moments as a pinch hitter. And he's proven he can hit with runners in scoring position, same for Leody Taveras, but there's still the frustrating aspect that high highs, low lows for both of these guys. And what are their roles moving forward? Where Jeremiah Jackson, I brought up the possibility earlier in the show. I'm not necessarily buying it, but it's an option. Could he play some third base?
If they don't make a move of any sort, yeah. I think they said he was taking some ground balls.
He was.
Even before Blaze got hurt.
Yeah, he was. And Jackson, he has not played any third base this year, but he has played third base in the past. And as far as Leody Taveras, it's probably more of what we have been seeing from him because you mentioned it, Ken, that the defense recently, especially, it's been bad. And that's
he made
why
a nice catch over the weekend.
He did going into the wall, but he took the center field job from Colton Cowser very early on. The first couple weeks, had it for probably a month or two, and then he lost it because the ineffective play defensively, offensively. And Cowser, I know they don't really trust him to hit left-handed pitching, but we've been saying for a while, you kind of just want that glove out there.
Because Tavares can't hit left-handed pitching either.
Yes, exactly.
And he's a switch hitter that can't hit lefties.
He hits 190 against left-handed pitching, 521 OPS.
Yeah, like we saw, there was a game that they had an opportunity to win, and they pinch it.
It was back-to-back. It was him and Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah.
Back-to-back. And they struck out.
Yes.
They both struck out.
Like, he can't hit lefties.
No, he can't at all. But I would say all in all, and someone that hasn't watched the Orioles every single day, you look at the numbers that we just gave out in terms of their raw season-long numbers, you're like, meh. But Leody Taveras was signed for $2 million. Jeremiah Jackson was someone that got a ton of play time after the trade deadline last year, and you didn't know what you'd have in him. They've helped the Orioles. They have helped the Orioles win multiple games this year. So given the expectations for these two guys heading into the year, I'd say it's a satisfactory 97 games.
Second half of the season approaching for the Orioles tomorrow. We got what the Mets are playing tonight. So one game tonight, and then the rest of the league starts back up again tomorrow. We're going to talk baseball. The Hall of Famer, Tim Kirchin from ESPN, joins us next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
The Salute to Savings event is happening now at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home one of 4 incredible Kia models priced under $30,000. No matter your credit situation, we are here to help. Start shopping today at BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Time is running out to get your tickets to OAR's 3 Decades Tour with special guest Lisa Loeb, coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 24th, a Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Nnamdi Madubuike's status is still up in the air as we are 13 days away from the Ravens' first full squad training camp practice. GM Eric DaCosta joined Cordell and Vinny earlier today and responded to a question about Madubuike's availability.
Nnamdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks, like in the next 2 weeks.
MLB's unofficial second half begins tonight as the Phillies host the Mets at 7. The rest of the league is in action tomorrow, including the O's playing the first of 3 games in Houston with first pitch at 8:10. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 93. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We call it the second half of the season about to start, but it's really a sprint to 65 games for the Orioles and other teams as the Orioles get started tomorrow in Houston. Let's talk some baseball now with the great Tim Kirchin. You see him and hear him on ESPN. And Tim, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So you've forgotten more about baseball than I've known, but I love baseball, and I used to love the All-Star Game, and I feel like it's not as good as it used to be. To you, is the All-Star Game as good as it used to be?
No, but let's be clear about this. It used to be a competition. Pete Rose used to meet guys at the door of the National League clubhouse to tell them that we are going to beat the American League again this year. Do you understand? Willie Mays would play 12 innings in an All-Star game back when it really mattered. So I think the All-Star Game, when I was growing up, and I'm 69 years old, is better than the All-Star Game today. However, we need to understand that baseball and the world has changed. The game is no longer a competition. It is a great 3-day event and a celebration of baseball, but it's not the same when our best players get full of at-bats, and that's it. When our best pitchers are not allowed to pitch because it interferes with their team routine or something else, or fear they're going to get hurt. So it's not the same thing. However, if you ask me, did I have a great time in Philadelphia? It's an emphatic yes, because I love baseball. I love it on any level. The Home Run Derby was great for the fans. The game was not a great game. 1 extra base hit, 27 strikeouts. But I enjoyed every bit of it, and I don't want it changing, because we're never going back to the day where Willie Mays is going to play 12 innings in an all-star game.
Tim, you said it. You love baseball more than anybody, and the game has experienced tremendous growth in recent years, ratings, attendance. I continue to be befuddled, though, Tim. The futures game, it played on Sunday. It's buried by the rest of the schedule. The MLB draft, it's going on up against other games. Are you surprised that the league doesn't showcase those events more, in more isolated windows?
I understand your point, but it's just clear the Major League draft is not the same as the NFL draft or the NBA draft, where those guys get drafted, go straight to their leagues, not only make the club, but maybe start and are star players right out of college. It doesn't work that way in baseball. But yes, I think the futures game is really important. We had 7 rookies in the All-Star game this year. We had 20 players aged 25 or younger. That's tied for the most. It just shows it's a young man's game, and the more we can showcase our young players, the better. But again, I'm not the one that's going to criticize All-Star Weekend, because it is still a glorious celebration of the game, and I'm just thrilled still, after 45 years of doing this, to still be a part of it.
We're talking with Tim Kirchens, Inside Access here on the Fan. The Derby, and who knew? I guess we should have known. The Philly fans were such a great part of that whole thing. And Jordan Walker, the way that finished, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think it was the most dramatic home run derby that I've ever covered. And I've covered all of them. What Jordan Walker did was amazing. Kyle Schwarber was equally amazing with what he did, especially in the last 2 rounds. The Philly fans were tremendous. They booed Wilson Contreras at the home run derby. I've never seen anything quite like that at a home run derby, and yet Wilson Contreras embraced it also. He had a big, warm smile because he recognized the situation. So that was a sensational Monday night at Citizens Bank Ballpark. Everybody came through, and I was a little bit worried with the change in the venue, with the change in the rules, no clock, that it wasn't going to be as great, and it's certainly one of the best I've ever seen, and certainly the most dramatic finish to any home run derby that I've seen.
We're speaking to Tim Kirchens. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Tim, let's look ahead to the sprint to 65 more games for the Orioles, at least. And focusing in on the O's, Tim, they're 2 games out of the final wild card spot. They will have to jump 4 teams to get to that spot. How do you expect Mike Elias to approach this trade deadline in 18 days?
Well, I think he's going to try to go get a starting pitcher, because it's pretty obvious the Orioles need something pretty big in order to get to the playoffs, even though they're only a couple of games out. But, and I'm not suggesting for a second that Joe Ryan will be, available from the Twins, but that's the kind of piece that you have to get if you're going to make a big move and pass all those teams and make the playoffs. The Orioles also could use another hitter in that equation. But now the question is, how many people are going to be calling about, Taylor Ward, who so many teams out there, including the Phillies, really need a right-handed hitter. And even though he's only hit 6 homers, he's had a slightly better year than people think he's had. So Mike Elias is going to have to juggle, am I adding, which I think he should, and I think he'll try to do that. But if I can't get what I want, would it be better to sell Taylor Ward as a free agent at the end of the season, get something in return? So Mike Elias is in a pretty tricky spot right now. Not as tricky as Scott Harris and the guys with the Tigers as they try to figure out what to do with Tarek Skubal, but it's a tricky spot nonetheless.
Tim, are you as intrigued as I am as we get closer to this? Like, who is actually going to be selling? Because it sounds like there are reports now that the Tigers, at least as we stand right now, are leaning towards not selling. So who's going to be out there selling?
Well, I'm a little worried about that for the trade deadline's sake, because I only count 3 teams in the American League that are really out of it right now, which means everyone else, the other 12 teams, are going to try to be buying. The National League isn't quite like that, but there are very few teams in the National League that are going to be willing to sell. Like, of course, the Giants are going to sell, and Luis Arraez is available, and he could really help a bunch of teams. But this is why the next 3 weeks is going to be fascinating, because a month ago, the Red Sox were going to be sellers. They could have traded Sonny Gray and Garrett Whitlock and Aroldis Chapman and done really well. But now they're right back in it after winning 9 games in a row. So the whole American League has changed the trade deadline. The Tigers have changed the trade deadline completely. They're 22-14 since June the 1st. You can't. Earl Weaver used to tell me, if you got a chance to win this year, you have to try to win this year. Then you figure out next year. And that's where I think a lot of teams at the moment are. We got a chance to make the playoffs. And you get in the playoffs, especially in the American League, you have a chance to do some damage. And that's where I think most teams are right now.
Well, Tim, let's hammer it down on the Tigers, because you brought up Tarek Skubal. Do you expect him to be moved by the deadline?
I would say at the moment he's not going to be moved. Again, the Tigers have won 7 out of 10 going into the break. 2 years ago, they came to the Little League Classic in Williamsport, and they were hopelessly out of the pennant race, and they got red hot, not only made the playoffs, they won a playoff series. So they're still thinking about that from 2 years ago, and they're thinking if somehow we can stay hot, get in the playoffs, and we have the best pitcher in the American League to start game 1, 4, and 7 potentially. Even if we lose Tarek Skubal to free agency after the season. They are in a fascinating spot, and they will control the entire trade deadline. Are they going to keep him, or are they going to trade him? Because he's the one guy that can change the entire trade deadline.
Tim, as we sit right now, the third wild card is occupied in the American League by a team under 500. Are a few of these teams going to get hot, or are you seeing a world where we have a team sitting at 500 or around 500 as the third wild card in the American League?
Yeah, I think some teams are going to get hot here. I have to think some teams are going to play better, but I'm not sure about that. I think we could have a season where somebody goes 82-80 and wins the third wild card spot. That's how pedestrian the American League has been this year. But instead of thinking, oh, the American League stinks, this is terrible, I go back to 12 out of 15 teams will start the second half thinking we can make the playoffs. And that's a very healthy thing, because that's all we're asking for our hometown fans is give us games that really matter. And almost every team in the American League is going to start the second half playing meaningful games. I think that's a good thing.
Tim, Adley Rutschman's name has been brought up in rumors when it comes to this upcoming trade deadline. He is under club control through 2027, but we've been wondering for a while, what is Adley's long-term future in Baltimore, especially considering that they inked Samuel Basallo to an 8-year contract extension last year. What do you see Adley's long-term future at?
Well, he made the All-Star team again as a member of the Orioles, and I think they should try to keep him long-term as they did Sam Basayo. It's going to cost him more because he has a greater track record, of course. But with catching today, as we try to protect our catchers, as the Orioles have shown, they can play both of these guys almost every day, with one being a DH or Adley playing first base for a day or something. I would try to keep them both, but it's easy for me to say that because it's not my money. But I think Adley Rutschman belongs in Baltimore. I still think he's the face of the franchise, and he's gotten much better this year. But you have to see how the rest of this year goes, and then you have to sit down and make a really difficult decision. Is he going to leave us after 2027 as a free agent, or are we going to make sure he doesn't leave us? It's a fascinating process right now.
Tim Kirchin, before we let you go, I want to ask you about something we're going to talk about next, and that is the Olympics are looming in 2028, and it sounds like the owners want the major league players to play, which would create a pause in the season, but the MLBPA has some concerns because, of course, these guys can't agree on anything. Do you want to see the pros in the Olympics? Do you think we'll see them in the Olympics?
I would love to see the major leaguers in the Olympics. I love the Olympics. I grew up watching the Olympics, the 68 Olympics. I can still remember so much about it. It's really important to compete for your country. So, yes, I hope they do. I'm not sure they're going to. Football is different than, say, basketball, which I love, by the way. But it's hard. It's really hard to go play in the middle of a season for another team, take a bunch of time off away from your team, and then come back and be sharp. Baseball doesn't work that way. That's why I think the WBC only works during March, because it's spring training and we don't have a major break in the regular season, which I don't think it does any good. Baseball is a daily game, and it's played best when it's played every day. So I would say I hope it happens, but at this point, I think it's going to be tough to pull it off and keep everybody happy.
Tim Kirchin, always great talking to you. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
All right, fellas. See you later. Bye.
There he is, Tim Kirchin. You see him on ESPN. When we come back, some Twib notes. By the way, Jacob Kalbenmeyer is going to join us coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll talk Orioles and what he thinks they're going to do as the deadline approaches. That's at 5. But Twib notes, and we'll get into this whole thing about, obviously, the MLB and MLBPA don't agree on much, and it seems like the MLBPA has some concerns about players playing in the Olympics. So could this happen? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll continue to talk about the Orioles and preview their series as they head to the Astros. Lots of cool things going on. And Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us. We'll talk about all this nonsense talk going on with Lamar.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman reminding you, don't just celebrate, stand tall, and keep moving all day with Good Feet Arch Supports. By now, you've heard my story, a little over 50, out of shape, overweight, knee pain, hip pain, back pain. That was the regular for me. Take ibuprofen for a temporary fix, and then I discovered the Good Feet store. I went to the store in Hunt Valley, go to goodfeet.com to find the store nearest you, and took a test drive in those Good Feet Arch Supports, and here I am, over a year later, and I'm in better shape. No more knee pain, hip pain, back pain, exercising just about every day. And I owe the start of all this to the Good Feet store. So summer is here. You want to be out with the kids at the beach. You want to be in your gardens. You want to be active. Well, trust me. The Good Feet store and these arch supports got me started on being a more active person. So do yourself a favor. Go to goodfeet.com, find the store nearest you, go take a test drive in those Good Feet arch supports, and maybe like me, you'll be feeling active and feeling better about yourself moving forward. So go to goodfeet.com for more details.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game.
If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
It's Old Glory and Patriot Harley-Davidson's 000 event. 0 cash down, 0 interest, and 0 payments until next year on any new Harley this week only. Old Glory and Patriot Harley has the largest Harley inventory in the DMV with hundreds of bikes in stock. Old Glory and Patriot Harley has secured financing terms that can save you thousands on interest. That's no cash down, no payments, no interest until next year. Annual percentage rates such as 2.99% and no payments till next year on any new Harley at Old Glory and Patriot Harley's 000 event now through Sunday. No payments for 7 months, no interest for 90 days with approved credit.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from Caden Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard, and then Beltway's heavy in both directions through Towson between Charles Street and Dulaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
So we finished the segment with Tim Kirchin talking about this, Bone. The Olympics. They're going to be in L.A. They're going to play a, 6-day tournament at Dodger Stadium. There is a world where you can have a pause, and they do this in hockey to allow the NHL players to play in the Olympics. But I agree with what Tim said. Baseball's sort of not built this way. But would you like to see the players in the Olympics? And do you think we'll see the players in the Olympics?
I think it would be really cool to see. It's just kind of like what Tim was saying. You joked. MLB and the MLBPA can't agree on anything. So are they going to be able to agree on this? And the league is basically putting out there that players who are selected to play in the Olympics that do not serve in the Olympics, they're going to get a suspension, like a lengthy suspension that would be longer than 3 weeks. If they're chosen to participate in the 2028 Olympics in LA, but skip out without an approved excuse, it's over 3 weeks.
So it's a demand?
It's mandated.
Wow.
July 10th through August 3rd, players who were selected that don't end up serving, they would be suspended for that. So, of course, Bruce Meyer, who's the head of the Players Association, he called the league's proposal extreme. Meanwhile, Rob Manfred, commissioner of Major League Baseball, says the summer games are a unique opportunity to market the sport with our very, very best players. I get where the league's coming from. Yeah, you want all of your best guys out there. And Rob Manfred, he was asked, well, what's the difference between this and the WBC? Well, the WBC, that's their off season. Players are still ramping up.
Spring training.
Yes, where this is in the middle of the season, so players are already good to go. Obviously, it's being held in America. You want your top guys out there. But the mandate part seems extreme to me. Like, if you're you'd be suspended for over 3 weeks. You wouldn't get paid. You wouldn't get service time.
How did they get away with that? They have a union.
Well, this isn't agreed upon yet, but that's what the league is meant, and the PA would have to sign off on it. But that just seems wild to me. And you said at the Olympics, the games would take place July 13th through the 19th. So they moved the All-Star game up to accommodate the Olympics.
I can't see a world where the MLBPA agrees to a situation where Major League Baseball can demand them to do anything.
They'd be fined. It just seems crazy to me. And also, the league's already pointed out, like, hey, don't try and circumvent this, putting guys on the IL, because it's going to be up to Rob Manfred's discretion. This also from the article in The Athletic. An absence from the Olympics would be excused if a player is on an injury list in the majors or minors as of July 9th, the last day of the first half. But there's a catch. Any player who forgoes the Olympics for injury cannot return to regular season play or begin a rehab assignment until August 4th.
See, that
just seems insane.
I almost cursed. Yeah. They're like, if you're on the IL, and
we're going to punish you.
You cannot come back? What is that?
Like Shohei Ohtani. Obviously, he's going to be in the Olympics. If he's on the IL, it's, hey, we'll see you August 4th. So basically, in other words, MLB wants players who skip the Olympics for injury to do so only if they're comfortable sitting out until August.
That's incredible.
Crazy.
Like, and again, remind you people that these two groups don't agree on anything. No. And the Major League Baseball Players Association doesn't allow the Major League Baseball to make demands on anything to them.
And this is where it's sort of how Roger Goodell was with the player conduct policy. Like, Rob Manfred's judge, jury, all of that. Approved absences from the Olympics outside of an injury would be at Manfred's sole discretion. The league's proposal would let the commissioner determine whether a health or safety risk or, quote, other exceptional circumstances were valid.
I'd be very shocked that this goes in as is.
Yeah, there's just no way.
The players are not agreed. Like, it has to be agreed upon.
Yeah, it has to be agreed. And obviously, we're 2 years away from this.
Yes.
But
we got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. They have a CBA. I don't know if you've heard, Ken. Their CBA is set to expire December 1st. Yeah. Even though the league, they just put out the schedule for next year. We'll see if that gets amended. Hey, but
if baseball keeps making demands like this, we might not be playing baseball by the time the Olympics are going on.
Yeah.
It might have to be a rival league that is created.
Yeah. I given these current parameters, there's no way in hell this happens. Maybe there is some happy medium that the league and the PA can agree upon too, but like you said, Ken, there's bigger fish to fry. They got to figure out the CBA before you worry about the 2028 Olympics.
I will be honest. I would love to see major leaguers in the Olympics.
Oh, it'd be awesome. Yeah, it'd be great.
Because the Olympics to me, like, if it's just a bunch of dudes playing baseball, I guess I'll watch it. It'll be on. But am I going to get excited about that? But if the best of the best from these countries are playing it, then it makes it much more intriguing.
Totally. And even with the WBC, which of course has been gaining steam with each passing tournament, you still don't have all of the elite players play. So if the Olympics, you can bring more of that out, it's just going to be a cooler WBC.
Coming up next, let's get back to football. And I don't know if you know this, because if you don't, you can go on the app, you can go on YouTube, you can find Eric DeCosta joined Vinny and Haynie, Cordell Woodland, sitting in earlier today and talked about numerous subjects, including the status of the center position as we are less than 2 weeks away from the start of training camp. What did Eric have to say? You'll hear it next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Nope, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's. Make no payment until October on every new Hyundai. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 in Russell Street, and 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel, Aviation Boulevard westbound at Dorsey Road near the airport. Disabled vehicle there on the right side. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard, and the Beltway's heavy both directions through Towson between Charles Street and Dulaney Valley Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Zay Flowers is coming off a career best season in which he had 86 catches for over 1,200 yards and 5 touchdowns on his way to his second Pro Bowl. Flowers is eligible for a contract extension, and GM Eric DeCosta touched on that possibility with Cordell and Vinny earlier today.
Love Zay. Zay wants to be here. We want Zay here. And, certainly a work in progress. Optimistic about it. Feel like at some point we'll get done. I hope it gets done. We love Zay. Zay's a phenomenal football player.
The Ravens' first full squad training camp practice is in 13 days. MLB's unofficial second half begins tonight as the Phillies host the Mets at 7. The rest of the league is in action tomorrow, including the O's playing the first of 3 games in Houston with first pitch at 8:10. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 93. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Eric DeCosta joined Vinny and Haynie today, but Cordell Woodland sitting in for Bob Haynie, and he touched on numerous topics, including the center position, which seems to be unclear who's going to be the center. Well, Eric DeCosta was asked about the center position.
Dwayne Ledford is really, really happy with our group. Dwayne has done a great job over the years with all different types of centers, skill set wise. He's developed some guys. He's had some veteran centers, but he's done a great job developing guys. He's really, really high on Danny. He's high on Jovan. He's high on Corey Bullock. That being said, our job is to always improve the roster when we can, and we're doing that. We're looking at guys. We're had conversations. Again, we don't have to play games till September, and so I think that sometimes it has to fall the right way, whether it's a free agent, whether it's a trade. Do I feel that Danny could play effectively for us? I do, because Dwayne is really high on him, and I love that. When a coach has confidence in a player, that's a great thing for a GM to know and to feel. And so Dwayne loves our group. He's a phenomenal coach, and I'm excited to see that offensive line play at a high level. And like I said, I'm not sure what that offensive line is going to look like. Is it going to be different between now and September when we play games? Very well could be. If we stay status quo, I'm also confident, though, that we have the talent and the ability on our roster to win a lot of football games.
So he says a lot there, and I'll admit, Bone, I have a jaundiced ear when it comes to this. I still think he's saying the guy ain't here, but he couches it with Dwayne Ledford, who, remember, was one of Jesse Minter's first hires, is a huge upgrade as the offensive line coach. He says, well, Dwayne likes these guys. You got this guy, you got that guy. And by this guy and that guy, you got Jovan Gwynn, Danny Pinter, and Corey Bullock, plus Nick Dawkins undrafted. I do want to bring up Ethan Posich has been cleared to play from his doctors as he's a free agent center. Probably an upgrade of everything on this roster right now. We've talked a lot about Garrett Bradbury and the situation in Chicago, which still bears monitoring. I still don't think the guy's here yet.
I don't think so either. And Eric DeCosta both sides it there, and he has to. He can't come on these airwaves and be like, dude, you see our center depth? Like, we got no shot with these guys. Like, of course he can't do that. He's got to talk them up. He's got to talk up Dwayne Ledford and the caliber of offensive line coach that he is. And, hey, he can mold these guys. He can get them in a good position. But leaving the door open, hey, we're not playing games till September.
Yes.
We are always looking to upgrade this roster. We're always looking to get better. So,
but when he says that nothing's set and we don't have games till September, what does that say to you?
It says he's looking. He admitted he's looking. He admitted he wanted to draft one of the guys
he's
taken in the second round.
Yeah.
But Ken, it also takes two to tango. Like I don't I can't guarantee they're going to be able to trade for Garrett Bradbury. Like,
what about Ethan Postage?
The longer this drive, Ethan Postage has been out there the whole offseason. Yep. Like, why not bring him in before this?
Well, he's just been cleared.
But
I hear you.
The longer this goes, the more I think that it is going to be one of the in-house guys. I don't think that would be a smart move in a year in which your roster has more question marks on it than we were used to on July 16th. But there's going to be a cutoff point. Ideally, you want your starting center in the first day of training. Heck, ideally, you want him in for OTAs when it's a brand new coaching staff and a brand new system and a brand new quarterback, who the center would be working with.
I know this, and again, the great thing about sports is the more we know, the more we don't know. And could Jovan Gwynn or Danny Pinter or Nick Dawkins, could one of these guys turn into their center and surprise the hell out of us? Sure, because that's sports. I would feel very concerned about their situation on offense and their offensive line if one of these guys is the center week 1.
There's a lot of question marks on this football team right now. The more question marks you have, the more of a possibility that some of these situations are not going to pan out. And that's where we go back to our favorite guy, the if guy. If Danny Pinter settles in this offensive line, if Ronnie Stanley and Roger Rosengard both bounce back, if Elijah Surratt proves that he's ready to hit the ground running as a rookie, if Hibner and Cuevas they prove that, there's a lot of ifs on this football team. And I'm not saying that all of these ifs are going to fall on their face and not pan out, but the more ifs that you have, the more chance of some of those guys not being ready for prime time.
I can give you a negative if. You go with Jovan Gwynn, which you said, has 11 NFL snaps? Is that
Jovan Gwynn has played 11 offensive snaps. Yeah. Corey Bullock, 13 offensive snaps. Danny Pinter has started 10 games.
So one of these guys starts week 1, and what if that happens and he costs you the football game?
Totally, but that's what I'm saying.
Because that could happen too.
But that's where it gets to the pass catchers of it all. Zay's going to be a stud. Zay's going to be Zay, but if it's Zay and Prey like last year, that's going to significantly affect this offense. And Cordell and I were talking about this earlier in the week, Ken. It might be the case early on in the season. I'm starting to get to the point where I have a lot more confidence in this defense than the offense. So could this sort of be a back to the future situation early on when Declan Doyle's finding his footing as a offensive play caller, when this offense with plenty of new pieces and unproven guys are finding their footing? Could this be a back to the future situation where you're pounding the rock and you're winning with defense? You're winning 20-16. You're winning 23-17.
The only difference is those years you had no quarterback or Joe Flacco, and you do have Lamar Jackson.
Yes, it's not a like for like, and
Yes.
Lamar has certainly done more with less. But the point of it is, can I say with a ton of confidence that this offense is ready to win shootouts from the jump?
No, I hear you on that.
So I think I'm feeling more bullish in this defense, rounding in the form, being a top 10 group again. Jesse Minter having a big time impact on a lot of these guys. Lean into it.
I know that we talked to beat guys, and we've talked to Jonas Schaefer, and we've talked to Sam Cohen. They think the week 1 center's here. And I'm just a hothead. They're very centered and smart, and they think he's here. I hear Eric, and to me, I think Eric is, he's basically saying, well, if I can't get anything else done, Dwayne likes all these guys, but, and I'm reading into it. This is not what he said, but I'm figuring out trying to get a center here for this team because we need a center.
Yeah, it would be malpractice on Eric DeCosta's part to not look to upgrade the center position. But again, he certainly kept the door open if he is not able to do so. Hey, we have confidence in our guys. We have confidence in Dwayne Ledford coaching these guys up and getting competent play out of the center position.
Coming up next, let's get back to the Orioles. By the way, Jacob Calvin-Myers is going to join us at 5 o'clock, and we've been looking at some Orioles players and what we thought of their season thus far and what to expect from them after the All-Star break, which things open up tomorrow in Houston. Start a series there. Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Be Bone and Ryan Ripken tomorrow at 6 o'clock. But what about Rico Garcia, who had a bit of a Linsanity run earlier in the year? What did we think of his first half of the season? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll continue to talk about the Orioles and preview their series as they head to the Astros. Lots of cool things going on. And Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us. We'll talk about all this nonsense talk going on with Lamar.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Argentina and Lionel Messi are back in the World Cup final as they look to become just the third team to win back-to-back trophies. This all comes 10 years after Messi announced that he would be retiring from international soccer. Messi changed his mind out of love for his country and could win back-to-back cups should Argentina defeat Spain on Sunday. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% give of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The Red Cross has an urgent need for blood donors. Make an appointment at redcrossblood.org and help save lives. There are 2,520 hours between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Use one of them to donate blood and help save lives. Be a hero to a patient in need. Make an appointment to donate at redcrossblood.org or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Golf can change a life. For veterans, it can save one. PGA Hope, helping our patriots everywhere, offers 6 weeks of free golf instruction to veterans and active duty military taught by specially trained PGA and LPGA professionals. You can help make it happen at the PGA Hope Pro-Am, September 21st at Baltimore Country Club, supporting the PGA Reach Middle Atlantic Foundation. Form your foursome today. 1 PGA Pro, 3 amateurs, or all amateurs, $4,000 per team. Register now at mapga.com. We love this game. And we love our veterans.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut hot water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain enters the knockout stage as one of the tournament favorites, a beautifully balanced side built on fluid possession and quick movement. La Roja has controlled matches with technical precision, and its depth across every position makes Spain one of the teams to beat.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% give of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. And there's an accident before Holabird Avenue. That's on the right side. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. And then on the inner loop, it's heavy both directions through Towson between Charles Street and Dulaney Valley Road. Outer loop of the Beltway at the Harrisburg Expressway, a disabled vehicle is on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Struggles is a tough word to use, I think. I mean, he was borderline unhittable to start the year, so there's always league figure it out and also riding that hot streak for a while. But, Rico, like yesterday, I mean, you can tell Randall Grichuk is pretty locked in when he has back-to-back challenges that are Bailey off the plate, to swing the count, great challenges by him and frustrated to get in the strike zone. But yeah, the workload possibly, but also like all of our guys, like they've been throwing great and we trust them.
That's Albie from June 30th talking about Rico Garcia with the Hooters, and we dance playing in the background. Philly band.
The Hooters?
Yes, they're the Hooters. They had 3 hits on their, I think it was their debut album. It was this, Day by Day, and All You Zombies.
All You Zombies.
All You Zombies was the best song, I think. But Then We Dance was a really good song.
I never knew there was a band called the Hooters.
It's an 80s band, Philly band.
So you said 3 hits they had.
They had 3 monster hits. Off this album. I had the CD.
They were mentioned on the Goldbergs once. That's how I found out about
because the Goldbergs is a Philly-based show. And I probably remember seeing that episode because I like that show a lot. Jews in Philly, like what more do you need? But set in the 80s, like come on, what are we talking about here?
Nirvana.
Yeah, that's a good show, Bone. Very funny show. Alas, let's get back to Rico Garcia.
I want to learn more about the Hooters.
The Hooters, good band. I don't know what the Hooters are doing now, but there was a period of there was a window. I'd say about 85, 86, where the Hooters were pretty big. They were big. Are you looking them up, Bone?
What song? That
they
was
played
And We
Live
Danced?
Aid.
Yeah.
That was And We Danced?
And We Danced. That was And We Danced. That Day by Day
was 1985.
I said 85, 86.
1985.
Yeah, they played Live Aid, as Brian mentioned. All You Zombies is my favorite Hooters song. That was a good song.
That was 1983.
We know you're out there. It's the same album, but yeah.
Okay.
So let's get back to Rico Garcia, shall we? He was not. I would assume Rico's not a Hooters fan. Maybe the restaurant, but not the band.
Both. I don't
he
know.
might like a good wing. But Rico Garcia, a reminder: in May he had an ERA of .77, and then June happened, and his ERA was near 7. Now, to his credit, so far in July, the ERA is a little over 3. What did you think of Rico Garcia so far?
Well, all in all, let's just look because we can do the breakdowns. But all in all, a 2.61 ERA and a .84 WHIP. That's fantastic. No one could have thought heading into the All-Star break that Rico Garcia, in 44 appearances, by the way, has pitched to that.
Yes.
So that's great. But when you break it down, his first 21 appearances, Rico Garcia pitched 20 innings, allowed 1 earned run on 2 hits.
You remember for a while it was just 1 hit, the solo homer.
Yeah, 2 hits, 24 strikeouts to 7 walks. That was in 20 innings.
Yeah.
Good for a .45 ERA.
He looked like an all-star.
That'll play.
Yes.
That'll play. Since that point, he has 23 appearances spanning 21 and a third innings. He's got a .464 ERA, 20 hits, including 4 homers, 19 strikeouts, 6 walks. So .464 ERA over his last 23 appearances is not good at all.
Not ideal.
So what do you expect from Rico Garcia the rest of the way? You mentioned that he's been able to steady the ship a bit
It's just sitting at 3.18
after a rough June. I think, even Craig Albanez acknowledged as much. The guys who have pitched the most out of the bullpen is Rico Garcia and Yennier Cano.
Mm-hmm.
And they rode Garcia, especially when he was on that hot streak, and maybe that bit him in the butt when it came to June. But part of it is, Ken, with the bullpen being how it is right now,
they have no choice.
Yeah,
they have no choice.
have no choice.
That's
but to
why we
continue
talked
to
about
ride
the
this.
trade deadline.
Yeah.
They got to go get a couple arms. The ERA currently for the year is at 2.61. When the season ends, will his ERA be below 3?
Probably not, right? Can it be low 3s? But that's still a damn good season.
Yes.
If that's low 3s,
he's 32, by the way.
He's a journeyman.
Yes.
You didn't even know what the heck
the
Rico
Mets
Garcia
cut him.
Yeah. Rico Garcia, heading into the year, when we're talking ad nauseum throughout spring training, throughout the offseason, this bullpen's a huge question. This bullpen's a huge question. Someone had to emerge. And to Rico Garcia's credit, he more than has emerged for this baseball team, but you needed more than just him. And Nunez, you had that for a month.
You had Nooney for a few
you had
weeks.
Nooney for a month. And you needed more of these. And that's where it gets back to the if guy again prior to the break. Like if Rico Garcia was one of those ifs that is certainly panned out thus far.
Orioles get back in action tomorrow. Start a series in Houston. Baltimore baseball tonight, 6 tomorrow with the Bone and Ryan
I heard
Ricken.
the Hooters are doing the anthem in Houston. That's what I heard.
If Philly would make more sense. They're a Philly band. Now but the Hooters got to. They're not. Beggars can't be choosers. Like if the Minute Maid Park says you're doing the anthem, they're doing the anthem.
They didn't play the All-Star game?
That's what I was going to say. Netflix didn't show them play prior to the home run derby. They did, but Netflix didn't show them.
They did the anthem for the Futures game, which is up against a lot of other stuff, so you missed it.
It was there.
It was there.
Coming up next, Jacob Calvin-Meyer. He covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. What does he think of this Orioles team as the deadline approaches? We will ask him next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by Wilson. What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The big soccer tournament final coming up on Sunday. Spain minus 165 to lift the trophy against Argentina. Argentina plus 120. I like Spain here at minus 165, but given Argentina's comeback prowess, bet against them at your own risk. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And our Salute to Savings event is underway all month long. Incredible offers, top dollar trade values, and service you can trust. We are reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
We've all been there. You pop into the shop for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden you've forgotten where you parked. Car. Unfortunately, that lost feeling is what it's like trying to manage your policy with other insurers.
Here, car. Come out, wherever you are. Please.
With Geico, you can use the app to easily manage all your policies in one place.
Did this parking lot have a waterfall?
I think you've wandered too far, mate.
It feels good to find what you're looking for. It feels good to Geico.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai's Freedom to Upgrade sale and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's. Make no payment till October on every new Hyundai. Visit BelAirHyundai.com to check out their great selection.
Muse brings their The Wow Signal Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 28th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation. 1057 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Now, the Matabike's status is still up in the air as we are 13 days away from the Ravens' first full squad training camp practice. GM Eric DaCosta joined Cordell and Vinny earlier today and responded to a question about Matabike's availability.
Nnamdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks, like in the next 2 weeks.
MLB's unofficial second half begins tonight as the Phillies host the Mets at 7. The rest of the league is in action tomorrow, including the O's playing the first of 3 games in Houston with first pitch at 8:10. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 93. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Ended their first half of the season. Not really first half, there's 65 games, but you know what I'm saying.
Semantics.
But they got their first 4-game winning streak heading into the All-Star break. They get started again tomorrow in Houston. Let's talk some Orioles now with our friend Jacob Calvin-Meyer, who covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun. And Jacob, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So they were able to reach that unreachable star as they head into the All-Star break. But then we find out that Blaze Alexander broke his hand. So how much does that temper the enthusiasm of finally being able to put together some sort of win streak?
Yeah, I don't know if there was that much enthusiasm, to be honest. This team has a long way to go. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but this team has a long way to go before there's the word enthusiasm is back. But they were playing arguably their best baseball of the season. We've been talking about how good the rotation's been, or at the very least solid, and giving them a chance to win. And the offense was starting to come to life and playing good baseball. And Blaze Alexander was sort of the spark plug to all of that. And if you want to talk about the impact of losing him, I don't think it's that difficult to understand. We saw what happened to this team in 2024 when they lost Jordan Westberg. We saw what happened when he wasn't on the field in 25. And Blaze Alexander has been playing, in terms of a value perspective, basically just as well as Jordan Westberg, which makes this whole season sort of remarkable, considering not having him was such a big loss, and it definitely kind of reared its ugly head in April. But since early May, Blaze has really filled that gap, and not having him for however long he's out is going to be just as difficult a task to fill as it was the past few seasons without Westberg. For example, if they go the next month getting as poor production out of third base as they did to start the season, it's going to be really difficult for this team to climb out of the hole it's in.
So how do you expect Mike Elias to go about replacing Blaze Alexander in this interim?
I don't know.
Encarnacion Strand, Jacob?
I don't know. I mean, listen, I think in the short term you're going to get a good bit of Kobe Mayo. One of the surprising things about Blaze is, frankly, his defense hasn't been as good as I think it has been in the past and what you would expect it to be in the future. And so you might have to swallow some of Mayo's defense at third, but he's looked a lot better at the plate. Obviously, most of it's against lefties. But listen, I don't think that Kobe Mayo is somebody that just can't hit right-handed pitching. That's just not the type of prospect he was. It's not the type of hitter that he will be. I'm pretty confident of that. He's only 24. Most hitters like him tend to develop a little bit later. So if that switch can flip and he can start hitting righties pretty well and continue mashing lefties, then you'll probably be able to swallow the defense at third base and play him almost every day. They have a couple other options. They can move one of their second basemen to play third some. They obviously tried, had Jackson Holiday work out there earlier this season, and we actually saw Jeremiah Jackson taking grounders at third over the weekend before Blaze got hurt. And so those are options. You have a couple of guys in AAA who could come up and fill in, Luis Vasquez and Christian Encarnacion Strand. I don't think anybody's clamoring for those options. And so then you look at the trade deadline. But frankly, acquiring a position player, and if they're not going to go out and get a rental, so acquiring a clear upgrade at third base, who has multiple years of team control at this stage of the game is going to be pretty difficult. It might be pricey. So I think it's going to. I would put my money on the internal options category.
Talking to Jacob Calvin-Meyer, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. We're less than 3 weeks away from the deadline. So do you have a read? What do you think they're going to do? It's going to be a little buy and sell, you think? I think it'll be mostly buy. I don't fall into the let's buy and sell category. Now, I guess you could argue that in 2024 by giving up Austin Hayes, but that wasn't really a sell, right? You're giving up 3 months of Austin Hayes, who was platooning, for a year and a half of a reliever. I would still consider that, frankly, just two teams matching up on a buy side trade on both ends. And so I don't expect there to be a situation where you sell Taylor Ward to a buyer and get prospects back, but then you go out and get a couple relievers and maybe a different right-handed hitting outfielder. I don't see the point in that. I think Michael Elias is dying for this team to continue playing the way that it has recently, so that he can be in a position to be a full buyer. The team has played so poorly for most of the season that they cannot acquire rentals, right? It makes no sense to, when you have a 20 to 30% odds of the playoffs, to get rentals. So you're going to have to go out and sort of do what they did in 24, which I know, because that season didn't end well, most people point to the deadline as being a disappointing one. That's not the way I see it exactly. They only one good starting pitcher was traded at the 2024 trade deadline, and it was Zach Eflin. And they went out and got two relievers who, generally speaking, were pretty solid for them, who were under team control. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to buy, and they're going to look for players who are at least under team control through next season. And you go out and get a couple big boy relievers, adult relievers that you can throw in the 6th, 7th, 8th innings, and maybe a right-handed hitting outfielder. And then whether or not they want to go out and get a starting pitcher with team control is the question, because that's going to be the big ticket item that'll cost you a lot. And if you look at this team right now, it's like, okay, listen, obviously if you get a Reed Detmers, it will help your team, but do you move to a 6-man rotation? How many eggs are you going to put in the bucket of 2026 while potentially taking away from future teams?
Well, the starting rotation really is in a nice groove in the All-Star break, Jacob. You can go back to May 22nd. They got the 6th best starter ERA in all of baseball. Are you expecting that to continue to be a strength the rest of the way?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that is the strength of this team. But if the 20% chance of them making the playoffs happens, it will be because their offense fully clicks and the rotation keeps pitching the way that it is. Now, whether that's actually a 20% chance or not isn't up to me. But I do think that the rotation will continue to perform as well as it has over the past couple months. It might look a little different. There's probably some regression coming for somebody like Brandon Young. Probably some better days ahead for Dean Kramer's given up a kind of a strange number of home runs, and Trevor Rogers I think will continue to pitch close to as well as he's been throwing, and Shane Baz has been really solid. So if you can imagine, if Baz can have a great month, like not just a good month, but like a great month, he could end the season having some pretty impressive numbers. To see somebody that's really limiting home runs, isn't walking a ton of guys, and the strikeout numbers aren't exactly where you would have expected them coming into the season. And so the question is, what do they do with innings limits and Bradish? Do they go to a 6-man at some point? And I'll tell you this, it makes it a lot easier to go to a 6-man if the 6th man that you're adding is Joe Ryan or Reed Detmers. And so those are both great starting pitchers who would line up at the front of this rotation. If you do hit the 20% chance and make the playoffs, you have a legitimate playoff rotation with either one of those guys, and then Kyle Bradish, and then whoever else, Trevor Rogers. And then you go into next season with again, a great front end of the starting rotation. The question is, how much is that going to cost, and how eager are those teams to give up those players?
Jacob, do I remember correctly? A couple of years ago, you nailed a prediction on who they were going to acquire.
I think it was Eflin.
Was
right?
Was it Eflin?
I did. It was the Eflin trade. If you're asking me to do it again,
yes.
I cannot say I'm quite ready yet, but I'm sure you guys will have me on again before the deadline. I'm going to start cooking here
days.
soon. Yeah.
I thought you mentioned Reed Detmers might have been hinting at something.
Well, listen, I think he makes a ton of sense. The question is whether the Angels are going to trade him, and the Orioles are in a little bit of a tough spot prospect-wise because, you have arguably your best prospect is Nate George, who is obviously not playing this season because of an unidentified ailment, illness, whatever it is. So trading him might be difficult, or he might not have the value that he had 3 months ago. Then you have Trey Gibson, who is his value lower than it was before he debuted in the big leagues? Is it higher? I don't know. And then it's like, do you trade Joseph Giroux to get somebody like Reed Detmers? I think a lot of people in the fan base would say, yes, give me 2.5 years of Reed Detmers over whatever Giroux could become. But it would maybe be a tough pill to swallow for a front office that has had such a difficult time developing a frontline starting pitcher to finally get one. Giroux might be that guy in the future here in Baltimore, but to finally get one of those guys and then trade him away the minute that he becomes an elite pitching prospect might be tough to swallow. It's funny though. One of the players I was looking at, I was just looking at the Kansas City team of that's a team that's clearly going to sell. There's only like a handful of them. And it's like, okay, what guys on this team would make sense? And I looked at Lucas Erceg because he's having a down year, but he's got, I think after this year, he's got 2 years of team control. He's got a great fastball. It very much seems like the type of reliever the Orioles would go after because of all those characteristics. And then he plunks Blaze Alexander, on the quick pitch, and I joked with somebody in the press box. I said this whole thing shouldn't prevent them from going out and trading for Lucas Erceg in a couple weeks. So that'll be my first unofficial prediction on the trade deadline, is that they go out and maybe trade for him.
So not ready to call your shot on a possible trade acquisition, but how about call your shot here? Let's end with we were doing a segment earlier in the show. Who do you think is prime for a much better second half on the Orioles right now?
Is it cheating to say Gunnar Henderson?
No, that's not cheating.
That seems
that's
to be
not cheating.
Yeah.
I chose Trevor Rogers. That might be cheating, but I mean, you look at his overall numbers.
I would say both Gunnar and Jackson Holliday. I think if you went back and just watched every plate appearance they took over the last 10 games of the first half, I think you'd be really impressed by the quality of the at-bats. Starting for Jackson, starting to hit the ball the other way. Gunnar frankly, just not trying to launch everything into the air. Gunnar, since mid-May, Gunnar is barely striking out at all. Remember the beginning of the season, it was like a massive problem. It was like he was on pace at the end of April to strike out like 230 times. Since mid-May, it's down to like 15-18% strikeout rate. So it wouldn't surprise me if Gunnar really takes off, and if we do end up seeing that next step for Jackson Holliday, because I know the beginning of his career has been maybe a little bit of a disappointment because of that top prospect status, but he took a step last year. I think if he takes another step in the second half, I think people would be a little bit more encouraged about what he could be in the future if he just keeps taking these steps.
Jacob Calvin-Meyer, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be waiting for that when you lock in that prediction.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they win some games over the next 2 weeks or lose some games, because it might be a sell side trade if you have me on in a couple weeks.
We shall see. Jacob, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, coming up next, one more All-Star break review, and it's a guy that we might not be seeing for a while. It's Blaze Alexander. That's next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll continue to talk about the Orioles and preview their series as they head to the Astros. Lots of cool things going on. And Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us. We'll talk about all this nonsense talk going on with Lamar.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your match day essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cash back bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and springtime can bring a new season of change and growth. There are so many things to look forward to, whether it's walking your dog, taking a stroll through the park with a loved one. It can be just energizing to get outside. Getting back into activities such as these can be difficult, though, if you suffer from pain in your feet, knees, hips, or lower back. Our patented 3-step arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
Amazing, the change. No pain left in my foot. My ability to walk is vastly improved. Like on a Saturday afternoon, I will take my dog for a walk, which is, I would watch football, I would watch basketball, I would do anything but probably go out and take a walk. But I do that now because there's no pain. I'm doing things more outside than I would have otherwise before. It's just real. Like it really does work.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come into the Good Feet store for your free fitting and test walk, or visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound before White Marsh Boulevard accident there is on the left side. 95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 295 northbound, that's heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound, heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway, there's delays off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Then on the outer loop of the Beltway at Charles Street, the accident there is now on the right shoulder. Outer loop of the Beltway at the Harrisburg Expressway, the disabled vehicles on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, no. Blaze Alexander not happy with that pitch up and in from Lucas Erceg. And look out now. The Royals and the Orioles benches will empty after Blaze gets drilled. Craig Albernaz trying to keep Blaze back and out of the fray. And right now there are no other extracurriculars going on. Good job here by Craig Albernaz first, and now it looks like Donnie Ecker getting Blaze out of the equation.
Yeah, and Salvador Perez went and grabbed Erceg and got him back to the mound quickly because Erceg was going towards Blaze Alexander.
So you heard the highlights, courtesy of Masson, Kevin Brown, and Big Ben McDonald talking about the incident. By the way, as an aside, if the Orioles acquire Lucas Erceg after that'd
be awesome.
Be an interesting locker room or clubhouse dynamic.
We were talking during the break, and Jacob makes a great point. It does make a lot of sense for them to bring him in. He has control, all of that, but he was a name that we were talking about the 2024 trade deadline.
And then he got traded to the Royals,
Exactly. And he was with the A's, and he was pitching really, really well, and obviously went to Kansas City, and the rest is history. But that's definitely a name to keep your eye on.
So let's get to the Blaze Alexander of it all. And Blaze Alexander is hitting .312. He's got 4 homers, 29 RBIs. He's been, since he got off to that super slow start to the season, and I guess he started hot, but then he got super cold. Since then, he's been awesome. Like, he hit .365 in May. He hit .359 in June. And so far hitting .375 in July, but we're not going to see him for a while.
He's just been a model of consistency. Ever since the calendar turned to May, you know what you're getting out of Blaze Alexander. He's hitting and he's clutch, Ken. He's been fantastic with runners in scoring position. Ken, since May 1st, he's hitting .462. .462 with runners in scoring position, leading the majors in runners in scoring position, batting average, and batting average in general. And even when you look OPS, and .942 OPS, that's higher than Freddie Freeman, Kyle Schwarber, Nick Kurtz, Rafi Devers since May 1st. So he's been awesome. And just his ability to play all over. He's played second, third, shortstop, left, center, and right field. So this is a big, big blow. And Jacob did compare it to Jordan Westburg 2 years ago. And I think that's a fair comparison because Westburg...
Based on the play,
Westburg was fantastic with runners in scoring position. He was a run producer. Now, they weren't batting Jordan Westburg eighth pretty much every night like Blaze Alexander, and we were crying for them to move him up. But this is a massive blow to this ball club moving forward.
Frankly, it sucks.
Yeah, it does.
And it took so you wanted to... We talked before I left, and I'm like... Okay, they lose 2 to the Cubs, but and half joking, they can still sweep the Royals and have a 4-2 homestand, going to the break feeling good. And then it happens, and I'm like, okay, something to feel good about. And then Albie hits the podium. After. He's like, he's got a broken hand.
Well, I think that's why Blaze was so pissed at Erceg. Now, part of it being that Erceg was definitely quick pitching him and went to inside, obviously, but I'm guessing Blaze knew something was wrong, and it was heat of the moment, and then he was barking at Erceg, and then, of course, the bullpen's emptied for nothing. But it sucks from his perspective because this was his breakout season. Like, this is by far and away.
Talking off there, he hardly played in Arizona.
Yeah, and he's been one of the best hitters in baseball since May 1st. No one could have seen this coming for Blaze.
You want to take a quick call, Bone?
Please.
410-583-1057. And this computer's weird. Let's grab Rashawn. Rashawn, you're on the Fan.
Rashawn was at the All-Star game, by the way. He called us in on his way to Philly when you were gone, Ken.
I did see
him and Dustin.
Yes, I saw a video where it looked like somebody was getting kicked out of the stadium. So,
yeah, we was at the home run derby, and Dustin befriended some Philly fans, which is a bad idea. Man, they hooking up together, man. It was just a little bit of chaos in our section. So they started harassing some other Philly fans, and the softer Philly fans called security. He was trying to get us kicked out. I said, listen, Dustin, we spent too much money on these home run derby tickets to get kicked out, so calm down.
Was it a fun event to go to in person?
It was. I'm glad he convinced me to go, because I really didn't want to go, and then that was my first time ever going to something like, home run derby. But it was incredible, man. Like, I definitely go again. I don't know if it's because it was in Philly, and the Philly crowd is just
atmosphere was
wild
awesome.
and crazy. Yeah, so other than that, man, it was a great time. But I know that's your city. Ken, you got some type of connection with Philly, right?
I went to college in Philly, and I went to high school in the Philly area. So, yeah, but I'm from here,
okay.
Born in Randallstown, grew up in Pikesville, but I went to prep school up there and college up there.
Okay, so are you excited with the prospect of y'all maybe getting LeBron, which is 76ers?
Oh, yes.
Rashawn. You're doing this to me, because Bone's doing this to me all the time.
We did it on Friday, I think.
Yeah, so, yes, obviously, the guy still he played power forward for the Sixers. I think they'd be the best team in the Eastern Conference, but I'm not willing to believe it's going to happen. So, you realize the last time the Sixers won an NBA championship is the last time the Orioles won a World Series. So
was that 83, really?
83, yes.
Moses Malone,
Dr. J.
Irvin?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it's been a minute. They haven't been back to the final since Iverson. So, I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach.
Right. But if I'm LeBron, that's his best opportunity, I believe, to win one, because all this Golden State talk, like, come on, him and Steph Curry, you think they're going to? They ain't coming out the West with him, and
they'd be great in 2016.
Right, yeah, because it was 10 years ago, right? But LeBron wouldn't have to be Batman or Robin on the 76ers team, man. He could just play his role, his mentor role with Maxey, Brown, and
Edgecombe.
And B could just I forgot about that guy. Edgecombe, and then B can just play 85% of the season. Y'all will be great, man. Like, y'all was close last year. Like, they'll definitely be the favorites. But I want to see him come to Philly. You can imagine that. Right.
It would be crazy. Rashawn, thanks for the call, man. We'll come back. Let's hear some more EDC. He was on with Vinny and Haynie. Cordell's sitting in. What did Eric have to say? You're going to hear it next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911, because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Stop by Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus for their summer open house, July 13th through the 18th, and explore the career-focused training programs. It's a great way to see where hands-on skills can take you. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello! Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates, like what's the best ice cream flavor or who gets the good pool noodle. But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish. And the best part, they're 20% off. Make the season a little easier with looks your whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends July 19th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry.
I want a chicken sub.
I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
I-97 southbound at New Cut Road, there's an accident. The right lane is blocked. 95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 295 northbound is still heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway off and on. Delays from 95 to Security Boulevard. Then on the outer loop of the Beltway at Charles Street, clearing an accident from the right shoulder. Outer loop of the Beltway at the Harrisburg Expressway, disabled vehicles on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Zay Flowers is coming off a career best season in which he had 86 catches for over 1,200 yards and 5 touchdowns on his way to his second Pro Bowl. Flowers is eligible for a contract extension, and GM Eric DeCosta touched on that possibility with Cordell and Vinny earlier today.
Love Zay. Zay wants to be here. We want Zay here. And, certainly a work in progress. Optimistic about it. Feel like at some point we'll get done. I hope it gets done. We love Zay. Zay's a phenomenal football player.
The Ravens' first full squad training camp practice is in 13 days. MLB's unofficial second half begins tonight as the Phillies host the Mets at 7. The rest of the league is in action tomorrow, including the O's playing the first of 3 games in Houston with first pitch at 8:10. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 73. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 93. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Nnamdi is a little bit more unclear, I would say. I think everything looks to be pointed in the right direction, but you're talking about a different type of injury, a different type of circumstance. I'm excited about where Nnamdi is, and I think we'll have more information in the coming weeks. Like in the next 2 weeks, I think we'll have a lot more information that we'll be able to share with people.
Eric DaCosta on with Cordell Woodland and Vinny Serrato earlier today. And the thing the money clip for me in that clip is I'm excited where he is. And we should have some news in a couple of weeks, Bum.
Yeah, we speculated during mandatory minicamp. The Ravens, they make players available for the media a day before the first full squad workout, which is July 29th, so 13 days from now. In 12 days, I'm guessing Nnamdi Madubuike is going to meet with the media for the first time since September. And I think that's what I'm most excited about, Ken, is the fact that there's finally going to be some sort of finality to all of this. We've just been speculating for 10 months now.
Yes.
Where
Since week 2?
Yeah, so to hear it from Nnamdi, and this is just me guessing at this point, I think that'll be good to see. Like that was the most concrete response to a Nnamdi Madubuike question that we've gotten ever.
Well, so what's interesting is I thought the last time Jesse Minter addressed it, it was more optimistic than we had heard in a bit.
It was.
And then this is even more optimistic than that.
Yeah. But again, I'm just happy that, hey, in 2 weeks you're going to know the stat. Well, he said it. That's what Eric said. Eric said it. In 2 weeks, you'll know.
Yeah. What I do want to make clear is, as far as I can tell, he has not been cleared by the Ravens doctors. So that's
at least they haven't made it public.
Yeah, you would think if he had been cleared, they'd be screaming it from the rooftops.
Well, I think they want him to address this. Like they've been steadfast. Going back to John Harbaugh, when John's been asked about it, when Eric's been asked about it, when Jesse Minter, like they want Nnamdi to address this, and you get it. You understand that.
Totally. The other injured player we got an update on is Teddy Buchanan. Cut 7, Brian. Optimism surrounding Buchanan.
I think you'll see Teddy sooner than later. He has done a great job. I mean, top, 1% of rehabs that I've seen in my time here, which has been 30 years in terms of rehab. Very, very optimistic about Teddy.
That's an incredible statement. Top 1% of rehabs. Well, he got hurt in December.
December 12th was his final game. That was in Cincinnati. He ended up blowing out his knee, I believe, on special teams play.
Yeah, I think it was a kickoff, or a punt.
As well. So Teddy Buchanan was, a pleasant surprise for the Ravens last year. Being a 4th-round pick, having that type of impact pretty much from jump. He took the starting job from Trenton Simpson in week 2. That's a great sign, and all signs point to him being ready for week 1.
So let's close the book on the injury portion of this. Cut 8, Eric talking with Vinny and Cordell about injured guys needing to hit benchmarks before they return to the field.
Anytime really we have an injury, a serious injury, there's going to be a ramp up, an acclimation where players have to go through various stages of rehab. Typically starting with an individual period in practice, and then to some group periods, and eventually working into team, and then even managing the amount of reps that guys get and working in days off and different ways to make sure that we're just not throwing these guys to the wolves. Nick Gill, they'll map out a great protocol for these guys, and our coaches do a good job of putting these guys in position to succeed. And I think Jesse has a great practice schedule that I've seen, and the way that we're going to manage reps and work players in and out, I think will really suit these injured guys. But yeah, we're really excited. I think you get a player at the end of the year that tears an ACL like Teddy did, to see where he is now is really exciting. And then with Nnamdi, you're talking about one of the more disruptive interior pass rushers in the league, and a huge, huge influence on our defense. Really a guy that is a force multiplier in a lot of different ways. If we can get him back out there, I think it has a tremendous impact on our defense.
So again, and the Buchanan part of it all is incredible. Obviously, there's with the neck injury and Nnamdi, it's more complicated, but it seems like more and more guys are coming back faster from ACLs.
Yeah, totally, especially over the last handful of years, but it's not as debilitating an injury, certainly, as years past, where it'd be over a year. But as far as Nnamdi Madubuike, I think that's the other part of this, Ken, that we don't know. And Nnamdi, when he talks 2 weeks from now, he could say, all right, I'm on track for this, X, Y, Z. He might not be ready for week one. This might be a pup situation. This might be, we see him in October. I don't know. And then when we do see Nnamdi Madubuike, is it going to be the force multiplier that Eric DaCosta was bringing up? Because Nnamdi Madubuike absolutely is a force multiplier at his best.
So training camp starts the 29th. The rookies come in sooner, and the vets come the day before, and that's when we think we're going to hear from Nnamdi. It's the calendar's funny, Bone.
Sneaks up on you, Ken. Always does.
Less than 2 weeks. We are less than 2 weeks away from the start of training camp. Less than 3 weeks away from the trade deadline in baseball.
Yeah, 18 days for the MLB trade deadline and 13 days from camp. So it's going to be a busy few weeks in Baltimore.
And maybe another 2 weeks after that when LeBron James will tell us where he's playing basketball.
He said soon, Ken. Yeah. He said soon.
Well, he's not getting any younger, that's for damn sure.
No, he is not.
We will come back, get you the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for Westwood One Radio coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll continue to talk about the Orioles and preview their series as they head to the Astros. Lots of cool things going on. And Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us. We'll talk about all this nonsense talk going on with Lamar.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The World Cup final is set as Argentina once again found a way to escape defeat, coming from behind to beat England 2-1 in yesterday's match. England held a 1-0 lead until the 85th minute when Enzo Fernandez scored an equalizer off a Lionel Messi assist. And then once again in stoppage time, Argentina scored the go-ahead goal. They'll try to become just the third country to win back-to-back World Cup tournaments. Argentina will face Spain on Sunday. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. My new go-to spot is Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. It's the summertime cuisine that I'm looking forward to. The burnt ends, street corn, southern deviled eggs. You got to go check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Ashley's Black Friday and July sale is here with the biggest savings of the summer. Save up to 20%. Ashley pays your sales tax and we'll deliver it all free. Get it all with Ashley's no-interest financing. The Black Friday and July sale, only at Ashley.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
I-97 southbound at Furnace Branch Road, there's an accident. Watch for police direction there. Through Annapolis, US 50 eastbound at Ridgely Avenue, crash on the left side. And 50 westbound at 450 West Street, there's a crash. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, there's delays from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 83 southbound at York Road, there's a crash. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Inner loop slows through Towson between Charles Street and Providence Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman. Tim Barbalace. Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hooters, baby.
This is Hooters too.
This is all you zombies. Yeah, let it marinate. This was.
I could get into this.
Oh, this was a really good song.
Is this your favorite Hooters song?
Yes.
Oh,
Live with
Brian,
the Israelites.
What's your favorite Hooters song?
I like the other one. It's a bit more peppy.
Yeah, I'm an angry guy.
I like this. This is angry?
Yeah,
I was about to say, I don't think this is angry.
And We Danced, a really good song. Day by Day is a really good song, too. They had a fourth one that was like a semi, and I don't remember it offhand. But this is a big lead up, man. If I was doing music radio, like having to talk this up.
But I feel like you can just see Crockett and Tubbs just like sailing through Miami listening to this.
But can you imagine like giving the... Oh, there he goes. Yeah.
Here, put him up,
Yeah, there you go. It's a history lesson too, Bum.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, Old Testament. So you take that as you will. I don't know. It's like... anyway, thank you, Brian.
The Hooters are doing fine.
Yeah, I got an email from someone who said that the lead singer still plays gigs in Philly.
Good for him.
So
do you think it's just him? Are the rest of the Hooters there, or it's just a solo Hooter?
I think it's one Hooter. So let me pull it up so I have it. So this is from John. John says Eric Bazillion of the band is still making music and plays in the Philly area. I don't know if he tours. So thank you, John. But the Hooters, they were a thing for about 5 minutes. So that was a good time in my life. Speaking of good times in my life, I attended my first WNBA basketball game.
Yes.
I saw the Connecticut Sun host the Portland Fire on Tuesday.
And this was Tuesday during the day, by the way.
Something I wasn't aware of. They do something every year. So they play at the Mohegan Sun Casino. They're moving to Houston. That's a different conversation. But this is their last year for the Connecticut Sun. But I guess every year they do something called Camp Day because the games are during the summer. And so they have one day game and all the kids from all the camps around come to the game. So it was an 11 a.m. tip. And the place holds 10,000 people. I'd say there were over 9,000 people there. At least
crowd.
60% of them were camp kids.
I love
that.
And
they were into it.
So the atmosphere was
raucous.
raucous.
They're doing a good job keeping them going, like music during the breaks and scream things and like karaoke and all this stuff.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. It was well done. And the basketball was pretty good.
Yeah.
The Sun won.
Good.
So that was, and they've been terrible this year, which I didn't know that until about an hour before tip-off.
Sure.
But yeah, it was cool. Brittany Griner is a name you may have heard of. She plays for the Sun. So there weren't a lot of Diamond Miller went to Maryland, plays for the Sun. So yeah, Haley Van Lith, who you may be aware of, is on the Sun but did not play.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So, and then there were a couple of UCLA girls on Portland. And there were a lot there. I think there were 4 UConn girls in the game.
Would you go to another WNBA game?
I would. I don't know that I'd search it out.
Sure.
But I would go again, yeah.
Okay.
It's better than other things I've seen.
That's a ringing endorsement.
I put that on the bumper sticker.
It is
the WNBA. It's better than other things I've seen. Let's get the text of the day.
Oh, man.
Oh, Brian.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Talking possible moves at the trade deadline. Talked about that with Jacob Calvin Meyer earlier this hour as well. Texter wants to know.
He's not optimistic.
No, he's not. Texter wants to know, why are we talking about starting pitching when we can't hit? We have 2 professional hitters on the whole team.
So the reality is, if they're going to do anything, they need the hitters to be who they thought they'd be, and while you have pitching. Personally, I'd add bullpen.
Yeah, I think it's bullpen as well.
Bone, what's on tomorrow's show?
We have Bob Nightingale of USA Today. We have Chandler Rome, who covers the Astros for The Athletic.
Yes, I know Chandler Rome.
We have Matt Wyrick, who covers the O's for the
Jacob's
Sun.
colleague.
And Jerry Coleman
Aloysius.
from Florida.
Oh.
He's on vacation in Florida, but he's gracious enough with his time.
WNBA. It's better than other things I've seen.
Better than other things
They need
I've
to make
seen.
a shirt immediately. That is it for us. Thank you, Brian Levy, Westwood One Radio. Coming up next, we'll talk to you tomorrow, too, here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access. Live on